Chapter 1471. Her stomach started to hurt again. This time, it was a dull pain, as if something was being peeled off inch by a small knife. Waves of heat flowed out from under his body, one after another. Her mind was blank. Her hands trembled as she desperately pressed on her acupoints and covered her stomach. She used every method she could think of to try and persuade him to stay. There seemed to be a cry in her mind. The cry was weak and sharp, and it was heartbreaking. It seemed to be calling for her mother, but it also seemed to be crying out in pain. It made Ning Xiuma's heart feel like it was being torn apart. It was so painful that her vision turned black. She had completely forgotten about her existence. She just mechanically busied herself again and again. No one could understand her feelings of despair at this moment. At this moment, it was as if everything in the world had lost its color and turned into black and white. The blood soaked through her dress. The blood that was originally warm now made her feel extremely cold. Extremely cold. She had lost her treasure in the end. Lost. Lost. He had lost it. A sorrowful aura was emitted from her body. The surrounding air became cold, and the green grass around her started to freeze. Luzine, who had been paralyzed beside her, suddenly jumped up. She was in so much pain that she was sweating profusely. However, she had finally used her immortal power to force the poison out of her body. The layer of sweat just now was from when she was forcing the poison out of her body. She was really frightened at that time. She was afraid that Ning Xiuma would see through her little trick. Fortunately, Ning Xiuma's attention was completely focused on the child, so she simply didn't notice her. It seemed like she really cared about the bastard in her stomach. Without the child, she would not be able to pester her Brother D in the future. Only then could Brother D truly let go and accept her, and not just help her pass the lightning tribulation. After she had almost cleared the poison, she started to use her immortal power to break through the sealed acupoints. After all, she was an immortal and a medical immortal. Therefore, although she did not know Ning Xiuma's special acupoint sealing technique, she still managed to break through it in a short time. The moment she broke through it was also the moment Ning Xiuma really miscarried. When she jumped up, she felt an indescribable sense of relief in her heart. The poison was detoxified, the acupoints were unsealed, the wounds were healed, and her power was almost completely restored. What was there to be afraid of? There was nothing to be afraid of. The moment she jumped up, she subconsciously glanced at Ning Xiuma. Her heart suddenly turned cold. Ning Xiuma's aura was too cold. That cold aura formed an inexplicably powerful pressure that spread out in all directions. The plants withered and the flowers withered. There was originally no wind in the valley, but at this moment, a cold gust of wind blew, causing Luzine, who was a fox immortal, to tremble. When Luzine jumped up, she originally wanted to plot against Ning Xiuma and take the opportunity to get rid of all future troubles. However, when she saw Ning Xiuma's current state, she didn't dare to do so. Pausing for a moment, he suddenly turned around and flew away. Forget it. Since the vile spawn had been eliminated, this human woman would not be able to cause much trouble. There was no need for her to waste any more time here. She floated up. Her posture was very graceful and peerless. She was indescribably beautiful. However, Ning Xiuma did not raise her head. She seemed to be completely immersed in sorrow and could not extricate herself. The flowers and trees around her were completely frozen. That murderous aura made people tremble uncontrollably. Luzine was overjoyed. Just as she was about to fly faster, she slammed into something with a bang. She was caught off guard and was dizzy from the impact. Her forehead was burning with pain. Chapter 1472. She quickly stabilized herself and raised her hand to touch it. There was a bump. She was shocked and looked up. Not far above her, there was a light red barrier. That barrier seemed to have blood flowing on it, flashing with a mysterious and ominous light. She had bumped into it just now, which is why she almost fell down. Her heart suddenly sank. This human girl actually knew how to set up this kind of barrier. How could it be? Even she, who had reached heaven rank level 1, could not set up this kind of barrier. Wasn't this human girl Earth, rank level 9? How could it be? She subconsciously looked at Ning Xuema, and her heart turned cold again. Ning Xuema had already stood up and was looking at her. Lu Ziyin had never seen such cold and dark eyes in her life. It seemed like there was 1,000-year-old ice hidden in those eyes. When she looked at her, she felt the coldness penetrating her bones. Lu Ziyin's legs turned to jelly. Her intuition told her to run immediately. She had to run immediately. She immediately turned around and flew to the side. There was no barrier there, so she could go there. Bang! She bumped into it again. Looking up, the barrier had completely opened up in the air. It was like an eggshell surrounding her in the middle. It was gathering towards her from all directions. Her face was pale, but her brain was still very active. Since there was no way out in all directions, she would use the earth burrowing technique. Although she was not proficient in using the earth burrowing technique, and it was a little ugly when she used it, she would get dirt all over her body. It did not match her beautiful image. But in order to save her life, she could only do this. She made up her mind and chanted the earth burrowing technique. She plunged into the ground not far away from her. Pooh! With a sound, her body indeed plunged into the ground. This was a hillside after all. There were rocks everywhere. She was not proficient in this technique, so it was inevitable that her face was scratched by the rocks. She did not know where her body was burning with pain. She did not care about these. After burrowing into the ground, she immediately began to rush forward. Bang! She did not know what her forehead had bumped into. She groaned and looked up. There was a huge black tree root in front of her. She was using the earth technique. The tree root was made of wood and would restrain earth. It immediately blocked her path. Her expression changed. She had been on the ground for a long time, so she was naturally clear about the surrounding environment. There was no tree with such thick roots at this distance. In other words, this was Ning Xuema's doing. She turned around and flew back. Similarly, a huge tree root appeared in front of her to block her path. She became more and more flustered and changed directions several times, but she was blocked by the sudden appearance of huge tree roots. A moment later, her surroundings were completely covered by the roots. There was not a single gap. Not a single strand of her hair could escape. Her burrowing technique could not last for long. After a few rounds, she was already feeling short of breath. Coupled with the frequent collisions, she felt dizzy. No, if she didn't go up now, she would suffocate to death here. She disregarded everything and rushed upwards. But when she was about to reach the ground above her head was suddenly filled with tree roots. At this time, she was really afraid. She opened her mouth and wanted to shout. But when she was using the earth burrowing technique, she could not speak. She could not even open her mouth. Once she opened her mouth, a huge pile of soil and rocks would rush into her mouth. It was as if she was locked in an incomparably thick wooden coffin, and the coffin was filled with soil and rocks. This was obviously being buried alive. Chapter 1473. Lu Ziyin was scared out of her wits. She did not expect Ning Xuema, a mere human, to be so powerful. She had miscalculated. She had really miscalculated. Although she knew that she would have to face Ning Xuema's crazy revenge after she got out, she had to go out now. She took out her sword and slashed at the roots with all her might. The roots around her were as hard as iron. She could not use her psychokinesis underground. So after failing to cut the roots around her, she turned to cut the dense roots above her head. She felt dizzy from holding her breath, but she realized in despair that the roots above her head looked weak, but they were extremely tough. She cut layer after layer. Although the earth escape technique allowed her to walk underground, there was a limit to how deep she could go. She could not go any further than that, especially since this was a rocky slope. There were many big rocks below. She could not go any further. Now, there was no way out. She was losing more and more strength, and her fingernails were curled up and bloody from desperately tearing at the roots. She was going to die. She was going to be buried alive here. She was engulfed in despair. Her vision turned black. She had already reached heaven rank level 1. She did not need to breathe anymore. She could use her psychokinesis to convert the substances in the air into breathable substances to survive. However, she could not do it here. She tried her best to convert her psychokinesis, but she could not do it. She held her breath until her eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Her vision became darker and darker. Finally, she lost all her strength and was about to faint. Her body twitched unconsciously. Just when she thought she was going to die and her soul left her body, she felt a sharp pain in her back. A wooden splinter pierced in her back, and she let out a hoarse scream. Her entire body was suddenly pulled out by the wooden splinter. Puff! She crawled out from the ground and fell to the ground like a dead fish. The sudden light and air made her open her mouth wide, but she could not breathe for a moment. She still had a mouth full of dirt and mud. She coughed violently and finally spat out the dirt and mud. A large amount of air rushed into her lungs. She breathed greedily, ignoring the piercing pain in her back. When she finally managed to catch her breath and open her eyes again, her body trembled and her pupils suddenly shrank. Ning Xuema was standing in front of her, looking down at her from above. That gaze was too cold, and unfathomable. It seemed to freeze all the blood vessels in her body. Spare me. Lu Ziyin was so scared that her heart curled up. She didn't care about anything else and knelt down. Spare me. I didn't do it on purpose. There's no antidote for this kind of poison, so I just gave you a random healing medicine. I didn't have a choice. Before she could finish her messy explanation, her mouth suddenly felt like it was being held by an invisible hand. Her chin was almost crushed. She opened her mouth subconsciously. A red light flashed in Ning Xuema's hand. Lu Ziyin let out an agonizing cry, and her tongue flew out of her mouth, disappearing into nothingness in the air. Lu Ziyin, I've said that you'll pay the price for killing my child. Ning Xuema's eyes were bloodshot, and her long hair was flying wildly. She stood there with blood all over her body. She looked like an Azura from hell. Now it's time for you to pay the price. She slowly reached out her hand and touched Lu Ziyin's eyelids with her fingertips. Chapter 1474. She slowly stretched out her hand and touched Lu Ziyin's eyelids with her fingertips. Her fingertips were cold, and Lu Ziyin was so scared that her lips started to tremble. She tried her best to move back and say no, but she did not have a tongue. No. Under Ning Xuema's gaze, she was like a little chick being stared at by an eagle. Her body was stiff and trembling so hard that she could not even dodge. Are these eyes used to harm people? Ning Xuema whispered. Her voice was equally cold. Then don't keep them. She moved her finger. Lu Ziyin let out a beast-like cry, and her eyes disappeared. Blood spurted out and sprayed onto Ning Xuema's body. The air was filled with the smell of blood. Lu Ziyin was in so much pain that she fell to the ground and rolled around. She was wrong. She was wrong. She should not have provoked this human woman. She probably couldn't keep this body anymore. She had to think of another way to escape. Otherwise, this crazy human woman might just destroy her soul. She tried her best to use spells to free her soul, but Ning Xuema seemed to have guessed her intentions. With a wave of her hand, a peachwood sword pierced Lu Ziyin's chest. Blood spurted out again. Ning Xuema did not dodge, and the blood splashed onto her body. The blood of her enemy allowed her to feel the warmth of this world. It allowed her to know that her blood was still boiling. Baby, the road to the netherworld is cold. Wait for Mommy. Mommy will accompany you after killing your enemy. Don't be afraid. Her sword pierced her immortal meridian, so Lu Ziyin could no longer escape from her body. This woman was crazy. Lu Ziyin was panicking. She shouted in deep language, Ning Xuema, you can't kill me. He won't let you go. He will do the same to you. Her voice was sharp and ear-piercing, almost piercing through the clouds. Ning Xuema ignored her and stabbed her sword again. Lu Ziyin groaned again. She was stabbed in her abdomen, and she could no longer speak in deep language. Lu Ziyin's body trembled like a leaf in the wind. A strange sound came from her throat, like the screeching of a bird. Ning Xuema looked down at her, and a boning knife slowly appeared in her hand. Lu Ziyin, I'm not afraid of anyone's revenge. If you provoke me, you'll have to pay the price. A look of disgust appeared in her eyes. Although the miserable state of her enemy eased the pain in her heart, her treasure was still lost. So what if she cut Lizzie-Een into 1,000 pieces? Her baby wouldn't come back either. The treasure was the only thing that kept her alive. Now, her last hope had been cruelly taken away by someone else. The heavens had completely destroyed her. She suddenly raised her head and laughed. Lizzie, since you've provoked me, I'll let you have a taste of the 18 levels of hell. I'll peel off your fox skin and pluck out your fox tendons. Although Lizzie was blind, she wasn't deaf. When she heard Ning Shuima's threat, her body trembled even more violently. She forced herself to speak in deep language. Just kill me. Her abdomen was pierced, and her deep language was in a mess. It was so vague that it was almost impossible to hear clearly. Ning Shuima didn't say anything, but her eyes were dead. She couldn't be bothered to torture Lizzie anymore. The boning knife in her hand flashed, and she stabbed it towards Lizzie's heart. Chi! A white light suddenly flashed down from the sky. It directly hit Ning Shuima's wrist that was holding the knife. Ning Shuima's wrist trembled, and the boning knife fell to the ground. Chapter 1475. That white light was very familiar. That white light used to be the warmth in the depths of her heart. Many times when she was in danger, it was this white light that appeared in time to save her. Every time she saw this white light, her heart would beat faster. It was both sweet and sour. Now, she saw this white light again. However, this white light was targeting her. It wanted to save the woman lying on the ground. Ning Shuima did not raise her head. The moment her bone-paring knife fell to the ground, another steel knife appeared in her hand. She stabbed it at Lizzie without caring about anything else. This woman must be buried with her baby. No one could stop her. Stop! An angry shout came from the sky. That person seemed to be really angry. Another white light was shot over. This time, he did not show any mercy. With lightning speed and terrifying strength, this white light hit Ning Shuima's stomach. Not only did it send her knife flying, but it also sent her flying like a kite with a broken string. Bam! Her body hit a big tree. The tree shook as if there was an earthquake. Ning Shuima spat out blood. Her body slid down the tree and fell to the ground. Her eyes were a little blurry, and she saw stars. Her stomach hurt. The child was no longer there. Before she tortured Lizzie, the child had already disappeared from her stomach. When it fell out, it was the size of a pigeon egg. It was so small that its head and limbs could be separated. It just lay in her palm without moving. It would never kick her palm in her stomach again. It would never use its small palm to mischievously slide across her stomach to prove its existence. He would no longer use his little, but to make her happy when she was sad. She was a miracle doctor, but she could not protect her child no matter how hard she tried. It was such a small ball of meat, but it had brought her so much hope. It was the only thing that kept her going. From the moment the child fell out, from the moment she could no longer make that lump of flesh move no matter what she did, her heart had completely died. All that was left was bone-deep hatred and bone-deep madness. At that moment, she only wanted to cut Lizzie into pieces. And that was exactly what she did. She just did not expect him to appear in time to save that woman. How timely. If he had come one step later, she would have given that woman a quick death. Right now, her only regret was that she hadn't been able to end that woman earlier. So much so that she no longer had the chance with a god like him protecting her. How could she have a chance? There was no chance. Her abdomen was in so much pain that it was scratching her heart and liver. It had always been in pain and had never stopped. Being slapped by him was just more pain on top of the pain. The extreme pain was numbness. Now, even her heart was numb from the pain. So what if her body was hit again? He didn't care anymore. She didn't care. Her vision darkened slightly, and a person came in front of her. The corner of his fluttering white robe touched her cheek. Shwe Emo, how can you be so vicious? That person opened his mouth, his voice icy cold, as if carrying the air of winter. Ning Shuima raised her head in disgust, avoiding the corner of his robe that floated over unintentionally. She slowly got up. Her whole body was in pain, but she didn't seem to feel any more pain. Her feet seemed to be stepping on empty air, unable to find solid ground. Her whole body was bathed in blood, but her back was straight. Her gaze finally landed on his face. She looked at the man she had loved for 2 lifetimes, at the man who stood up for another woman and taught her a lesson. Chapter 1476. He was no longer the person who loved her so much. He was no longer the great God who spoiled her to the bone. He was no longer the person she relied on when she was at her most desperate. Everything had changed since that time on Luoyne Cliff when he kissed her forehead and asked her to wait for him obediently. He had completely forgotten everything about her. She was the only one who still held on to that memory, unable to throw it away. It had changed. Everything had changed. He was now Luzine's support, Luzine's fiancé. He had come to stand up for Luzine. Ah, vicious. Yes, in his eyes in this life, she had always been vicious. Her head rumbled. The extreme pain and despair made her blood rush to the top of her head. She suddenly laughed, her laughter sharp. Haha, yes, I've always been vicious. Shun, Julie, this isn't the first day you know. Shun Julie's face was ashen. She was covered in blood from head to toe. Even her hair was dripping with blood. She looked like she had been fished out of a pool of blood. Only her small face was deathly pale. Her lips were stained with blood. He didn't know if it was hers or Luzine's. Her current appearance was like a thorn in his eye. It also made him even angrier. Although she was covered in blood, her clothes weren't torn at all. Clearly, this blood was splashed on her when she was torturing Luzine. Her cruel methods made people's hair stand on end. She was even more vicious than the demons in the demon world. He suddenly looked away. His fingers clenched in his sleeves. He said in a low voice, Shui Emo, don't force me to kill you. Kill her? Haha, you think I'm afraid? Ning Xiuma looked up to the sky and laughed, as if she was laughing at him for telling a joke. She didn't say anything to him. Instead, she suddenly flashed. A red dagger flew out, stabbing towards Luzine, who was not far away. She was crazy. She dared to do this in front of him. Shun Julie rolled up his sleeves. The wind from his sleeves turned the dagger into powder on the spot. He raised his hand and pressed Ning Xiuma against a nearby tree. His eyes were bone-chilling. Ning Xiuma, do you really think I won't kill you? He directly lifted her up, and there was a white light in his palm that was about to spit it out. She had killed the people around him again and again. Her methods were cruel, and she showed no remorse. She said she was Ning Xiuma, not Shui Emo, but her methods were even worse than Shui Mo's. He had indulged her too much. Did he really think that he was a fake god? His body gave off a chilling aura. He was still wearing a mask, and the black eyes behind the mask were filled with killing intent. Ning Xiuma's body was still dripping with blood. She was also looking at him, staring at him as if this was the first day she knew him, the first day she knew him as a person. The look in her eyes was frighteningly unfamiliar. Such a gaze made Shun Julie feel a chill in his heart. Shun Julie, I hate you. She spat out word by word, her eyes filled with hatred. Shun Julie's hand froze. What right do you have to hate me? She hated him? Why should she hate him? Between the two of them, he was clearly the one who had been schemed against. What right did she have to hate him? Ning Xiuma no longer looked at him. She laughed louder and louder. She laughed so hard that she almost couldn't breathe. She laughed so hard that she suddenly opened her mouth and spat out another mouthful of blood, which landed on Shun Julie's lapel. The blood was bright red and carried a fishy sweet smell. It was like the winter sweet blooming on his snow-white lapel. It was a dazzling red. Shun Julie's hand trembled and suddenly let go. Ning Xiuma slid down and fell to the ground. Chapter 1477. Shui Emo, this seat will let you off this once. You're on your own. He didn't look at her anymore. Turning around, he waved his hand towards Luzine. A ball of white light flashed, and Luzine on the ground revealed her original form. A originally snow-white nine-tailed fox, but now its fur was dirty, most of it dyed red with blood. Its originally watery eyes were left with 2 bloody holes, and most of its tongue was missing. Its 4 limbs were broken, and there were several bone-deep wounds on its body. Flesh lacerated. Truly flesh lacerated. It was paralyzed there, its body trembling nonstop. Shun Jiuli frowned. Raising his sleeve, a white light shot out, enveloping the fox in a barrier. Then, he turned around and left with it. He had to treat it immediately, or else it would really be crippled. It was implicated by him, and also came to pick herbs for him. Now that it was tortured to this state, he couldn't absolve himself of the blame. He didn't want to look at Ning Xiuma anymore, in case he couldn't control his anger and really killed her. He flew up, and behind him came Ning Xiuma's faint whisper, like a curse. Shun Jiuli, you'll regret it. Shun Jiuli's feet paused slightly. Just as he was about to turn around, he saw a red figure flying in this direction from the corner of his eye, Shuet Ilan. He still appeared in the end. Shun Jiuli didn't want to be entangled with him at this time. Without any hesitation, a white light flashed, and he disappeared in the air. The surroundings regained its tranquility. On the ground, there were broken trees, rolling boulders, and dripping blood. The wind blew, blowing Ning Xiuma's messy hair. There was still the smell of blood in the air. Ning Xiuma sat with her back against the big tree, not getting up. She was too lazy to use her psychokinesis to control it. Blood gushed out from between her legs again, stream after stream, as if it was endless. Through her blood-stained skirt, it formed a small blood puddle on the ground, and that blood puddle was rapidly expanding. She looked up at the sky, towards the depths of the white clouds. "Baby, I'm sorry. Mommy is useless. I didn't get revenge for you. Mommy is coming to accompany you. It's lonely on the road to the netherworld. Let's keep each other company." When Shuelan arrived, he saw this scene. Ning Xiuma was lying on the ground, covered in blood. Her eyes were staring blankly at the sky, motionless. "Momo." Shuelan's legs almost went soft. He was stunned for a moment before he rushed over and hugged her in his arms. "Momo, which bastard hurt you?" Ning Xiuma stared blankly at the sky. She didn't seem to see him, nor did she struggle. Her entire body seemed to have fallen into a void world, and she was no longer able to sense anything that was happening outside. "Momo." Shuelan could feel that her body was gradually turning cold, and her face was getting paler and paler. Under the sunlight, her lips were so pale that they were almost transparent. It was as if the slightest touch would shatter her entire body. Shuelan's heart was beating wildly. This was the first time he saw her in such a dispirited and desperate state. Although she was still alive, she seemed to have lost all her vitality. Her whole body was covered in blood, but her skirt was not torn. He couldn't see any wounds either. Where exactly was she bleeding? Shuelan was determined to check her injuries, but when he reached out his hand, he seemed to have thought of something and paused. His Momo didn't like him touching her body. Because of this, she had fought with him several times. He froze for a moment before he finally asked, "Momo, where are you hurt?" I'll stop the bleeding first." She couldn't let it continue like this. She would bleed to death. Chapter 1478. Ning Xiuma acted as if she didn't hear his question. Although her eyes were wide open, they didn't reflect any light. They were as dead as a black hole. Shuelan was frightened by her expression. He had seen Ning Xiuma disappear into the black hole when he was in the outer space. He tried his best to find the black hole, but he could not find it no matter how hard he tried. Like a headless fly, he passed through one space door after another. In the end, he lost his way and could not find his way home. Passing through the space door required a sufficient amount of psychokinesis. He tried his best not to consume too much psychokinesis. In order to find Ning Xiuma, he could only find a place to rest when he was at the end of his tether. After a while, his body could not take it anymore. He fell seriously ill on a foreign planet. Unfortunately, the planet was full of primitive people. There was almost no civilization. Naturally, there were no herbs to cure his illness. Moreover, the environment there was very bad. He could not absorb enough spiritual energy. This illness almost took his life. If he did not have a protective barrier around him, the primitive people and wild beasts on the planet would have eaten him. This illness trapped him on the planet for 8 years. If he used his sorcery to suck the blood and souls of the primitive people, he might be able to recover faster. However, when he caught the primitive people and was about to use his sorcery, he suddenly remembered Ning Xiuma. She seemed to hate killing. In the end, he released the primitive people and relied on cultivation to recover bit by bit. After his body recovered more than half, he could not wait to leave the planet. After another round of searching, he finally found the door to this space door 2 years later and came back. He still had a tiny hope in his heart. He wanted to see if Ning Xiuma had come back. After asking around, he heard that Ning Xiuma danced as a gift during the engagement ceremony of the Sun-Moon Sex Dizun. He was happy but worried at the same time. He immediately began to search for Ning Xiuma's whereabouts. After many twists and turns, he finally found her. He finally saw her after 10 years. She was bathed in blood. She was dying. No matter what he asked her, it was as if she couldn't hear a thing. She was like a lifeless porcelain doll, and even her eyelashes were transparent. He held her in his arms, and she was as light as a leaf that could break at any moment. The blood on her dress dripped down along the corner of her clothes, almost forming a line of blood. She was still bleeding. Shui Lan was so anxious that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He was about to risk being cut by her in the future to check her body. Suddenly, he realized that Ning Xiuma was staring straight at him. His heart skipped a beat. "Momo, did you see me? Where are you bleeding? Let me stop the bleeding first." "The child is gone," she murmured. She seemed to be sober and confused at the same time. "I couldn't avenge it. I'm useless." Shui Lan felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He almost threw Ning Xiuma to the ground. "Child." She had a child. She was bleeding because of miscarriage. Shui Lan lowered his head to look at her. His eyes were filled with complicated emotions. Ning Xiuma, who was in his arms, suddenly moved slightly. She raised one of her hands as if she wanted to touch something. A smile appeared on her face. "Baby, you're here to pick up Mommy. Mommy will go with you." Her words came to an abrupt end. Her eyes slowly closed, and her hand fell limply to her side. Shui Lan's mind was blown. His fingers trembled as he touched her wrist. Then, his expression changed drastically. He flew up with her in his arms. "Momo, don't be afraid. I'll save you. I won't let you die. It's okay. Don't be afraid." Chapter 1479. Lu Ziyi's injuries were extremely severe. After Shun Juli transformed her into a fox, he lifted his finger to stop her bleeding. Its eyeballs had been dug out while it was still alive, and its eyeballs had been completely destroyed by Ning Xiuma. It was in so much pain that it kept trembling. Within the protective barrier that he had set up for it, it was in a daze and had no intention of waking up. Its injuries were too severe. Even within the healing barrier that he had set up for it, it was still getting weaker and weaker. Its flower of life was like a candle in the wind, about to be extinguished at any time. He couldn't delay any longer. He couldn't delay a single second. As for how it had met Ning Xiuma and why they had fought, he would investigate these reasons in the future. But right now, saving people was more important. He had to save them first. After Shun Juli returned, he started to treat its injuries. Chest, stomach, eyes, mouth, limbs, there were penetrating wounds everywhere, and many of its organs were failing. It could be seen how ruthless the person who had done this was. Fortunately, it was a 9-tailed fox that had already cultivated to the heaven tier. Otherwise, these injuries would have already taken its life. Shun Juli looked at the wounds on its body, and his fingers stiffened. It wasn't that he had never seen people kill people, but it was really rare to see people kill people to such an extent. This was simply a type of cruel torture. In the end, what kind of conflict did Ning Xiuma have with it for her to be so ruthless? It was as if they were mortal enemies. Ning Xiuma's eyes, which were filled with hatred, flashed before his eyes, and his heart felt like it was being squeezed by an invisible hand. Ning Xiuma's nature wasn't very kind, and he had long known about this. All these years, he had been investigating her both openly and secretly. Although it was a secret that Ning Xiuma had used underhanded methods to skin Tu Yidao alive, with the help of the Sun-Moon Sect's vast intelligence network, Shun Juli still found out about it. Of course, he knew that she had done it to protect herself, and Tui Dao was indeed not a good person. He didn't feel pity for Tui Dao at all. However, it was indeed shocking that a young girl like her could do such a thing. From this incident, it could be seen that she could be ruthless when necessary. After all, he was once the successor of the fiend ancestor. Being vicious and merciless was also a means of survival. Everything he knew about Ning Xiaomo was negative. So when he saw her brutally torturing Luzine, he was so angry that he didn't even think about why she was doing it. Now that he had calmed down, he began to have doubts. With Ning Xiaomo's character, she wouldn't do such a thing to Luzine if she didn't have any enmity with her. His gaze fell on the unconscious nine-tailed fox in front of him. Or did Luzine provoke her? But if it was just an ordinary provocation, it wouldn't have provoked such a huge hatred. The image of Ning Xiaomo flashed before his eyes again. She was covered in blood, and there was not a single spot on her body that was not covered in blood. She was smiling like a demon from hell, and she was even going to attack Luzine in front of him. His heart suddenly began to race. Did Luzine do something irreversible to Ning Xiaomo? Was that why, if he wanted to know the truth, he only needed to read Luzine's memory to know everything? However, the person needed to be awake to read the memory, and Luzine was now unconscious and dying. The nine-tailed fox unconsciously let out a painful groan, and her body began to tremble again. He actually got distracted when Luzine was about to die. Shinjuli finally regained his senses, and his eyes darkened. Chapter 1480. He had to save it first. When it woke up, he would read its memories. He forced himself to calm down and began to heal Luzine. Time passed slowly. By the time he finished healing it, 4 hours had already passed. All the wounds on its body had stopped bleeding, and the places that needed to be stitched up had been stitched up. After a few months of rest, it should be able to fully recover. However, its tongue and eyes could not be healed. He had to leave it as it was and find a replacement in the future. This was the most difficult time for him to control his emotions when he was healing someone. While he was treating Luzine's injuries, Ning Xiaomo's eyes, which were filled with hatred, flashed in front of his eyes. This made him restless. Ever since he met her again, he had not been able to calm down. Oh, the nine-tailed fox that was enveloped by his white light moaned in pain. Its white fur trembled even more. Shinjuli looked down at it. He had raised many pets in his life, and many of them were injured. Thus, he was quite familiar with healing them. He had always been a clean person. Whether it was healing animals or humans, he would try his best to avoid physical contact with the other party. This was especially true when it came to females who had cultivated their human forms. Except for that fox from 3,000 years ago. That fox loved to cling to him regardless of whether it was in its human form or its fox form. At first, he resisted, but later on, he got used to it. I can't think about her anymore. Shinjuli suppressed his chaotic thoughts and focused on healing Luzine. After he was done, Luzine was still in a semi-conscious state. He could not read its memories right away. He stood there for a moment and then walked out. The scenery outside was still the same. Apart from his main hall, there were no other halls on the Tianyin Peak. He looked at where the side hall used to be. After 10 years, not a single trace of the side hall could be seen. In its place, there was a large field of herbs. The herbs in the field swayed with the breeze. There was a field of herbs that had bloomed with bright red flowers. The flowers were as red as the morning sun. Unconsciously, he walked over and touched the flowers. In a trance, the flowers seemed to have turned into Ning Xiaomo's bloody clothes. Shinjuli, I hate you. His hand trembled, and he took a step back. The flower was still the flower, not that person. Ning Xiaomo's figure followed him like a shadow, appearing and disappearing from time to time. His heart inexplicably panicked and tightened. It was as if the most important thing in his life was rapidly leaving him. His gaze finally landed on his clothes. There was still a mouthful of blood that she had spat out. He was obsessed with cleanliness. Normally, he would never let a mouthful of blood get on his body, let alone let the blood stain stay on his body for so long. It was something that could be removed with a cleansing spell, but he didn't want to remove it. He stared blankly at the bloodstains for a moment and walked around the courtyard a few times. In the end, he summoned Yelu Jing and told him a location, asking him to quickly investigate the whereabouts of Ning Xiuma and Shui Yilan. Before he left, he saw Shui Yilan appear. Without a doubt, they should be together now. Nothing would happen to her. The ancestor's order was extremely urgent. Yelu Jing and did not dare to delay and went to arrange it personally. Shun Juli walked around the same place again. The uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. The voice transmission talisman on his waist suddenly lit up. He picked it up, and Yelu Jing An's voice came through urgently. Chapter 1481. Master, the spies in the capital of Chong Kong Empire just sent news that Shui Yilan was carrying a bloody lady and crazily begging for treatment. He has already smashed several medical centers. What? The cup in Shun Juli's hand slipped and fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Who is he carrying? He heard his own voice wavering. Although he was 99% sure, he did not dare to believe it. I heard that it's Junior's sister. Shun Juli's fingers trembled. For Shui Yilan to disregard his identity as a demon to appear and beg for treatment. Her injuries must be very critical. How could it be? That's impossible. How could her injuries be so serious? Obviously, at that time, he saw Ning Xiuma torturing Lu Xin like a demon from hell. Her methods were so cruel that it made one's hair stand on end. In a fit of rage, he slapped her away. He knew that his slap was a little heavy, but he knew his limits. It should be within the range that she could endure. At most, it would only make her spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. It would not endanger her life. Her body was stained with Lu Xin's blood, and there were no other wounds on her body. Furthermore, she was full of energy when torturing people, so her body should be fine. How could it be? Did any of the doctors that he found survive? What did they say? Shinjuli suppressed the panic in his heart and asked in a low voice. The spies there have already asked. They all said that the lady is like a lamp that has run out of oil. They can't save her. Shunjuli's voice transmission talisman fell to the ground. Master, I also heard some news. I don't know if it's true or not. Speak. The spies said that he had asked several doctors. 2 of them told him that the lady had had a miscarriage and was bleeding profusely. Miscarriage? Bleeding profusely? These 5 words were like a series of thunderbolts, shocking Shun Juli so much that his face turned pale and he was almost speechless. She was pregnant? Pregnant. Who was it? His mind was buzzing and his mind was blank. His hands and feet were ice cold. No, now is not the time to care about this. She had a miscarriage and was bleeding profusely. It can't be my palm strike, like a lamp that has run out of oil. There is no way to save the desperate situation. Ning Xiuma, was she going to die? Master, Disciple has also heard that Shui Yilan has caused such a huge commotion that it has already alerted the other immortal cultivation sects. Many of the immortal cultivation sects experts are already on their way there. Master? The sound transmission talisman on the ground transmitted Yelu Jing An's report, but no one was listening anymore. The wind blew and the talisman drifted into the distance, and then slowly burned to ashes. For the first time, Shun Juli's hands and feet began to move before his brain. By the time he regained his senses, he had already left the Sun-Moon sect. He hurriedly used the earth-shrinking technique and rushed towards the vast sky Empire's capital at lightning speed. Ning Xiuma, no matter what, nothing can happen to you. No matter what, I don't want you to die. Shui Yilan was about to go crazy. He had never hated himself for not being a doctor as much as he did today. He could still deal with ordinary injuries, but a miscarriage and bleeding profusely. He really didn't have any experience at all. He didn't even know where to touch her to stop this damned bleeding. He could only find a doctor nearby, find a midwife. Therefore, he boldly carried Ning Xiuma, who was covered in blood, and barged into the vast sky Empire's capital, Fenglai City. This name was changed by Ji Yunhao after he ascended the throne. No one knew what it meant, but it was true that the people were still living and working in peace and contentment. Chapter 1482. Shui Yilan usually went into the city in stealth mode, but this time, he couldn't care less. He didn't go through the city gate. Instead, he carried Ning Xiuma, who was covered in blood, and descended from the sky. After all, he had been in the city before. Naturally, he knew where the medical centers were and which medical centers had better doctors. Therefore, he directly landed in the courtyard of the medical center. Unfortunately, the doctor in the medical center was more upright. No matter what patient he treated, he had to register and line up. This was the foot of the Son of Heaven, so the people here were very knowledgeable. They had also seen cultivators who could fly. Therefore, when Shui Ilan carried Ning Xiuma, who was covered in blood, and landed, they were very surprised, but they didn't panic. It was obvious that he had brought someone to see a doctor. Among the people in the line, there was a bold person who saw Shui Ilan running directly into the room where the doctor was. He was very angry. "Hey, line up, line up. You're not allowed to cut the line." In Shui Ilan's dictionary, he didn't know how to write the word line up. He didn't have time to pay attention to those people. He directly kicked open the door of the room, grabbed the doctor inside, and asked him to treat Ning Xiuma. The doctor was pulled so hard that he almost fell on top of Ning Xiuma, who was covered in blood. He also had a stubborn temper. He straightened his neck and angrily rebuked Shui Ilan's bandit behavior. He also said that he would only treat the people in the line. Even if the emperor came, he would have to follow his rules. Shui Ilan was furious. Naturally, he threatened him. However, the old man would rather die than break the rules. Shui Ilan flew into a rage. However, he didn't have any other way to deal with this kind of old man who could be killed but not humiliated. Naturally, he could use other methods to force the old man to submit. For example, he could use his bloody and thunderous methods to kill the old man's family and all the patients in the hospital. However, if Momo knew about it, she might not be happy. Moreover, it would take time to kill. What's more, he wasn't sure if the old man would be threatened by him. Helplessly, he suddenly knelt down in front of the old man. Illnesses have their priorities, and she really can't be delayed for even a moment. "I beg you, please save her." That old man was amenable to coaxing, but not coercion. In fact, he had already seen Ning Xiuma and knew that her life was indeed at stake, so she could not be delayed. Shui Ilan's kneeling gave him a way out, so he raised his head and agreed. She immediately went to see Ning Xiuma. Shui Ilan stood up and slowly loosened his fingers that had formed a seal. This old man didn't know that he had actually managed to keep his life. Just now, if he had hesitated for even a moment, he would have been slapped by Shui Ilan, this great devil, to the point where he was even more miserable than Ning Xiuma. The old man took Ning Xiuma's pulse for a while and shook his head. Shui Ilan stared at him. "What do you think? Can she be saved?" Madame Gouet is a case of miscarriage and hemorrhage. This case is extremely dangerous. 9 out of 10 people die. Madame Gouet has already lost a lot of blood. Her blood supply is insufficient, and her own blood is unstable. The old man shook his head and said professional terms. Shui Ilan was anxious. He grabbed the old man's collar and said, "Speak human language. Can she be saved or not?" The old man's face and neck turned red. "You're such a boorish man. How dare you threaten a doctor like this?" Shui Ilan's hands that were hidden in his sleeves loosened and clenched. He clenched and loosened again. It was the first time in his life that he had begged someone so humbly. It was the first time he had been so sullen. I really care about her. Can she be saved?" Chapter 1483. For the sake of the patient, the old man decided not to argue with him. But he also explained, "She is close to the end of her life. I don't know if I can cure her, but I can only try my best. As long as I can stop the bleeding first, I will be halfway to success." Shui Ilan naturally agreed and urged him to do it quickly. Ning Xiuma's bleeding made him frightened. He had no way to cure her, so he could only place his hopes on these human doctors. It turned out that with Ning Xiuma's physique, the human doctors could not be trusted. The old man used his special skills, but there was still no sign of stopping the bleeding. Her face had already turned pale yellow, and she still hadn't opened her eyes. Shui Ilan did not know how much psychokinesis Shui Ilan had instilled into her, but she did not move again. In the end, the old man shook his head and simply gave Shui Ilan an honest advice. "Don't worry about it. prepare for her funeral. Shui Alan did not say anything. He did not want to waste any time, so he picked up Ning Xiuma and left. The bold man who was angry at Shui Alan for cutting the queue sneered at the side. Who told you to cut the queue? Retribution. He wanted to say a few more words to vent his anger, but he could not say the rest of the words, because Shui Alan didn't even turn his head and flung his sleeves backwards. That person flew out like a rag bag. With a bang, he smashed through the roof of the clinic, causing chaos. But the chaos was far more than that. Shui Alan also wouldn't give up after seeing just one doctor. He continued to rush into a few more, causing chaos in each of the medical centers. As time went by, he became more and more irritable. Several doctors and patients were directly slapped to the wall by him, almost becoming photos that were hung on the wall. This was still because he had scruples in his heart. Otherwise, none of these people would have survived. He did not know who had seen him 20 years ago. When he was asking for treatment, he trembled and shouted, "Zither demon in red. He's the red-clothed Zither demon." A single stone stirred up 1,000 wolves. The people of this capital city still had a deep impression of the red-clothed Zither demon who had stirred up a storm in the city back then. And so, word spread from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100, from 100 to 1,000. The entire Fonlai city knew about it. Naturally, it also alarmed the imperial palace. The government immediately deployed soldiers and generals to strengthen the guards in the palace. The Minister of Supreme Court also sent out various spies to investigate Shui Alan's movements. This time, the spies didn't have to be too deliberate and immediately reported back. The red-clothed Guqin demon did not seem to have any evil intentions this time. He only wanted to seek medical treatment and cause trouble in various medical centers. He did not even wantonly kill people. Thus, the palace guards finally let out a sigh of relief and ordered them to pay close attention to the red-clothed Zither demon's movements. The various sects and clans also had many spies stationed in the city. Naturally, they also noticed this abnormality. Right after Shui Alan left, the government officials and the informants of the various sects and clans entered the medical centers, all kinds of hustle and bustle. Shui Alan had only been in the capital city for 4 hours, but everyone in the various sects and clans already knew about him. Countless self-proclaimed righteous sects and clans mobilized their troops to take advantage of this opportunity to get rid of him. It was useless. It was all useless. He carried Ning Xiuma and crazily kicked more than 10 medical centers. However, each time, he felt more and more despair. Ning Xiuma, who was in his arms, was almost lifeless. She lay there limply, as if she had already died. The streets were still bustling with activity. The surrounding shops were connected to one another. Countless people were laughing and chatting among themselves. Shui Alan was still staggering along the streets. Chapter 1484. Shui Alan staggered along the street. In his arms, Ning Xiuma's blood was still dripping. Drop by drop, the blood fell on the blue stone, as if red snowflakes were blooming. Perhaps the blood in her body was about to run out, but the speed of the blood flow had already slowed down a bit, following his footsteps to the ground. Her body was also getting colder and colder. She kept her eyes closed, never waking up. There seemed to be tears at the corners of her eyes, but they were already dried by the wind, leaving only a little trace. The corners of his lips were slightly hooked, as if he was smiling, a smile of relief. Perhaps the name of the red-clothed Zither demon was too well known, but at this time, many shops had closed their doors. Many people also hid in various shops, but they also watched his figure from various hidden places as he walked past. Even if there were some passers-by who had to walk for one reason or another, they all stuck close to the wall and then curiously watched him. It's useless. She's clearly a lamp that has run out of oil. There's no need to save her. This old man feels that if you carry her and run wildly, it's better to prepare a coffin for her. Young man, please restrain your grief. She should be a martial artist, right? If she was an ordinary person, she would have already died after losing so much blood. She's only left with her last breath, but she's just struggling at death's door. Forgive this one for being powerless. He had brought her to see all the doctors in the various medical centers, whether they were famous divine doctors or ordinary quacks, but none of them could give him any hope. None of them could wake her up. In this life, Shui Ilan had always been the most powerful. Except for the devil ancestor and Shui Emo, he had never knelt to anyone else. But this time, in order to beg those people to save Ning Xiumo, in order to fight for a bit of hope, he didn't know how many people he had knelt to. As long as there was one person who could save her, even if he had to kowtow 100 times to that person, it was fine. But no one could give him hope. Why was it like this? Why was it like this? His Momo had lived so miserably in her previous life and died so miserably. Could it be that she was going to walk the same path as her previous life in this life? If this was God's retribution to the devil, then Momo hadn't done many bad things. She had even saved many people. She had only repaid her debts, but she hadn't done anything truly evil. Why was God tormenting her like this? If this was retribution for the devil, then Shui Ilan must have done more evil than her, right? Why didn't the damned heavens come for him? Why did she have to bully his Momo? A murderous and cold aura emanated from his body. The wind lifted the corners of his robe and made it flutter. He had even sought out the imperial physician who worked in the inner court of the imperial palace, but the result was still hopeless. He hugged her and could only watch as her body became colder and colder, and her breath became weaker and weaker. Momo, if something really happens to you this time, I'll bury everyone in this city with you, Shui Ilan said fiercely. But his threatening words had no effect on the dying Ning Xiumo. She didn't respond at all. Momo, Shui Ilan's voice was filled with pain. What do you want me to do? Tell me. What do you want me to do? I don't want you to die. He blankly looked ahead. The street had already become very deserted, but he couldn't see any way out. His future was gloomy. Chapter 1485. Shui Ilan, do you really want to save her? Perhaps we have a way. A group of people suddenly appeared and blocked his path. Shui Ilan raised his head and looked at those people. It was a group of 8 people, and each one of them was astute and valiant. Although they were all ugly, each one of them was an expert. Shui Ilan's eyes narrowed slightly. Although he didn't recognize them, he recognized their clothes. They were from the second largest cultivation sect in Jianghu, the Wind Cloud sect. There were many talented people in this sect, and some of them were extremely skilled in medicine. They were even famous in Jianghu. Perhaps they really had a way. Shui Ilan's eyes flashed. He stared at them and repeated, "Do you really have a way?" His voice was slightly trembling. One of the short-bearded people immediately nodded. "Perhaps. We have to see to know." Shui Ilan's eyes lit up. He was like a drowning person grabbing onto a piece of driftwood, unwilling to let go no matter what. He raised his sleeve, and a soft bed immediately appeared in front of him. He carefully placed Ning Xiumo on it. "Take a look. If you can save her, I can give you countless mountains of gold and silver." The short-bearded man slowly walked over and said with a smile, "We don't care about mountains of gold and silver, but we want you to do something. If you do it, I can try to save her." "What is it?" The short-bearded man stared at him and said word by word, "Kowtow to us a few times on the street and shout that you, Shui Ilan, will always listen to the orders of the Wind Cloud sect." Shui Ilan stiffened. He raised his head and looked at him. His thin lips slightly pursed. "What? You don't want to? Then you could just watch her die." The short-bearded man sneered. Then he pulled his companion. "All right, we're leaving. Don't worry about him anymore. If he doesn't want the opportunity that was sent to him, then this girl should die. Others can't do anything about it, right?" His companions naturally echoed loudly and laughed. "I can kneel, but you have to promise to save her," Shui Ilan said slowly. The short-bearded man and the others looked at each other. The short-bearded man laughed. "Okay, sure. Then kowtow to me 3 times as a deposit." These people obviously had ill intentions. They didn't think that a great demon like Shui Ilan would kneel down in public. They just wanted to take the opportunity to humiliate him. Unexpectedly, Shui Ilan's eyes deepened when he heard this. "Good. You must keep your word." He actually knelt down in front of the short-bearded man. The short-bearded man was stunned. his mouth slightly agape. He watched as Shui Ilan knelt down and kowtowed, and a fierce look flashed through his eyes. He quickly made a few hand signals to the other brothers, and they immediately dispersed silently. When Shui Ilan kowtowed for the second time, 7 of the 8 suddenly attacked him together. Another one pounced towards Ning Xuemo, who was on the soft bed. 7 different colored rays of light shot towards Shui Ilan from different directions. These people were obviously used to working together. They didn't give Shui Ilan any time to react. Moreover, they were all killing moves. The 7 rays of light shot down at the same time, enveloping Shui Ilan's entire body. If there were people watching from the side, they wouldn't be able to see his body. Bang! After an earth-shattering sound, the 7 rays of light exploded with a brilliance that was even brighter than lightning. The 7 people were pleasantly surprised. They didn't see Shui Ilan dodge. Chapter 1486. It should have hit. They even felt the weapon cut into their flesh. A long scream resounded through the street. When the light dissipated, there was indeed a corpse on the ground that had been chopped beyond recognition. The 7 people were pleasantly surprised at first, but when they saw the corpse's face, they all turned pale with fright. The corpse on the ground was not Shui Ilan, but the person who had just pounced on Ning Xuemo, their companion. Shui Ilan had already disappeared without a trace. Their expressions changed, and they suddenly raised their heads. They saw Shui Ilan standing not far away, holding the dying woman in his arms, but his eyes were fixed in a certain direction. A person landed on the street, his black hair fluttering in the wind along with his white robe, and his silver mask flashed faintly onto the sunlight. The 7 people naturally followed Shui Ilan's gaze, and when they saw the white-robed person, their eyes lit up. Dizun. It was actually Dizun who had appeared here alone. They immediately knelt down and shouted, "We pay our respects to Dizun." Before their knees touched the ground, a white light flashed across the ground, and their bodies flew out involuntarily. Then, they fell to the ground one after another. It was unknown whether it was a coincidence or Dizun's punishment, but each of their knees touched the ground. A series of miserable cries sounded, and the 7 people's knees all shattered, and they fell to the ground, unable to stand up again. Dizun. The 7 people opened their eyes wide, looking at the godlike man. Shun Juli did not pay attention to them, and directly walked towards Shui Ilan, stretching out his hand. "Give her to me." Shui Ilan's expression changed, and he could not help but take a step back. Shun Juli's gaze fell on Ning Xuemo's body, and his pupils shrank. He staggered a little. Ning Xuemo's bloody clothes were already half dry, and her face was pale yellow. Her eyes were slightly closed, and she was lying helplessly in Shui Ilan's arms, almost unable to see the rise and fall of her chest. Ding! Another drop of blood fell from the corner of her clothes, and it fell beside Shui Ilan's feet. There was no trace of life in her body, and her whole body was like a leaf blown away by the autumn wind. The leaf was withered and yellow, and there was no green. She was like a knife that stabbed into Shun Juli's chest. His heart felt like it was going to flip over at that moment. He actually hurt her so badly. How desperate must she have been when he left her, who was so heavily injured, with another woman? While he healed the other women, she was already on the verge of death. Even though he hated her and was determined to cut off all ties with her, he had never thought of taking her life. Xuemo, I'm sorry. He waved his sleeves, and with a flash of white light, Ning Xuemo, who was originally lying in Shui Ilan's arms, was now in Shun Juli's arms. Originally, he just wanted to immediately heal her, but the moment she was in his arms, his heart felt like it was drowning, and he almost suffocated. It had been 10 years, and in these 10 years, he kept telling himself to give up, to stop thinking about her. But there were many sleepless nights where her figure flashed in front of his eyes. Many times in his dreams, he hugged her, but when he woke up, he was faced with a room full of loneliness. Unknowingly, she had become a demon in his heart that he could not get rid of, and unknowingly, she had become his poppy existence. Now that he held her in his arms again, the The familiar feeling and desire overwhelmed him. It was so familiar that it almost suffocated him. Chapter 1487. The moment he held her in his arms, he had the urge to crush her into his body and never let her leave. She was as light as a leaf floating in the wind. Her eyes were slightly closed, and she didn't move at all. Her face was frighteningly pale, and her eyelashes were almost transparent. Her once plump lips were dry and pale, without a trace of color. There were no external injuries on her body, but they were more serious than any external injuries. She lay lifelessly in his arms, pale, weak, and without any signs of life. Xiuema. Shunjuli's heart twitched as if countless needles had been stabbed into it, twisting it inch by inch. He would rather see her as vigorous and lively as she had been in the Heavenly Book Mountains. He did not want to see her so weak. Moreover, her weakness was all because of him. He held Ning Xiuema's wrist and took her pulse with trembling fingers. She was like a lamp that had run out of oil. She was really like a lamp that had run out of oil. She had lost almost all the blood in her body. If she was a normal person, she would have died long ago. The only reason she was still alive was because she had a half-immortal body and her soul was strong. Her wrist was ice cold. That coldness seemed to be able to drill into Shunjuli's heart through his fingers. After he checked her pulse seriously, his expression changed slightly. Ning Xiuema wasn't just suffering from postpartum hemorrhage. She had used some kind of forbidden technique before the hemorrhage. The image of Ning Xiuema torturing Luzine like an Azura flashed before his eyes. His heart suddenly tightened. Luzine was someone who had just ascended to Heaven rank level 1, and Ning Xiuema was Earth rank level 9. Logically speaking, Ning Xiuema shouldn't be a match for Luzine. However, the scene he saw was that Ning Xiuema had the absolute advantage, and Luzine couldn't even retaliate. Shunjuli knew that Ning Xiuema was extremely smart and had many tricks up her sleeves in battle. She could often defeat people who were stronger than her and beat them up until they cried for their parents. Even now, the Sun Moon sect still secretly spread the story of how she had slaughtered everyone when she had entered the sect, and how she had beaten up those who were several levels higher than her. Therefore, when he saw Ning Xiuema using her absolute advantage to the point that Luzine couldn't retaliate, he didn't feel that this abnormal phenomenon was strange. Now, it seemed that she had used a forbidden technique to temporarily increase her power to achieve that effect. She used this forbidden technique at the cost of burning half of her blood essence. She was also pregnant. Logically speaking, even a little bit of blood essence was extremely precious and would not be wasted easily. Even if she was thinking about the baby in her womb, she shouldn't use such a method that would hurt both sides, unless the child in her womb was gone by then. That was why she was so crazy and reckless. He recalled the moment he saw Ning Xiuema. She was covered in blood, and her dress was stained with blood. Her face was frighteningly pale, and her eyes seemed to be burning with fire. She even wanted to kill Luzine in front of him, as if she was her mortal enemy. Could it be that Luzine had already hurt the baby in her womb? When he arrived, she had already miscarried. More than half of the blood on her body was actually her own. Everyone would feel sorry for their child. If she had a miscarriage because of Luzine, then it wouldn't be strange for her to fight Luzine to the death. And what did he do? He slapped her when she just had a miscarriage, and it was on her lower abdomen. Chapter 1488. This made things worse for her, causing her to bleed profusely. At that time, she was already in an extremely dangerous situation, yet he abandoned her and carried someone else away. The truth seemed to be about to surface, causing Shunjuli's heart to tremble. The fingers that were holding Ning Xiuema's wrist trembled slightly. He lowered his eyes to look at her in his embrace. Right now, she was completely lifeless. Her pulse was also intermittent, so weak that he almost couldn't feel it. Even her breathing was almost gone. If he hadn't carefully sensed her, he would have thought that she was already. He took a deep breath. Now wasn't the time to think about this. He had to go back and investigate the truth. Right now, he only wanted to save her. Even if she couldn't stay by his side, he still hoped that she could live well. Xiuema, I won't let you die. Don't be afraid. I will definitely save you. He took a deep breath and then slowly lowered his head. From the moment the ancestor appeared, the people who had closed their doors on the main street ran out one after another. In just a moment, many people had already gathered around them. Of course, these people didn't dare to really surround them. They only knelt from afar and curiously watched. The most frightening thing was to injure the bones. The pain of broken bones was definitely more ecstasy than any other pain. The 7 disciples of the Storm sect who had their knees broken were already sweating from the pain. If they weren't afraid of the ancestors' heavenly might, they would have howled on the spot. They suppressed the pain and pressed their acupoints. Only then did the pain lessen and they reluctantly raised their heads. Then they saw an incomparably shocking scene. The ancestor, who had always been aloof and untainted by the mundane world, actually kissed the woman in his embrace. The ancestor was obsessed with cleanliness. This was something that everyone in the continent knew. The woman in his embrace was covered in filth. Even her hair was stuck together with blood. She was so dirty that she couldn't be cured. Yet the ancestor not only held her in his embrace, he even knelt down and kissed her. The ground was filled with eyeballs. The ancestor's action was simply shocking. Everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Shuailon was standing on the side. He was also stupefied. Originally, he was very unwilling to hand over Momo in his arms to that powerful love rival. But he also understood that if his Momo still wanted to be saved, he could only rely on this person in front of him. Therefore, he clenched his fists to resist the urge to snatch Ning Xiuma back. He thought that Shun Juli would treat Ning Xiuma immediately after taking her away, but he did not expect that he would lower his head and kiss her. He was instantly enraged. This bastard! At a time like this, he still wanted to take advantage of Momo. This was intolerable. Shuailon threw out a palm. Bastard! Who told you to be such a hooligan at this time? He had been running around for half a day and had to endure everyone's supercilious looks. He had his stomach full of pin-up anger, and at this moment he could no longer suppress it, so this palm strike was exceptionally powerful. A streak of red light shot towards Shun Juli's back like a bolt of lightning. Although he was angry, he still had a sense of propriety. Shun Juli was holding Ning Xiuma, so he naturally could not attack in front of him. Therefore, he attacked from behind. Careful! Someone cried out in alarm. At this moment, Shun Juli seemed to be in a daze. He hugged Ning Xiuma and kissed her passionately. Shuailon's red light hit his back. With a bang, everyone seemed to hear the sound of bones breaking. Shun Juli's face turned slightly pale, but his body did not move at all. His lips never left Ning Xiuma's lips. Chapter 1489. Shuailon was simply speechless. He had seen rapists before, but he had never seen one who didn't care about his life. It was as if he wanted to kiss her even if she died. Wasn't this bastard already engaged to another woman? Why did he still want to take advantage of his Momo? Shuailon simply wanted to smash Shun Juli into pieces with one palm. However, that person was still the only hope to save Momo. Shuailon only felt a wave of anger rush to his head, but he couldn't find a place to vent it. In the blink of an eye, he saw the 7 people from the Storm sect. Those people were also shrewd people. They probably knew that if they continued to stay here, they wouldn't have a good ending. They were just about to roll and crawl away on their hands and feet. Shuailon's eyes suddenly narrowed. For the sake of Ning Xiuma, he was willing to lower his voice to these people and didn't hesitate to kneel down and beg. However, these people wanted to take advantage of the situation to trick and plot against him. Did they really think that he, the Demon Emperor, was fake? Just now, when those people were plotting against him, his heart was actually on guard. The moment those people attacked him, he immediately used his demonic technique to quickly evade and directly threw himself at Ning Xiuma, who was lying on the single bed. Helplessly, the 8th person also rushed to the side of the single bed. Just as his hands were about to grab Ning Xiuma, a white light flashed and directly wrapped around that person and dragged him in the direction of the other 7 people. Thus, the 7 Wind Cloud sect's disciples killed their companions. Shuailon understood that the white light was released by Shun Juli. That strength and that timing were not ordinary. Shun Juli rarely killed people, but this time, his actions were not ordinary. Because everything had happened too quickly, those people didn't see clearly how their comrade had fallen under his sword. However, looking at the current situation, they had indeed angered the ancestor. Breaking their knees might just be the first punishment. When he was free and had time, he might give them a second punishment. Therefore, even if their legs were hurting unbearably, even if it was too embarrassing to escape in such a state, they couldn't care less. Just as they were about to escape, they heard Shui Ilan sneer. "You want to escape after toying with me?" 7 rays of red light shot out from his palms at the same time. They were exactly the same as the red light that had attacked Shunjuli. Each ray of red light chased after the middle of the back of a person. As a result, the 7 of them could only let out short screams as a bloody hole appeared in their backs. 7 people became 7 corpses. His move shocked the people who were watching from afar. Someone screamed and hurriedly got up and ran away. With one person running, it naturally led the others to run as well. Thus, the onlookers scattered like birds and beasts in the blink of an eye. Shunjuli seemed to be unaware of everything that was happening around him. He half knelt there and held Ning Xuema in his arms. The way he held her was a little strange, as if he was holding some kind of spell. As he kissed her deeply, Ning Xuema, who originally didn't have the slightest bit of vitality, gradually turned from pale to pale. It was as if new blood had been injected into her body, and finally, there was a little color on her face. Although the color was very faint, it was the hope of life. Shui Ilan originally wanted to give Shunjuli another slap to make him end this lecherous behavior. However, at this moment, when he saw Ning Xuema's complexion, his heart was moved. The red light that had been condensed in his palms slowly dissipated. Shunjuli's kiss lasted for 7 to 8 minutes. However, to Shui Ilan, these 7 to 8 minutes felt as long as a century. Chapter 1490. Finally, Shunjuli let go of Ning Xuema's lips and raised his head. His face seemed to be much paler than before. His eyes were slightly lowered, and his eyelashes were delicate. There was a faint trace of blood on his lips. As for Ning Xuema's lips, which were originally like flower petals that had been beaten by the wind and rain, they were now a bit brighter. Her eyes were still closed, and she didn't move at all. She just obediently lay in his arms. "How is she?" Shui Ilan finally couldn't hold back and asked. Shunjuli didn't answer him. He lowered his eyes and looked at her in his arms. He gently pressed a hand on her back and activated his divine telekinesis, circulating it in her body. He looked at her for a moment, paused, and then lowered his head again. Was there an end to this? Shui Ilan angrily said, "Shunjuli, you don't have the ability to get close to her. Don't use healing to do something improper." Shunjuli still ignored him. This time, his lips landed on Ning Xuema's Zhushao mole between her eyebrows. Shui Ilan. He felt like he had nowhere to vent his anger. How did it feel to watch the person he loved being kissed by a scum? But he couldn't separate them. Shui Ilan was so angry that he was about to explode. He clenched his fists and sneered. "Shunjuli, what's the use of you acting like you're in love with her? Let me tell you, Momo's heart has already been broken by you. If you want to treat her, then treat her properly. If you want to kiss her, then go hug your fiancée and kiss her. Momo thinks you're dirty." Shunjuli's mind was very strong. When he concentrated on something, the shouts of others were like the buzzing of mosquitoes to him. Now, all his energy was on Ning Xuema, who was in his arms, and he didn't hear Shui Ilan's shouts at all. His lips touched Ning Xuema's cinnabar mole. One of his hands was pressing on her back while the other hand was forming a spell. He was mumbling something, and a line of blood flowed from his lips into the space between Ning Xuema's eyebrows. After Shui Ilan finished yelling, he finally saw that the line of blood on Shunjuli's lips was connected to Ning Xuema's forehead. The line of blood was not disappearing, and Ning Xuema's face became even redder. What kind of healing technique was this? Shui Ilan opened his eyes wide and stopped yelling. He looked at Ning Xuema and saw that her complexion was getting better inch by inch. It was like a withered leaf that was being injected with chlorophyll again. However, Shun Julie's face was getting paler and paler. Finally, this strange healing technique stopped. Shun Julie slowly got up with Ning Xiuma in his arms. He didn't know if it was because he had been kneeling for too long or because of other reasons, but his body swayed slightly. "How is she?" Shui Yilan asked anxiously. "She's fine for now." This time, Shun Jili finally opened his mouth. He was still hugging her, as if he couldn't bear to let go of her for even a moment. "For now." Shui Yilan raised his eyebrows. "Her soul is weak, and her blood and qi are unstable. She's in danger of bleeding out at any time. I need to use the bone marrow cleansing technique to reorganize her qi." It was rare for Shun Jili to explain so much. Shui Yilan was confused. However, he didn't really understand. This kind of medical knowledge couldn't be learned in a short period of time. "How do I do it? I need an absolutely quiet room." "Okay, I'll go prepare it." Shui Yilan was straightforward. He turned around and disappeared. Shui Yilan made this quiet room absolutely clean and absolutely quiet. He had used his power to create this quiet room on a green hillside. Although Shui Yilan liked to kill, he was also quite artistic. The room he built had white walls and black tiles, and the windows were quaint and elegant. It was very artistic. Chapter 1491. When Shun Jili saw this house, his feet paused for a moment. The style of this building was exactly the same as when Shui Yilan was living in seclusion with Ning Xiuma in the Immortal Kingdom. It seemed like Shui Yilan had a special liking for this style of building. When Shui Yilan saw Shun Jili holding Ning Xiuma, his heart filled with anger. Even though he knew that this person was here to treat Ning Xiuma's illness, when he thought about how he was already engaged to another woman, Shui Yilan felt aggrieved for Ning Xiuma. He stretched out his hand with a straight face. "Give her to me." Shun Jili paused for a moment. He held Ning Xiuma without any intention of letting go. He took a light breath and said, "She can't leave my hand right now." His palm had been pressed against Ning Xiuma's back the entire time, as if he was transferring his spiritual force to her. Shui Yilan gave a cold laugh. "I hope you're not trying to take advantage of her. She has nothing to do with you right now." Shun Jili did not say anything. "Shun Jili, even if you save her right now, she won't be grateful to you at all." "I know." Shun Jili's reply was short and simple. It was already good enough that she didn't stab him when she woke up, so why would she be grateful? Because saving her was more important, Shun Jili and Shui Yilan were too lazy to waste words and directly entered the room to save her. Because they needed absolute silence and no one could disturb them, Shui Yilan didn't wait for Shun Jili to speak and directly went out to be a guard. The method of changing one's marrow was incomparably complicated and there were countless steps. Moreover, it had to be done meticulously and there couldn't be a single mistake. This required the user to be completely focused and not be distracted at all. It was unknown if that bastard Shui Yilan did it on purpose or if he only knew how to design this kind of house. The layout of this quiet room was simply a copy of the bedroom Ning Xiuma had when she was living in seclusion in the Immortal Empire. Shun Jili didn't know how long he had lingered outside that room and looked inside countless times, so he was naturally familiar with the layout inside. Now that he saw it again, his heart felt stuffy. 10 years did she and Shui Yilan spend in this kind of house. His gaze landed on the bed in the room. It was a rather spacious bed, big enough for 8 people to sleep on. The mattress on top was soft, and the top was a layer of red mattress. Embroidered on the mattress was a fox running in the wilderness. The little fox looked relatively young, with fluffy white fur and 8 tails swaying behind it. Shun Jili's eyes narrowed once again. This little fox's appearance was exactly the same as Shui Emo when they first met. Even the 8 tails were exactly the same. He looked at the little fox for a moment. Then his gaze suddenly moved away. He was an omnipotent god. In his life, there were only things he didn't want and nothing he couldn't obtain. He thought that with his ability, even if the other party came with a certain goal, he could make her change halfway through. He didn't expect, back then, he thought that he could hold her hand for life. But he didn't expect that the two of them would become strangers now. She was now someone else's wife, and even hugging her was a luxury. He could only take advantage of this moment. Shui Alon, that bastard. His wife was pregnant, but he let her run away alone. His gaze swept across the big bed again, overturning clouds with one turn of the hand, turning red waves with one turn of the hand. He didn't know why, but when these words appeared in his mind, his arm froze. Had she and Shui Alon spent these 10 years on this kind of bed? His chest suddenly felt stuffy. Shenjili took a deep breath. He felt that he couldn't think about it anymore. Chapter 1492. If he continued to think about it, he might just tear down the house. Shui Alon, this bastard, must have done it on purpose. He only said that he needed a quiet room, but he didn't say that he needed a well-equipped bedroom. Did he deliberately provoke him? The layout of the house made Shun Julie have the urge to run away. However, he couldn't find another quiet room. He paused for a moment and waved his sleeves. A layer of sparkling white light flashed, and the unsightly furniture in the room disappeared, especially the big bed, without a trace. There was a white jade bed and a few praying mats in the place. Since he wanted to save someone, he couldn't leave anything unsightly in the house. He didn't want to be distracted and make mistakes during the rescue, which would make him regret it for the rest of his life. Shui Alon was sitting on a branch of a big tree outside the small courtyard. This place had a good angle of view. Not only could he see the inside of the small courtyard, he could also see the surrounding scenery. Even if a fly flew over, he would be able to see it and kill it in time. He felt that he was very attentive and thoughtful. The quiet room was decorated according to the style that Momo used to like. When she woke up and saw the familiar layout, she might feel less sad. He was most satisfied with the big bed. Currently, Ning Xuema was still unconscious. To heal her injuries, she needed a comfortable place to lie down. She was injured so badly that Shun Julie might have to circle around her body to save her. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to do that if the bed was too small. Therefore, he specially made a king-sized bed. He was afraid that the bedboard would be too hard for Momo, so he personally made a few layers of bedding. Shui Alon stretched his waist on the branch. He had just returned to this world from outer space and encountered such a situation as soon as he came back. He wanted to save someone so badly that he couldn't calm down to think. Now that he had a little free time, he began to think about some things. The first thing that came to his mind was, which bastard caused Momo to have a miscarriage? Who was the father of the child in her belly? He had been separated from her for a full 10 years. When they met again, she was injured and almost unconscious. She only said, "Baby, Mommy is coming to accompany you." Her words were like a bomb that shocked him so much that he was at a loss. Because he was in a hurry to save her, he didn't think too much about it. Now he was puzzled. What had she experienced in the past 10 years? How in the world did she escape from that black hole of a whirlpool? Judging from Shun Julie's reaction, he didn't seem to have much interaction with her in the past 10 years. He didn't even know about the existence of this child, so this child was most likely not his. Then whose child was it? Could it be that Momo met and fell in love with another man in these 10 years? So she had that man's child? But why did she bring someone else's child to Shun Julie's engagement party? She even danced as a gift and smashed the pipa to sever everything. This was a bit like lingering feelings. Was the baby in her belly Shun Julie's? But the timing didn't match. Could it be that Momo and Shun Julie were entangled in this 1 year? But if they were entangled, it was impossible for Shun Julie not to know that the child was his. He wasn't an idiot. It was too strange. It was too hard to understand. Shui Alon felt that his brain was about to be tied up. He looked at the quiet house in the distance. There was no movement in the house. Even the curtains were closed, so he couldn't see anything inside. Chapter 1493. Before Shun Julie went in, he had said that no matter what happened in the outside world, he was not to be disturbed. Therefore, although he had a question in his heart, he could not say it for the time being. He looked down at his hands. His fingers were slender and white. These hands had once held the military power of the demon realm. They could summon the wind and summon the rain. But no matter what he did, he could not win the heart of the woman he liked. Now, he did not know whether the woman he loved the most was alive or dead. But he could only sit here and wait hopelessly. The hourglass of time flowed in this anxiety. In the quiet room, Ning Shuama's bloodstained clothes had already disappeared and were replaced by a red dress. The red dress was made from the best quality heavenly silkworm silk. Not only was it light and elegant, it also had the ability to defend against swords and sabers. This red dress was a treasure of the other world. Back then, the chivalrous and evil people in the other world fought to get this red dress. However, Shun Juli took advantage of it. He liked this red dress very much, so he took it back and put it in the storage space. These years, he would often go through the various space doors and go to various other worlds. He would often see things that were suitable for girls. Occasionally, he would buy them on impulse. After buying them, he would feel annoyed and put them in a remote corner of his storage space. He thought that there would never be a day when this red dress would come in handy. He did not expect to use it now. She looked really good in this red dress that he got, but the size was slightly on the plump side. She was obviously pregnant, but her body was thinner than before. Her waist was so slender that it seemed like he could hold it with one hand. Her body was full of bloodstains. It was very eye-catching. Before he treated her, he had to clean her up. When he treated her as his wife, if he encountered such a situation, he would not hesitate to strip her naked and wash her thoroughly with rootless, immortal water. But now no, she was someone else's wife. Even if he could not forget her, he could not be rude at this time. Therefore, he could only continuously use the cleansing incantation on her. Using the cleansing incantation required psychokinesis, and because he had given Ning Shuama a third of her god blood, he was somewhat weak. He knew that if he continued to heal her, he would have to consume a small amount of psychokinesis. He truly felt that his incomparably boundless psychokinesis was somewhat insufficient. When he held her in his arms again, he realized that he still desperately desired her. He longed to the point that he had the impulse to kill Shui Ilan outside to prevent any future troubles. But no, he had already hurt her badly enough. If he killed Shui Ilan as well, it was one thing for her to fight him with her life when she woke up, but he was afraid that she would be extremely sad. Therefore, even if Shui Ilan was an eyesore, he could not kill him. Perhaps in the future, he would have to send people to protect him, lest he be accidentally destroyed by those cultivation sects. Just thinking about it made him feel vexed. Therefore, Shun Jili simply stopped thinking about it. At this moment, she was lying on the white jade bed that he had prepared with her eyes closed. After he cleaned her up with the cleansing spell, he had already used a spell to put on the red dress for her. Her hair was winding under her body, and the red dress finally reflected a trace of redness on her pretty little face. Red dress, she looked the best in red. This dress looked like a wedding dress. She was lying on the white jade bed that he had prepared for her, just like his bride. Shun Juli took a slight breath and pushed this unreliable thought out of his mind. Chapter 1494. He slowly lifted her up, and the two of them faced each other. He took her hand and interlocked his fingers with hers. She was like a wooden doll, allowing him to play with her. It was rare for her to be so obedient. This was the most intimate position, as if it was the most beautiful time in the past. It was as if he had interlocked his fingers with hers on their wedding night. He had asked her if she regretted marrying him, and told her that he would give her a chance to go back on her words. How did she answer at that time? She said that marrying him was her greatest wish in this life. She said that she would never regret it. After saying that, she even kissed him with a red face. I can't think about it anymore. Now is not the time to think about this. He suppressed those messy thoughts that he shouldn't have at this moment, closed his eyes slightly, and probed her body first. The aura of God's power slowly entered her dantian. That place used to be a breeding ground for demons. At that time, the demon lived here. He remembered that the refining of the copper cauldron didn't completely refine the demon. There should be some remnants inside. It was most likely that it was heavily injured and was sleeping inside. But nothing. He couldn't detect a trace of the demon's aura at all. Her dantian was very normal now. He knew that the demon was very cunning and very good at hiding. Usually, it was easy for people to not detect it, but it couldn't hide from Shun Juli's God's power. Now, even he couldn't sense it. Could it be that the demon had completely disappeared on its own? This wasn't possible. He muttered to himself for a moment, and a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Could it be that Momo's soul was too strong and took advantage of the demon's weakest moment to completely absorb it? When this thought appeared, it made him stiffen. Absorbing the demon in one's body. Even a heaven rank level 4 immortal wouldn't be able to do it, not to mention that Ning Shuama was only at earth rank level 9. It was even more impossible for her to have this ability. Unless she was like him, a natural god, and this was even more impossible. Momo was only a nine-tailed fox in her previous life. She had nothing to do with God. He couldn't figure it out. Since he couldn't think of anything, he temporarily put it aside. No matter what, it was a good thing that the demon in her body had disappeared. Healing her injuries was more important now. He started to get busy, one step after another. His movements were so fast that it made people dazzled. His figure flashed as he circled around her, his fingers quickly tapping on many of her acupoints. This process was very painful for her. Shinjuli had already prepared for her to cry out in pain while she was unconscious. Unexpectedly, she didn't move at all, as if she wasn't the one who was chosen. Was she really not in pain, or had she suffered more pain in the past, so she was numb to it? Her face was slightly pale, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. However, she pursed her lips and did not make a sound. She did not even make a sound. Although her appearance was not enough to disturb the doctor's state of mind, it made Shun Julie's heart twist. He forced himself to calm down and began the last step. Once again, he pulled her hand over and placed his fingers against hers. He closed his eyes and activated his psychokinesis. Beads of blood appeared on all 10 of his fingers and seeped into her body through her fingers. Marrow cleansing meant that the two of them were connected by blood. The flow of his blood also joined the flow of her blood. It was equivalent to blood circulating between the two of them. Shun Julie's blood was the blood of God. It had the power to purify everything. Even if her blood was exhausted and decayed, it would be rejuvenated and regain its energy under the influence of the blood of God. Chapter 1495. If he succeeded, not only would Ning Shuama's power not decrease, but it would also increase a lot. She might even be able to break through the earth rank and directly enter the heaven rank level 1, which would be a blessing in disguise. What he did not expect was that when his blood entered her body halfway, her originally slow blood flow suddenly started to boil. It was as if there was originally a sleeping dragon inside, and his divine power was an outsider who had invaded its territory. The dragon rose into the air, bared its fangs, and brandished its claws to attack the intruder, vowing to drive the intruder out of its body. Shun Julie was caught off guard, and the divine power he released almost fought with the power in Ning Shuama's body. If they really fought, then Ning Shuama's body would become a battlefield, and in the blink of an eye, her body would be destroyed until not even a strand of hair was left. Therefore, he could only desperately withdraw his divine power when he sensed that something was wrong. He withdrew too quickly, and the divine power quickly backfired and directly hit his own body. In an instant, it was as if he had been pierced by thousands of steel needles. His face turned pale, and cold sweat seeped out. He took half a step back and almost fell off the white jade bed. Without his support, Ning Shuama's body tilted to one side and fell to the ground. It was probably because the power in her body was awakened, and it was boiling and clamoring in her body. Shun Julie could even see the veins on the surface of her skin moving like snakes, undulating like tides. Her face, which was originally slightly red, turned pale again. Sweat seeped out from the tip of her nose, and her teeth unconsciously bit down on her lips. Her lips were bitten until they bled, and 2 drops of blood came out. Although Shun Julie did not know what went wrong, he knew that he could not let her go on like this. Ignoring the pain in his body, he rushed to her side and carried her again, using ordinary telekinesis to guide her blood flow. After all, his telekinesis was strong, and ordinary telekinesis would not trigger the power in her body to fight back. After a while, the power in her body was like a little lion that had been successfully pacified, and it finally calmed down. Shun Julie sighed softly and looked down at Ning Shuama in his arms. His gaze was faintly complicated. What exactly was she? This was the first time he had seen such power. He thought for a moment and used his ordinary telekinesis to search her body again, but he couldn't find anything at all. It was as if the mysterious force in her body had finally gone to sleep after defeating the enemy and was dormant again. Shunjili raised his hand and rubbed the space between his eyebrows. This matter was somewhat difficult to handle. It seemed like he had to carry out Plan B. However, the second plan was a little abrupt, but now, in order to save people, he couldn't care less. He slowly unbuttoned the front of her shirt, revealing her perfect collarbone and exquisite mounts. Her snow-white skin looked even more sparkling and translucent under the reflection of the pearls on top of her head. Although Shunjili had always had a strong willpower, even if there were more than 10 beautiful and enchanting women dancing in front of him, he would still be able to maintain his composure and not even move his eyebrows. His heart would not have any ripples at all. However, the woman in front of him was the one he had always desired. She was the poppy in his heart that he couldn't bear to part with in his previous life. He didn't know how many times he had made love with her. In this life, they had also been intimate once, so he was very familiar with her body. At this moment, her clothes were half unbuttoned, and she was half sitting in front of him. That peerless spring scenery still made his mouth dry and his tongue dry. He suddenly moved his eyes away and stabilized his mind. His telekinesis gushed out from his palm and slowly injected into a certain vital acupuncture point on her chest. It quickly moved around her acupuncture point. Chapter 1496. This kind of healing not only tested his willpower, but also his psychokinesis. It consumed twice as much energy as using God's power. He used his psychokinesis to circulate in her body and was surprised to find that her damaged meridians were recovering automatically. Moreover, the speed of recovery was even faster than when he used his psychokinesis to help her recover. Could it be that he had used his God's power to stimulate the mysterious power in her body? Shunjili heaved a sigh of relief and slowly withdrew his hand. He then helped her to fix her messy clothes. Since she had started to recover automatically, he could no longer participate in it. Otherwise, the recovery speed of the two forces would be different due to the difference in speed. She might even go crazy because of this. What he needed to do now was to stay by her side and check on her recovery speed from time to time. If he found something wrong, he could make some adjustments. She was lying on the white jade bed as if she was sleeping soundly. He sat beside her and looked at her. He was holding one of her hands the whole time. Perhaps they were really deeply in love with each other. He could only stay by her side quietly for this moment. After that, they would go their separate ways and live their own lives. As for this incident, he needed to know the truth and give her an explanation. Unknowingly, 6 hours had passed. After 6 hours, the door of the quiet room finally opened. Shunjili slowly walked out from inside. His face was extremely pale, but his steps were still very steady. A red shadow flashed. Shue Ilan floated down and landed directly in front of him. He stared straight into Shunjili's eyes and asked, "How is it? Is she okay?" His voice was slightly trembling. He was afraid that something bad would come out of Shunjili's mouth. She should be fine. Shunjili was a man of few words. He paused and threw out a medicine bottle. This is the pill she should take every day. Let her take 3 pills every morning. After that, he turned around and disappeared. Shue Ilan. This person left too straightforwardly. He didn't even have time to ask the question in his heart. Forget it. Those were all secondary. As long as she could survive, as long as she was fine, everything else was fleeting. Luzine had already been moved back to the small courtyard she used to live in. Although she was unconscious, she was blind and crippled. She would tremble from the pain from time to time. So, she needed someone to take care of her. So Yalu Jing and still sent 2 female disciples to wait on her. It was not easy to take care of this kind of patient. She had to wipe its sweat from time to time to prevent the sweat from flowing into the wound and causing infection. It was already the middle of the night, and the 2 disciples were a little tired. One of them was taking a nap on a small bed in the outer room, while the other was dozing off on Luzine's cloud bed. The lights dimmed, and another person suddenly appeared in the room. The female disciple, who was dozing off, opened her eyes in a daze and jumped in fright. He fell to his knees. Dizun. She was simply too shocked, so she kowtowed especially loudly. She accidentally knocked her head so hard that she got a bump. An ancestor had unexpectedly broken into this small courtyard in the middle of the night. This had never happened before. She had served Lu Xing in this courtyard for so many years, but she had never seen Dizun. Get out. The ancestor only said 2 words. The disciple didn't say anything else and immediately agreed. She kowtowed again and left, dragging her companion out of the room along with her. Before she left, she didn't forget to close the door for the ancestor. Shunjuli stood in front of Lu Xing's bed. Chapter 1497. After half a day of recuperation, the fur on its body no longer looked as dull as before. It was a bit brighter. Its injuries weren't light, and it was still unconscious. If he waited for it to wake up normally, he might have to wait a day, but he didn't want to wait a moment longer. The truth. He urgently needed to know the truth. When he came out of seclusion, Yalu Jing and had reported to him that Lu Xing had gone to the Forbidden Land to gather herbs for him. He didn't take it to heart at that time. This Forbidden Land was located in the sky above Heavenly Book Mountain. There were herbs everywhere, and there was indeed lightning avoidance grass that could cure lightning tribulations. However, since he had already prepared to block lightning tribulations for Lu Xing, he naturally considered this step. He had already prepared these herbs, so there was no need for Lu Xing to interfere. However, since she had already been gone for a day and a night, then let her be. After all, although there were some ferocious guardian beasts in the Forbidden Land, their levels weren't too high. With Lu Xing's martial arts, it was enough to deal with them. The Forbidden Land wasn't close to the Sun Moon sect. With Lu Xing's speed, it was already not bad if she could return in 2 days. Therefore, in his opinion, it was normal for Lu Xing to go missing for a day and a night. There was nothing to worry about. As for Ning Xuema was the only one that made him a bit worried. Although he knew that they weren't fated and that he shouldn't miss her, reason couldn't completely control his emotions. He still couldn't help but want to know how she was doing. Originally, he still needed to go into seclusion for 2 more days to fully recover. However, in the later stages of his seclusion, he didn't know why he was so impatient and flustered. It was as if something important in his life was disappearing. This was the first time he felt this way. He subconsciously tried to calculate, but he didn't get anything. In this world, the only person he couldn't calculate was Ning Xuema. His first feeling was that something had happened to Ning Xuema. This time, he couldn't stay calm and immediately contacted Yalu Jing and reported that Helian Xiao, who was sent to Phoenix City, had a small accident. He didn't know what forbidden land he had accidentally entered, but he encountered a ghost wall. He came out after a day and a night and was now on the way to Phoenix City. However, the disciples of Phoenix City didn't see Ning Xuema, so he sent people to search along the way. In other words, Ning Xuema was missing. After receiving this news, Shunjuli became even more impatient. Back then, when he was helping Ning Xuema to expel the devil from her body, in order to protect her soul from being harmed, he had separated a part of his soul from her. Later on, she left with Shui Ilan with hatred, and he did not take back that part of his soul. With that soul in her body, he could still sense her. Although he couldn't sense her emotions, as long as she was on this continent, he could sense her general location. He immediately focused his senses and sensed, but to his surprise, he discovered that Ning Xuema was actually in the direction of the Heavenly Book Mountain. If she wanted to go to Phoenix City, she would not have passed through Heavenly Book Mountain. Why did she suddenly go to Heavenly Book Mountain? Could it be that he needed to collect some herbs? He knew that Ning Xuema was extremely smart and quick-witted. That disciple who was following her had most likely been detected by her. In order to confuse that disciple, she deliberately flew in the direction of Phoenix City, but she changed her direction not long after flying. That was how she got rid of the disciple sent by Yalu Jing, and no one knew the dangers of Heavenly Book Mountain better than Shunjuli, especially those spirit beasts on the 9th peak. Even an Earth rank level 9 would be in danger at every step. Chapter 1498. When he thought of his inexplicable panic, he became even more impatient. Therefore, he immediately set off, and in the end, he witnessed such a cruel scene. At that time, he was so angry that he didn't think much about it. After he came back from the rescue, he was so busy that he didn't have time to think. It was only when he was guarding Ning Xiuma that he really calmed down and thought about it. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. The more he thought about it, the colder his limbs became. Ning Xiuma was pregnant. With her personality, she would definitely treat the child as a treasure. For the sake of the baby in her womb, she wouldn't purposely find trouble with Lu Xing, whose psychokinesis was higher than hers. Moreover, only Yelu Jing and knew that Lu Xing went to the forbidden land of spiritual herbs. Ning Xiuma shouldn't have any channels to know about this. Naturally, she wouldn't purposely go to Tianshu Mountain to find trouble with Lu Xing. At first, he thought that the two of them just met on a narrow path. Now, it seemed that things were far from that simple. It was highly likely that Lu Xing took the initiative to find trouble with Ning Xiuma. If he wanted to find out the truth quickly, he could only find Lu Xing. Therefore, he rushed back in the middle of the night and went to her room. He looked down at the nine-tailed fox on the bed. Lu Xing seemed to still be unconscious. Her body trembled from time to time, and she groaned in pain. Obviously, even if she was unconscious, she still felt pain. Shun Jili paused. He couldn't wait any longer. He reached out his hand and was about to use spells to wake her up when he suddenly paused. After looking at her for a moment, he suddenly said, "You don't have to pretend anymore. I know you're awake." Lu Xing's body trembled, and her ears trembled. She couldn't open her eyes anymore. She turned her head and faced Shun Juli's direction. She groaned again, as if she was crying out her grievances. However, her tongue was gone, and her abdomen was pierced. She had just repaired it, so she couldn't speak ventriloquism. 2 drops of blood dripped from her eyes, as if they were tears. She looked very miserable, but Shun Juli was unmoved. He slowly said, "Let me ask you, how did you meet Ning Xiuma?" Lu Xing's body stiffened. She couldn't say a word. She whimpered and cried even more profusely. Shun Juli narrowed his eyes slightly. "I need to know the truth. Since you can't speak now, let me read your memories." This sentence caused Lu Xing's entire body to freeze. It was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, it shrank back and shook its head desperately. It endured the sharp pain in its abdomen and spoke in ventriloquism. "No need. I can write with my hand." Its claws had been reattached. Although it could not use its power, it could still write. It was afraid that Shun Juli would read its memories and obtain information, so it ignored the pain all over its body. With a flash of light, it was about to return to its human form so that it could write. However, just as the light on its body flickered, it felt a sudden chill on its forehead. A finger was placed between its eyebrows. His fingers were so cold that Lu Xing couldn't help but shiver. Her nose was filled with Shun Juli's unique light fragrance. Lu Xing originally wanted to get close to him, but now she was so scared that her whole body trembled. She didn't expect Shun Juli to have this ability. Reading memories. Once he read her memories, wouldn't all her secrets be exposed? Woo-woo. She wanted to shake her head violently, but Shun Juli's finger seemed to have fixed her in place. She couldn't move at all. Chapter 1499. It felt a sharp pain in its forehead. It could feel that everything related to Ning Xiuma was frantically flying out of its mind. Shinjuli didn't read people's memories easily. Although this was the fastest way to find out the truth, it wasn't challenging at all. If he found out everything through reading people's memories, it would be much less fun. His life was endless. In his long and boring life, he needed to cultivate some fun. It wouldn't be good if this fun was taken away. Unless he was anxious to find out the truth, he wouldn't use this method. He also didn't remember when he had been criticized by others when he used this method. It seemed that he had angered them and left a strong psychological shadow in his heart. Even when he woke up again this time, he didn't rely on reading other people's memories to recover his own memories. He had been watching Lu Xing's reaction. Therefore, Lu Xing's every little action fell into his eyes. She was obviously feeling guilty. She obviously wanted to lie. Then why should he be polite? He immediately used the technique to read her memories. Of course, he only took a portion of her memories. It started after the tribulation. He saw that after the tribulation, Luzine was recuperating in the small courtyard. Every day, she would ask about him 7 to 8 times. He saw that after her injuries were more or less healed, she walked around in the house alone with a heavy heart. He saw that she came out for a walk and accidentally saw Yalu Jing and Helian Xiao talking together. He heard that Ning Xiuma was heading to Phoenix City. He saw that she walked away thoughtfully and returned to her own house to take a few things. Then she came out and told Yalu Jing and that she was going to look for medicine for her master. He saw that after she left the Sun Moon sect, she quickly caught up with Helian Xiao and set up a trap in front of him. She made Helian Xiao fall into the illusion of the Sea of Clouds. He saw that she forced Helian Xiao's soul out of the illusion of the Sea of Clouds and used a technique to depict his actions and the way he spoke. In the end, she made Helian Xiao unconscious and trapped him somewhere. Then, she secretly caught up with Ning Xiuma, who was flying on her sword. When he saw Ning Xiuma and Luzine's memories, Shun Julie's fingers trembled slightly. At that time, Ning Xiuma's face was extremely pale, but her eyes were extremely bright. From time to time, she would caress her abdomen and murmur, "Baby, Mommy will take you to eat good food. I will definitely let you eat the best food and grow strong. Your father doesn't want you anymore. Mommy will dote on you twice as much. I won't let you feel like a child without a father. Baby, I'm sorry. Mommy wasn't strong enough. I fell sick just because of a little shock. You suffered because of me. But Mommy loves you very much. You didn't take any medicine, even when you had such a high fever. Mommy's physical cooling is also good. After soaking in the bath for a few days, my skin was about to cramp, but I finally got through it. It's just that the staff there must be wondering why I'm bathing so frequently. They might even think that Mommy is sick. Ha! Mommy is sick. She's sick in love with her son." Her face was full of motherly radiance as she chatted with the baby in her stomach. When he saw this, Shun Julie's face was already pale. Who exactly was the father of the child in her stomach? If it was Shui Elan's, how could he not want to have the child? He faintly guessed something in his heart, but he didn't dare to believe it. When he heard her say physical cooling, he seemed to have understood something. His heart couldn't help but twist. So, she had fallen sick in that poor little town. She had fallen seriously ill in that poor place, and there wasn't even anyone by her side to take care of her. Chapter 1500. She was seriously ill in such a poor place, and there was no one around to take care of her. She could only rely on baths to cool herself down. How helpless must she have been at that time? That damn spy actually didn't see through her. He only said that she lived in seclusion and liked to bathe. He even said that when he saw her occasionally, he saw her walking gracefully and her complexion wasn't bad. That's right, she had to be strong and had the identity of a demon king. If she showed any signs of weakness, she was afraid that she would be hunted down by the Celestial Cultivation sect. Therefore, she had to be strong. Shuema. Shun Julie's fingertips, which were pressed on Luzine's forehead, were already turning white. Then he saw Luzine muttering viciously to herself, "I definitely can't let you give birth to this child. Otherwise, I won't have any hope." He then saw Luzine rushing in front of Ning Xiuma and setting up a poisonous enchantment. Ning Xiuma was obviously absent-minded as she barged into the enchantment. Shun Julie's fingers began to tremble. He was a medical expert. Although Luzine's poison was extremely secretive, she couldn't hide it from his eyes. This kind of poison was nothing to ordinary people, but it had an extremely strong abortion effect. Luzine was indeed plotting against Ning Xiuema's child. He already knew what kind of feelings Luzine had for him. However, since he didn't have any feelings for her, he naturally treated her feelings as nothing. He had already fulfilled his promise by blocking the lightning tribulation for her. There was no need to get involved with her anymore. He thought that he had made everything clear and that Luzine had also understood. However, he didn't expect that she didn't give up at all. She actually plotted against Ning Xiuma. Why did she plot against Ning Shuima's child? Could it be that the child, Shun Julie, didn't dare to think further? His heart seemed to have sunk into the abyss. The finger pressing on Lu Ziyin's forehead trembled so much that it almost slipped off. As the memories flashed in his mind, Shun Julie's face turned paler and paler. When he saw Lu Ziyin transforming into Hellion Xiao to trick Ning Shuima into eating the falling blossom peach, his fingers turned cold. He couldn't wait to walk into the scene and knock the falling baby peach out of Ning Shuima's hand. Fortunately, Ning Shuima was smart enough to see through Lu Ziyin's scheme and expose her identity in time. To Shun Julie, what happened after that was no different from being struck by lightning from the ninth heaven. That child was actually his own. Although he didn't know what Ning Shuima had gone through in the past 10 years, he still understood Lu Ziyin's supernatural ability. He knew that she had a pair of X-ray eyes, and he had even experienced it himself. It was indeed magical. However, he didn't expect that she would know that Ning Shuima's child was his. Instead of telling him, she directly schemed against Ning Shuima. Lu Ziyin's memories were still surging in his mind. Shun Julie's face turned pale as he watched Ning Shuima desperately trying to protect the child and fighting a battle of wits and courage with Lu Ziyin. He watched as she sat on a huge rock and used her psychokinesis to protect the child. He watched as her eyes stared blankly. She was obviously scared to death, but her fingers were moving very quickly. She kept muttering to herself, hopelessly begging the baby in her womb to be strong and not leave her. Shun Julie felt as if a few knives were stabbing into his heart, but he could only watch as she helplessly worked. When the blood came out from under her skirt, he saw her frozen in place. She looked as if the whole world was leaving her. Shun Julie's heart felt as if it had fallen into hell. Blood gushed out from under her skirt, and she could only work in vain and mechanically. Chapter 1501. Blood gushed out from under her dress as she worked in vain like a robot. She was like a wooden doll that had been beaten into a pulp, but she was still holding onto a sliver of hope. He even saw her using a very thick silver needle to stab a certain acupuncture point on her body. That acupuncture point was used to protect the fetus, but it was several times more painful than other acupuncture points. However, she kept stabbing as if she didn't feel pain, trying to keep the baby, until the last moment, a small ball of flesh rolled out from under her dress. She was trembling like a fallen leaf in the wind. She held the small ball of flesh in her palm, and her eyes were dark and full of despair. Her dress was stained with blood, but she was as pale as a ghost. Shun Julie's face was also as pale as a ghost at this moment. This was obviously Lu Ziyin's memory, but he could also feel Ning Shuima's overwhelming despair and sadness in this memory. That kind of despair and sadness seemed to be shared by heaven and earth. The flowers withered at that moment, and the chill spread like a tide. At that moment, Ning Shuima turned into a demon. After some time, Shun Julie's finger that was pressed between Lu Ziyin's eyebrows finally slid down slowly. His face was frighteningly pale, and he stood there motionlessly. He lowered his head to look at his hand, and his fingers were twitching. No wonder Ning Shuima would fight with Lu Ziyin. So this was the reason. And what about him? What did he do? He injured her, who had just had a miscarriage, and then left her, who was on the verge of death, with the enemy who killed their child. Shun Julie, I hate you. This was the last thing she said to him. He didn't think much of it that time, but now he finally understood how much she wanted to cry for him. He treated her enemy, but he caused her to struggle on the verge of death, and she was on the verge of death several times. She was his wife, the wife who was pregnant with his baby. She must have wanted to give him a surprise when she came back with the baby, but she didn't expect to hear his engagement ceremony. Ning Shuima's words when she came to the engagement ceremony seemed to ring in his ears. Shun Julie, do you really want to marry her? She had always been strong and proud. Was she trying to get him back by asking that question? However, he had directly said, it has nothing to do with you, which had directly killed all her hopes. When he blocked the lightning tribulation for that woman, She went down the mountain alone in despair. That woman was only slightly injured, but he sent 2 of his disciples to take care of her carefully and ate all kinds of delicacies every day. His wife, who was pregnant with his child, had a high fever in a poor and run-down city, and no one cared about her. She wanted to eat a good meal for her child, and she had to travel to another city. In the end, he even injured her for the sake of that woman, who not only had a miscarriage, but also used a forbidden technique, causing her to bleed profusely. Xiu Ning Xiu, the woman he loved wholeheartedly. He had always thought that he had never let her down and had always had a clear conscience. But it turned out that he had already caused her so much irreparable harm. Shun Julie's fingers were trembling, and his whole body was shaking uncontrollably. What had he done? What had he done? His vision turned black, and there was blood boiling in his chest. Even the iron of Jiuzhou couldn't cast the word regret in his heart. Layers of regret surged in his chest like a tidal wave, and finally, it rushed up to his throat, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Lu Ziyin knew that it was over the moment his fingers left her body. She was terrified. Chapter 1502. Although she couldn't see Shun Julie's expression, she could still sense what was going on around her. She could feel that the temperature around her was dropping rapidly. The majestic, murderous aura coming from him made all the fur on her body stand up and her whole body tremble. The strong pressure made it so that she couldn't even raise her head. No, she had to do something. Otherwise, she might be beaten to death. She couldn't care less about the pain in her stomach from talking. She tried her best to speak. Brother D, please don't be angry. I know I'm wrong. I didn't want to kill her. I just wanted to get rid of the child in her stomach. Bang! Before Lu Ziyin could finish her sentence, she was swept away by a strong gust of wind. She smashed into the wall and slid down. The soft couch under her body was smashed into pieces. She couldn't even see its original shape. This caused the wounds that Lu Ziyin tried so hard to heal to reopen. Her vision turned black, and she almost fainted. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Lu Ziyin, I didn't do anything wrong to you. Why did you scheme against her? Why did you scheme against my child? Shun Julie's voice came from above her head. Lu Ziyin crawled towards him with trembling claws. Brother D, you misunderstood. I didn't want to harm you. You couldn't forget her all these years. When you were unconscious, you often called her name in your dreams. That woman caused you so much trouble. I didn't want her to bother you anymore. I was afraid that she would use the child to threaten you and force you to do this and that. So I took the risk to scheme against her. I didn't want to kill her. Before her claws touched the corner of Shun Julie's robe, he waved his sleeve and swatted her away like he was swatting away a fly. With a bang, she hit the wall again. How dare you interfere in my affairs? Lu Ziyin, you're courting death. Shun Julie's tone was cold and icy. You harmed her child. She hurt your body. You've harmed my wife and child, so I'll destroy your soul. Shun Julie clenched his fist in the air, and Lu Ziyin's body seemed to be lifted up by an invisible hand. In the next moment, as long as a white light appeared in his palm, 10 Lu Ziyins would be killed. Even his soul couldn't reincarnate. Lu Ziyin was so frightened that she screamed. Brother D, Ziyin knows her mistake. Ziyin would never dare to do it again. Ziyin had already been punished, hadn't she? I beg you to spare Ziyin this time on account of my father saving your life. Shun Julie looked at the 9-tailed fox that was hanging upside down and dripping with blood. He narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Lu Ziyin, your father entrusted you to me before he passed away. I promised to help you overcome the lightning tribulation and cure your old illness. Now that I have fulfilled my promise, I don't owe you anything anymore. However, you harmed my wife and child. You must pay for this. He slowly clenched his fist. Lu Ziyin's body felt as if it was being bound by an invisible iron hoop, causing her head to swell. If she still had eyes, her eyeballs would have been squeezed out. She couldn't speak anymore. Only her 4 limbs and tail were left trembling and spasming. All the wounds on her body had opened up, and it was several times more painful than before. Knowing that it was futile, she gave up on struggling. So be it. Her body was already in such a bad state. She had hoped that Shun Julie, who was omnipotent, would be able to change her eyes, reattach her tongue, heal her wounds, and restore her to her original state. Chapter 1503. She even had a secret hope in her heart. She hoped that Shun Julie would treat her well out of guilt. Not only would he heal her, but he would also not chase her away. She might even be able to benefit from this disaster and stay by Shun Julie's side for a long time to become his woman. But now everything was hopeless. Even if he did not kill her, he would not heal her. She would rather die than live in such a miserable state. Just when she could no longer breathe, the invisible iron hoop around her suddenly loosened. She fell to the ground and raised her head in panic. "I won't kill you." Shun Julie's voice was cold. Hearing this, Luzine did not feel relief at all. She wanted to speak again, but her abdomen was injured again. She cannot even speak. "I will order people to send you back to Jadewater and announce your true identity. Take care of yourself." Shun Julie did not look at her again and turned to leave. Luzine was scared out of her wits. The foxes in Jadewater valued family the most and cared a lot for the little foxes. If they knew that she was the one who caused all the female foxes to miscarry, she was afraid that they would skin her alive. She clearly remembered that she had used that poison technique at the very end in Jadewater, causing the children of several Fox Clan elders to die an unnatural death. Those Fox Clan elders had sworn with bloodshot eyes that they would skin the culprit alive once they caught her. No. If that was the case, she might as well die now. She struggled to get up and clench her teeth. Using the last bit of her vital core, she desperately tried to hit the wall. Poof! She did not hit the wall, but hit a soft enchantment. Her heart sank, and she raised her head. She heard a soft sigh. "Luzine, you brought this upon yourself." Luzine whimpered and shrank back. She could already tell that the voice belonged to Yelu Jing, and also felt very miserable. He was summoned by his master in the middle of the night. After giving him a few instructions, his master turned and left. Now, he had to clean up this mess. A few days ago, his master had instructed him to send Luzine back to the country of Jadewater after she had passed the lightning tribulation and recovered from her injuries. He also planned to have some fun in the country of Jadewater and see other fox spirits. Who would have thought? He didn't expect Luzine, who always liked to smile and looked like a fairy, to be such a woman. She had once done such a thing. This caused his good impression of her to drop to the negatives. Before his master left, he had instructed him to send Luzine back alive. Naturally, he couldn't let this woman commit suicide here. Although Yelu Jing didn't know what had happened during this period of time, but since Master had saved her and treated her with great care, and then heavily injured her to this extent, and even gave such a strict order, then she must have done something that angered both man and God, and angered Master, Luzine, to be able to infuriate my master and make him give such a cruel order. You are really capable. Yelu Jing didn't care about Lu Ziyin's desperate struggle as he casually placed it into a box and brought it out. He always carried out his master's orders to the letter. What awaited Lu Ziyin was another round of severe punishment. Yelu Jing could almost foresee Lu Ziyin's tragic future. He knocked on the box floating beside him and sighed. "I really think that you would be better off dead." This woman was really blind. Of all the people she could offend, she just had to offend his master. He had to finish this task quickly. When he returned, there was an even bigger task waiting for him. Chapter 1504. Master told him to prepare a wedding, and he only gave him 6 words. The grandest, the grandest. In just a few words, it showed how much importance Master placed on this wedding. Master's attitude was completely different from when he told him to prepare an engagement banquet. He vaguely guessed something in his heart and became excited. Could it be? Little junior sister was finally coming back. Woo-woo. A muffled sound came from the box that was enveloped by psychokinesis. It was obvious that Lu Ziyin was extremely uncomfortable inside. She was seriously injured now, and she was traveling in the sky where she couldn't breathe. She could only rely on the air produced by his box to breathe. His psychokinesis was limited, and it was already good enough that he could protect the box. He didn't have the extra strength to produce enough air for her, so she could only endure it even if she was suffocating inside. However, Master had told him not to let her die. He had to let her live to receive the punishment that she deserved. She would live, at least for 10 years, but the injuries on her body would never heal. She would always experience the pain of not being able to live and not being able to die. She would never be free. No one in this world dared to go against D. Zun's decree. He believed that the Jade Water Fox clan wouldn't dare to either. Shun Jiuli was flying towards the capital of Chong Kong country, his speed as fast as a shooting star. His heart was beating fast in his chest, sweet and sour at the same time. It was as if there was a pot of boiling water in his chest that was going to boil at any time. She loved him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have kept this child his child. If he hadn't read Lu Xin's memory, he wouldn't have believed it. He was the only god in this world. He was the strongest and had the highest magical power, but he also had a fatal weakness. The power of a god was too strong, so it was not easy for him to conceive a child. Even if he married a high-level deity, she might not be able to conceive a child for him after 8 to 10,000 years. He didn't expect that Ning Xiuma, who was only at Earth rank level 9, could do it. His child. That was his child. If he knew that she was pregnant with his child, he wouldn't have let her go no matter what. He would have kept her by his side, even if he had to use the method of confinement. He was really a bastard. That was obviously his wife, obviously his person, but he actually almost gave her away. Xiuma, wait for me. I'm coming to take you home. I will make it up to you. I will do my best to make it up to you. I won't let you get hurt again. The voice transmission talisman at his waist suddenly lit up. He looked down and saw a bright red light flashing. His heart sank. It was a message from Shui Ilan. When he left the last time, he was afraid that Ning Xiuma would have another accident. So when he gave Shui Ilan the medicine bottle, he also gave him a sound-transmitting talisman so that he could contact him if he was in trouble. Looking at the flashing blood-red sound-transmitting talisman, Shun Jiuli was stunned for a moment. Could it be something happened to Ning Xiuma? He took a deep breath and picked up the sound-transmitting talisman with trembling hands. Shui Ilan's exasperated voice came from the other side. Shun Jiuli, how did you treat her? Something happened to her. Shun Jiuli's expression changed. He almost fell from the cloud. What happened to her? She doesn't recognize people anymore. I can't say. Come and see her. She doesn't recognize people anymore. Amnesia? Shun Jiuli almost couldn't catch his breath. She couldn't have lost her memory like him, right? It didn't matter. Whether she lost her memory or not, he wouldn't let her leave his side again. At most, he would chase her back. Chapter 1505. Shun Jiuli had originally planned on making a trip to Heavenly Book Mountain to summon the soul of his child. But now he had to go and see his child's mother first. In reality, Ning Xiuma's situation was far worse than Shun Jiuli had imagined. She really had woken up, but her wide-open eyes were unfocused. When Shun Jiuli arrived, Shui Ilan was circling Ning Xiuma, calling out to her, but she did not respond. Seeing Shun Jiuli come in, he jumped up, his dark green eyes turning scarlet. He reached out to pull at Shun Jiuli's clothes. Bastard, just what kind of curse did you cast on her body? Shun Jiuli brushed him aside with his sleeve and sat down by Ning Xiuma's side. Without another word, he took her hand and checked her pulse. Although her pulse was weak, it could be considered normal. There was nothing wrong with it. Moreover, from her appearance, she should have woken up, but no matter how he called out to her, she would not respond. It was as if she had lost her soul and had become a wooden puppet. She was also very obedient, allowing Shun Jiuli to move her around. When he told her to open her mouth, she opened her mouth. When he told her to stretch out her hand, she stretched out her hand. She had no intention of resisting. However, her originally lively eyes were dark and deathly still. It was as if they were an icy wasteland devoid of any green. Shun Jiuli examined her soul. Her 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls were all there. Not a single one was missing. She was not suffering from a soulless illness. Just what is going on? Did she lose too much blood and hurt her brain? Shui Ilan raised his suspicions. Shun Jiuli ignored him. At this time, he could not panic. He could not be confused. He had calmed down. Shun Juli suppressed his panic and busied himself around her. She was not suffering from a soulless illness or a lack of physical souls. There was also nothing wrong with her body. Even her brain was normal, without any damage. There was not a single illness that he knew of that could be related to her. Then what was wrong with her? Shuema. Shun Juli stretched out his arms and hugged her tightly. His heart was filled with regret. She didn't move and let him hug her. She didn't push him away, nor did she respond. Her eyes were still staring blankly ahead. Shuelan was furious. Shun Juli, I asked you to treat her, not to take advantage of her. Shun Juli turned a deaf ear to Shui Ilan's scolding. He just hugged her, and felt her soul aura. Time ticked by. 2 hours passed. 4 hours passed. The sky outside was already bright, and the sun was just right. It was a rare sunny day, suitable for hiking, traveling, and having fun with friends. Inside the room, the two people's hearts were filled with dark clouds. Shui Ilan couldn't intervene, so he could only watch from the side. Shun Juli had been busy for a few hours, but there was still no effect. The once lively girl was now like a lifeless porcelain doll. She couldn't see anyone. Although she was still alive, she was no different from a dead person. What's wrong with her? Shui Ilan finally lost his patience. Shun Juli still didn't speak, but his hands and feet were a little cold. This was the first time he had seen this kind of illness. He was a god. Although his medical skills were excellent, he wouldn't treat people easily. If it was some complicated illness related to psychokinesis or injuries from practicing martial arts, it wouldn't be a problem for him. Even if she had lost her soul, he could still call her back. But this was not the case now. For the first time in his life, he felt helpless. Her fragrant and soft body was in his arms, but it seemed to be thousands of miles away from him. Chapter 1506. No matter how hard he tried, he wasn't able to touch her soul. Shuema, Ning Shuema, Shui Emo, Momo. He called out the name he had once called out, and he even used his telekinesis. Even if she was deaf, his voice would still reach the deepest part of her body and be received by her. But she didn't respond. She didn't even blink. Her eyes were wide open, empty. Shui Ilan steeled his heart. He took out a needle from somewhere and asked, "How about I stab her where it hurts the most?" "No need. It's useless." Shun Juli finally opened his golden mouth. He slowly bent down and picked her up, turned around, and walked away. "Hey, where are you going?" Shui Ilan chased after him. "I'm taking her to see a doctor." Shun Juli was a man of action. As he spoke, he had already soared into the air. Shui Ilan naturally wasn't willing to be left behind. He also flew up. "Where do you want to see a doctor?" Was there anyone in this world who was better than Shun Juli in terms of medical skills? Carefree Island. Shun Juli spat out a few words. His feet moved, and he flew even faster. Rongyu Etanlan often walked the human world and called himself the immortal doctor. He boasted that there was no illness in this world that he couldn't cure. He claimed that he could cure all difficult and complicated illnesses. Now, he could only take Ning Shuema to find him. Hopefully, he had a way. After all, Shuelan had been in the demon world for a long time. He naturally had some understanding of the characters of the immortal world. Therefore, although Rongyu Etanlan kept a low profile and almost never dealt with demons, he had still heard of him. The legendary immortal doctor might really be able to cure Momo. Although Shui Ilan's fighting skills were inferior to Shun Juli's, his running skills were still quite good. Shun Juli was extremely fast, but he was actually able to keep up with his footsteps. The two of them were originally destined to be enemies, but now, for the same woman, they had abandoned their former enmity and traveled together. "Give her to me." Shui Ilan impolitely extended his hand to Shun Juli. Since this god couldn't save Momo, then there was no need for him to look at his face and endure his tyranny. Shun Juli glanced at him indifferently. "Why should I give my people to you?" Shui Ilan was stunned, and his expression changed. "What do you mean?" "I meant it literally," Shun Juli replied. "Bastard, what do you mean by your people? You don't deserve her at all. You're already engaged to another woman. You have no right to get her." Shui Ilan was furious. "There's no engagement, and there's no other woman. She's the only woman I've ever had." "Nonsense. What's the matter with Lizine? Your engagement is known to the whole world. Momo has just returned, and she already hears about it. How can she endure this? Shui Alan was furious. No one knew Ning Xiuma's feelings for Shun Julie better than him. When that silly girl was with him, she would often be lost in thought. When she saw a man in a white robe on the street, her gaze would uncontrollably follow him for a long time. At that time, although she never said anything and even deliberately looked happy, he could see the unhappiness in her eyes. He saw the kind of unforgettable yearning that she couldn't forget even if she wanted to. Occasionally, in her dreams, she would call out to the great god. When she called out to him, she would stubbornly raise the corner of her mouth, but tears would often seep out from the corners of her eyes. Shui Ilan, who was secretly observing her, felt as if a basin of boiling water had been poured over his heart. It was as if he was scalded. That boiling water instantly turned cold, so cold that his heart couldn't help but tighten. Chapter 1507. On the surface, she looked happy and carefree, as if she had walked out of her gloominess. However, her heart was always empty. She agreed to try with Shui Ilan, but every time he deliberately got close to her, she would subconsciously avoid him. When he hugged her waist, her body would stiffen. She was lost in thought more than she was happy. Shui Ilan had tasted this kind of lovesickness before, so he naturally understood what this meant. She was lovesick. However, the person she was lovesick for was never Shui Ilan. It was like this in the previous life, and it was still like this in this life. No matter how much that person hurt her, no matter how much she hated that person, it had nothing to do with Shui Ilan. He couldn't even be the person she hated the most, whether it was love or hate. She was happy, angry, sad, or happy for the same person. She was extraordinarily stubborn when it came to relationships. This made Shui Ilan gnash his teeth in hatred, but he also felt a little sad. Wasn't he also stubborn? Was this fate? He couldn't let go of her and was crazy for her. However, she couldn't let go of another man and was heartbroken for that man because he knew Ning Xiuma's feelings. When Shui Ilan returned 10 years ago and heard that Shun Julie was engaged and Ning Xiuma used a dance to send him off, his first reaction was heartache. He knew that the girl would definitely suffer a heavy blow because of this. After leaving the Sun Moon sect, he didn't know where she would hide to recover. Therefore, he frantically searched for her. It wasn't to obtain her, but to be by her side, to give her a shoulder to lean on when she was the saddest. However, he didn't expect that he would find her so heavily injured. Which bastard hurt her? If I find out who it was, I will definitely tear him to pieces. Shui Ilan said fiercely. Shun Julie's expression changed slightly. Looking at Ning Xiuma in his arms, he felt as if a knife was slowly stirring in his heart. The one who hurt her the most was him, and the one who caused her to be like this was him. He was clearly the most important person to her, but he hurt her so deeply. He didn't dare to imagine how Lu Ziyin felt when he left with her. Shun Julie, you'll regret it. You'll regret treating me like this. These were the last words she said to him. He didn't look back at that time, so he didn't see her expression, but he could imagine it now. How desperate did she have to be to say those words? Yes, he regretted it. He had long regretted it. He was so regretful that he wished he could turn back time and stab himself a few more times. He took a deep breath. At this moment, he naturally could not tell Shui Ilan the truth. Otherwise, this redcoat bastard would definitely fight him to the death. He wasn't afraid of fighting Shui Ilan. If Shui Ilan beat him up because of this, he would rather not fight back. However, right now, treating Ning Xiuma was more important. Everything else had to be put aside. Where have you been for the past 10 years? What happened? Shun Julie finally asked the question in his heart. He didn't dare to ask this question before, but now, he finally asked it openly. Shui Ilan obviously didn't buy his words. What does it have to do with you where we've been? It's none of your business. Shun Julie glanced at him. If he didn't know about this child and heard Shui Ilan's answer, he most likely wouldn't ask anymore. However, he was really curious now. Although he forced himself to let go and seemed to have forgotten about Ning Xiuma on the surface, he often subconsciously traveled to different spaces. Chapter 1508. He still had a sliver of hope in his heart. He hoped that he could sense her and meet her by chance, however. He didn't. He had never met them. This made him feel even more hopeless. From time to time, there would be rumors from the demon realm that the two demon kings were already married. The two of them lived together when they were in the demon realm. Now, the two of them went out to have fun. There were all kinds of rumors, but none of them could be confirmed. Every rumor was like a knife that stabbed into his heart. Therefore, he forced himself to let go completely. Later on, there was a rumor from the demon realm that Shwe Ilan didn't appear because he was seriously injured and his life was in danger. Because of this, when Ning Shuama appeared at his wedding, his first reaction was that she was here for Shwe Ilan again. He didn't expect that everything was wrong. She was here for him. In her previous life, she might have loved Shwe Ilan, but in this life, she loved him. If she really loved Shwe Ilan, she wouldn't keep the child. She was a doctor herself. If she didn't want to keep the child, she had many ways to do so. Therefore, since he knew what she was thinking, he didn't want to let go no matter what. Even if she wanted to cut him with a knife after she woke up, he didn't care. He also had his own pride. If she had always loved someone else, he would let her go. If she loved him, he wouldn't let anyone else take advantage of her. Shwe Ilan, the child in her stomach is mine. Shunjili calmly threw out such a bomb. Shwe Ilan staggered and almost fell from the cloud. What nonsense are you talking about? This year, you and her have. How dare you let her down and get engaged to another woman? Shwe Ilan was furious. I just found out. At the engagement party, I met her for the first time after 10 years. That's not right. Momo's child is only 3 or 4 months old. You haven't seen her before. How could it be yours? Shwe Ilan looked at him as if he was looking at a monster. That's what I'm wondering too. This child is mine, but we were indeed separated for 10 years. That's why I'm asking you about the past 10 years. Shwe Ilan coldly snorted. Why should I tell you? Besides, do you think the child is yours just because you say so? I'll only believe it if Momo says it herself after she wakes up. Shwe Ilan, some strange things have happened to her in the past 10 years. Perhaps this is the main reason for her strange illness. If you tell us, the doctors will be able to prescribe the right medicine. Shinjioli's words clearly poked at Shwe Ilan's weak spot. He paused, took a deep breath, and coldly said, 10 years ago, she and I accidentally entered a barren land and had a few words. She left by herself. When I chased after her, I could only watch as she was swallowed by a strange black hole. Shwe Ilan still didn't know what happened between Ning Xiuma and Shunjili. He also didn't know whether the child was real or not. Therefore, he didn't want to tell Shunjili the truth. What if the child in Momo's stomach was someone else? If Shunjili knew the cause of Shwe Ilan's death in his previous life, wouldn't he be even more unwilling to let go of Momo? Moreover, this great god had a fiancée in the Sun Moon sect. Even if his Momo liked Shunjili, she wouldn't be able to accept this. His Momo deserved to be treated as the only one, and Shunjili obviously didn't deserve it. Besides, Shwe Ilan wasn't ready to let go before he confirmed Ning Xiuma's feelings. Chapter 1509. Moreover, Shwe Ilan wasn't prepared to let go of Ning Xiuma before he could determine her feelings. He had persisted for 2 lifetimes. He wasn't someone who would easily give up now. Shunjili naturally didn't know that he was hiding the truth. His attention had been drawn to that black hole. He often walked there, so he naturally knew of that black hole. It was a famous place where those who entered never returned. Ning Xiuma had actually been swallowed by that black hole. Shunjuli's hands and feet turned cold. He angrily glared at Shwe Ilan. If she was lost in there, why didn't you come to find me? Find you? Shunjili, don't tell me you went into that black hole. Also, after that black hole swallowed her, it immediately disappeared. I also wanted to jump in, but I ended up jumping into thin air. I've been looking for this black hole for all these years, but I haven't been able to find it. Shwe Ilan didn't plan on mentioning how he had gotten lost. He didn't want to ruin his image in front of his love rival. So, you separated 10 years ago? Nonsense. Shunjili looked down at Ning Xiuma in his arms. A thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Could it be that time in that black hole world was slower than here? A day in that world was a year here? Or perhaps it was a similar time system. She might have only stayed in that black hole for 1 or 2 months, so the child in her belly was only 3 or 4 months old. But here, 10 years had already passed. He could only wait for her to completely wake up before he could obtain an answer. Shunjili closed his eyes. His speed suddenly increased. As he flew, he suddenly used the distance shrinking technique. Shui Ilan wasn't prepared for this and was immediately pulled away. Shui Ilan could only watch on helplessly as Shun Juli disappeared in front of him. The only thing left in the air was the words that almost made Shui Ilan stomp his feet. Shui Ilan, you can leave now. Shui Ilan, this great divinity, was burning the bridge after crossing it. He actually left him behind and ran away. Humph! Did he think he could leave him behind? Wasn't it just Carefree Island? It's not like I don't recognize him. Rong Yuetian looked at the supreme god, descending from the sky, and knocked her head with her fan. When she saw the person in his arms clearly, her head swelled even more. Rong Yuetianlan was a leisurely, loose immortal. She had an elegant temperament and an undisciplined temperament. Although she lived on the Tianxi continent, she didn't care about the various immortals and devils on this continent. She lived a carefree and unfettered life. Of course, that was 2,000 years ago before he met the Divine Lord. Rong Yuetianlan had a hobby. He liked to hunt for treasures, but he didn't necessarily care about the treasures. What he liked was the process of searching for treasures. 2,000 years ago, when he was searching for treasures, he entered a mysterious cave. Before he could see any treasures, he was attacked by Wu Mo. Wu Mo sternly warned him to get lost as soon as possible, saying that this was not a place he could come to. Rong Yuetianlan had a stubborn temper. The more he was not allowed to enter a place, the more he wanted to enter. The more Wu Mo refused to let him enter, the more he believed that there must be a peerless treasure hidden in the cave. Generally, the value of the person or beast guarding the treasure was directly proportional to the value of the treasure. The more powerful the person guarding the treasure, the higher the value of the treasure. Wu Mo's martial arts couldn't be compared to those guardian beasts. He could be considered an expert among experts. Therefore, the treasure he was guarding must be a heaven-defying treasure. With this inference, Rong Yuetianlan defeated Wu Mo and pinned him there. Then, he excitedly rushed into the depths of the cave. As a result, he saw the supreme god lying on an ancient white jade bed. Chapter 15:10. The supreme god was in a deep sleep, and his body was covered with a faint white light. What made Rong Yuetianlan even more surprised was that the appearance of this sleeping handsome man was 99% similar to that of Wu Mo, who was fixed outside by her. Rong Yuetianlan thought that they were twins, one in a deep sleep and the other guarding. Although the supreme god lying on the bed was unbelievably handsome, Rong Yuetianlan did not have any thoughts. Firstly, he was an extremely handsome man. He once thought that he was the most handsome immortal in the world. Secondly, his sexual orientation was very normal. He was not interested in handsome men no matter how beautiful they were. Therefore, he was a little disappointed when he saw that there was only one heaven-shaking, earth-shattering man on the ancient white jade bed. He spent so much effort to enter the treasure mountain. There was no reason for him to go out empty-handed. Therefore, he waved his fan and walked around the ancient white jade bed a few times. He planned to bring the ancient white jade bed home. He felt that the texture of the ancient bed was very good. He could bring it home to put some jars and jars of things. Of course, he was embarrassed to let the man on the jade bed sleep on the ground. Therefore, he planned to make an ancient rattan bed for him to sleep on when he took away the white jade bed. He was an immortal, so he was still very kind. He was embarrassed to do something so immoral. He did not expect that after he walked around the ancient bed twice and thought about which room to put the bed home, the supreme god woke up. The supreme god had just woken up from a dream and was still confused. Although he did not have any memory, his IQ was still very high. He could see that the man waving the fan in front of him was thinking about his bed. The more memories a person had, the more guarded they were against the outside world. They were also very rude to people who invaded their territory. Rong Yuetianlan did not take the supreme god seriously at that time. According to his general inference, They were twins, after all. The one outside was just so. How strong could the one sleeping inside be? Therefore, the two of them did not agree and immediately fought. Therefore, Rongyuetanlon finally realized how wrong his general inference was. The kung fu of the one inside and the one outside could not be mentioned in the same breath. Rongyuetanlon was beaten up badly. Now that he thought about it, he felt bitter tears. It was from then on that he finally got to know the Supreme God. Because of a moment of greed, he became the Supreme God's follower. Fortunately, the Almighty was a man of character and didn't order him around much. He would only occasionally play chess with him, chat with him, or ask him to save someone. Overall, the Almighty still treated him as a friend. From then on, when the great god fell asleep again, Wu Mo was no longer the only one guarding him. There was also Rongyue Tianlon. Rongyue Tianlon focused on enjoyment, unlike Wu Mo, who was rigid and boring. Originally, when the great god was about to fall asleep, he would find a very remote corner where no one could find him. After knowing Rongyue Tianlon, the great god would come to find him every time he was about to fall asleep. Rongyue Tianlon would arrange for him to rest in a place within Carefree Island that was rich in spiritual strength and guaranteed not to be disturbed. She would protect him for 10 years. It was only when he woke up that she introduced herself to him, who had lost his memories, in a sincere and earnest manner. Of course, he also handed over the ancestor's memory record, which he had written in advance, so that he could familiarize himself with it. The first 2 times the ancestor fell asleep, there were no accidents and everything was very peaceful. But he never thought that the 3rd time the ancestor would have such a great accident. Chapter 15:11. The sovereign had fallen into a coma 100 years in advance. When Rong Tianlon received the news from the sovereign and rushed over, the sovereign had nearly been incinerated in that land of flames. The injuries he received were not ordinary. Rongyue Tianlon used all of his strength and consumed countless pills and countless amounts of willpower to restore him to normal. After the sovereign fell into a normal coma, Rongyue Tianlon had consumed nearly 2/3 of his strength. His entire body was pale, and he couldn't even maintain his carefree appearance. He could only have Yunshi, who was a guest at Carefree Island, help protect the sovereign while he went into seclusion to recover. He knew that the sovereign would wake up in 10 years, so he had set a time limit of 10 years for himself to leave seclusion. This way, he wouldn't delay anything. What he didn't expect was that the sovereign would wake up 2 years early. What left him even more speechless was that because he had been too anxious to recover during his seclusion, his energy had diverged and he had fallen into a state of madness, falling into a coma. By the time he woke up, 10 years had passed. At that time, he was paralyzed in his cave and couldn't leave. He had to cultivate for another 3 years before leaving. By the time he left seclusion, the sovereign's situation had already changed. Ning Xuema had entered the demonic path and disappeared with Shuilan. Shun Juli had brought back Lu Ziyin from the Jade Water Fox clan. It was rumored that the sovereign and Lu Ziyin had a good relationship, and the two were often together. When Rongyue Tianlon heard this news, he didn't know whether he should be happy for the sovereign or sad for him. He was deeply aware that before the sovereign lost his memories, he had feelings for Ning Xuema. It wasn't just an ordinary affection. He had almost announced to the world that she was his wife. For her, he had risked his life and used forbidden techniques several times to save her. Rongyue Tianlon even suspected that Shun Juli's early coma was related to his frequent use of forbidden techniques. As for Ning Xuema, Rongyue Tianlon also appreciated her. She was an extremely smart and strong girl. Her only flaw was that she had a bad fate. She was a curse star and would easily bring bad luck to those around her. Rongyue Tianlon didn't know Ning Xuema's true identity. First, the sovereign's mouth was tight, and he couldn't dig out any information. Secondly, Ning Xuema was very meticulous. He didn't know that she was a transmigrator. What he knew about the relationship between Shun Juli and Ning Xuema was that Shun Juli had risked his life for Ning Xuema several times. As for whether Ning Xuema loved Yi Zun or not, to be honest, he wasn't there most of the time, so he couldn't tell. Dizun was not a person who liked to share his emotions with his good friends. Therefore, Rongyu Tianlan did not know about the interactions between Dizun and Ning Xiuma. He only knew that the ancestor cared a lot about Ning Xiuma. More than anyone else, when he came out of seclusion, Yunxi was a guest on his island. He could see that this lass was in a daze. Therefore, he asked for the reason, and Yunxi told him about what had happened in the past few years. Yunxi was in despair. She thought that she would have a chance after Ning Xiuma entered the demon realm and became a demon emperor. However, she didn't expect that Shun Juli would treat her harshly after that. He didn't even allow her to go to Tianyin Peak as a guest. It was obvious that he had cut all ties with her. Yunxi was naturally unwilling to accept this result. She wanted to visit him several times, but she was afraid that she would offend him and cause him to fall out with her completely. Later, she thought of a way to have a chance encounter with Dizun. However, she didn't expect that she would meet Dizun and a little vixen together. Dizun treated the little vixen well. He would get her whatever she wanted. Chapter 15:12. This scene dealt a heavy blow to Yunxi. After a few days of absent-mindedness, she began to inquire about Lu Xin and the sovereign. What she heard was similar to what Ning Xiuma later heard. The sovereign was very good to this Lu Xin. He would occasionally take her out to play, and when they went out to play, he would even buy her things. She also looked at Lu Xin from afar. She was a rare nine-tailed fox, and she looked like an immortal that was floating in the air. When the two of them stood together, they looked very compatible. Thus, Yunxi became even more dispirited and ran to Carefree Island. After Rongyu Tianlan left seclusion, Yunxi naturally told him everything. She was pale and haggard, and as a good friend, Rongyu Tianlan felt distressed. Now that things had developed to this point, Rongyu Tianlan had no choice but to seriously persuade Yunxi to let go. It was time to wake up from this dream. The scene of falling flowers falling in love, but the heartless flowing water was a tragic one. It didn't suit her at all. Letting go in time was the way of the king. She didn't want to lose herself and become repulsive. Perhaps they wouldn't even be friends in the future. His persuasion didn't beat around the bush this time. To Yunxi, it was no less than a wake-up call. She finally understood that whether or not Shun Juli had Ning Xiuma by his side, it was impossible for them to be together. Although this realization was cruel, it wasn't too late. She finally considered leaving. She promised Rongyu Tianlan that she would think about it and then leave. Rongyu Tianlan was very curious about the sovereign and the little fox after he lost his memories. Thus, he packed up and waved his fan as he went to visit. Shinjili naturally didn't recognize him. Luckily, the sovereign wasn't impulsive and didn't kick him out when he saw him. Besides, Rongyu Tianlan had several things that belonged to the sovereign. He had proof that they were friends. Moreover, they had a special sound transmitting talisman. Thus, after some conversation, Shun Juli recognized him as a friend. In truth, Rongyu Tianlan couldn't help but feel curious about the legendary little fox. Thus, he asked the sovereign about her in a roundabout way. The sovereign wasn't a talkative person. He only said, "She's cultivating and isn't on the mountain." Rongyu Tian only met Lu Xin half a year after that visit. There was no other reason other than Shun Juli bringing her to see a doctor so that Rongyu Tianlan could see if there was a way. After Rongyu Tianlan's diagnosis, she came to a conclusion that Lu Xin had a weak disease in her womb. She had to undergo the lightning tribulation within 3,000 years of age. If she couldn't undergo the lightning tribulation in time, her soul would dissipate. This conclusion was the same as the ancestors. Rongyu Ishinlin had also tested Lu Xin's telekinesis. Her aptitude was average, and she had only reached Earth Stage 9 after cultivating for nearly 3,000 years. There were only 5 years left before the deadline. In other words, if Lu Xin couldn't reach Heaven Stage 1 within 5 years, she wouldn't be able to pass the lightning tribulation. What awaited her was only death. It could be seen that Dizun was very troubled by this matter. Rongyu Tianlan steeled her heart and gave all the medicinal pills that could improve her skills to the little fox. She only hoped that she could be promoted in time to experience the thunder tribulation. However, the little fox didn't live up to expectations. Even after feeding her so many medicinal pills, it still didn't have much effect. The speed at which her skills improved was shockingly slow. In these few years, Ron and the Sovereign had tried all kinds of methods to help the little fox level up, but to no avail. In the blink of an eye, it was the last year of Lu Xin's life. It was also the 10th year of Ning Xuema's disappearance. Chapter 15:13. In the blink of an eye, it was the last year of Lu Xin's lifespan, which was also the 10th year of Ning Xuema's disappearance. If Lu Xin couldn't successfully trigger the lightning tribulation, she could only wait for death. Seeing that the deadline was approaching, Rong Yuishanlin was so anxious that a few strands of his hair were messed up. He could only ask Dizun, what if Little Fox couldn't trigger the lightning tribulation on the last day? Dizun was silent for a long time. In the end, he only said a few words. A god's promise is worth 10,000 gold. I will let her experience the lightning tribulation as scheduled. Just as Rong Yuishanlin was wondering what method Dizun would use to trigger the lightning tribulation, news came from the Sun Moon sect that Dizun and Lu Xin were going to be engaged. Thus, Rong Yuishanlin calmed down. On the day of Dizun's engagement, he couldn't be bothered to go. What was there to attend an engagement ceremony that was just to fool the heavens and trigger the lightning tribulation? After that, he heard that the engagement didn't happen because Lu Xin just happened to be promoted. After successfully triggering the lightning tribulation, Dizun helped her block it and then went into seclusion. Rong Yuishanlin finally heaved a sigh of relief. He originally planned to visit in a few days. Who would have thought that Dizun would actually come down from the sky today and even carry a person? Ning Xuema was in a daze. She was as obedient as a little wooden puppet. Wherever he put her, she would stay there. Although her eyes were black, they didn't have any luster. It was as if she had sunk into an unknown place where no one could enter and no one could come out. Rong Yuishanlin diagnosed her for a long time and finally came to a conclusion. This is a bit like autism. Shunjili raised his head and looked at him. It was obvious that he had never heard of this term. Rong Yuishanlin sighed. Most of this illness is inborn, but a small part of it is caused by severe stimulation in the later stages. This kind of patient has no sense of the outside world. Her consciousness only hides in her own world. Shunjili didn't want to listen to him talk about medicine, so he asked, is there a way to treat it? Rong Yuishanlin looked at Shunjili, who kept holding Ning Xuema in his arms, and asked an irrelevant question. Dizun, Miss Ning should be Shui Yilan's wife now, right? I think she just had a miscarriage. Why didn't you call Shui Yilan over? Why did you call him? Rong Yuishanlin coughed. Xiao Xian has a method that can be tried, but that method is a little... Well, it's best to let the person closest to her do it. It would be best if Shui Yilan is her husband. Shunjili didn't look too good. Who told you that Shui Yilan is her husband? Rong Yuetian raised her eyebrows. Wasn't that what everyone in the Jianghu said? Moreover, she had just had a miscarriage, and the only person who had been close to her for the past 10 years was Shui Yilan. Therefore, it was obvious who the father of the child was. Shunjili said indifferently. She has nothing to do with Shui Yilan. The child in her belly is mine. It was like a sudden clap of thunder. Rong Yuishanlin was stunned. But, Dizun, Xiao Xian remembers that you and Miss Ning haven't seen each other for 10 years. How can she have your child? There are other secrets to this matter. You don't have to ask anymore. What exactly is that method of yours? How confident are you? Shunjili was very straightforward. He only cared about the most important thing. Rong Yuishanlin scratched her head with her fan. I saw this method in an ancient book. I haven't used it specifically, so I can only try. Shunjili was speechless. So he was the first one to encounter this? How will your method harm her? Chapter 15:14. It's not harmful to her, but it might be dangerous to you, Dizun. Also, you might have to sacrifice your body. Shunjili was speechless. He said expressionlessly, tell me the specific steps. Thus, Rong Yuishanlin coughed and told him the specific steps shamelessly. Shunjili looked at him for a moment. Where did you learn such a wretched method from? Rong Yuishanlin coughed again. I found that book in a cave in another world. It said that this method was passed down by an ancient god called Supremacy Gu Yao. I've never heard of it. Rong Yuishinlin smiled apologetically. I've never heard of it either. However, since he's a god from another world, his method should be useful, right? Of course, if you don't want to use this method, let me think for a few more days. Maybe there are other methods. No need. Shun Juli carried Ning Shuama and turned to leave. Prepare a quiet room. Shun Juli had woken up in this quiet room. This was the room that Shun Juli had woken up in. It was extremely clean and had rich spiritual qi. A huge bed was placed in the middle of the room. The bed curtains were painted with complicated spell patterns using cinnabar. There was no wind in the room, but the bed curtains swayed like waves, causing the spell patterns to sway and flash with light. Shun Juli gently placed Ning Shuama on the bed and kissed her on the lips. Shuama, I'll definitely call you back. I'll never let you leave me. Ning Shuama didn't speak or move. She only looked at the empty space with her dark eyes without any luster. She obediently let him fiddle with her and let him take off her layers of clothes. As her clothes were taken off, her white, jade-like skin was revealed inch by inch. Shun Juli tried his best to calm his mind and not let himself be distracted. He had cultivated for many years and had almost no sexual desires. Before he met Ning Shuama, he had no such thoughts at all. Later, Ning Shuama returned as his disciple. Not long after they met, he had the desire to hug her. The more they touched, the more he had the urge to pounce on her when he saw her in front of him later on. He had forced himself upon her out of anger. Not long after, he had recovered the memories of Shui Emo. Only then did he realize that he and Shui Emo had already had many intimate encounters. She was the poppy in his life. Even though he knew it was poisonous, he would gladly endure it. After not seeing her for 10 years, he missed her so much that he was about to go crazy. Now that she had returned to his embrace, when she appeared in front of him like a white sheep, no matter how high his cultivation was, he could not control himself. He abruptly averted his gaze and quickly took off his robe as well. Then, he jumped onto the bed and pulled her into his embrace. According to Rongyue Tianlan, they had to meet naked. He had to hold her in his arms and sit facing each other. Then, he would press a few acupoints on her back and the back of her head and let his mind power slowly penetrate. When their auras were completely intertwined, he could use the soul-chasing technique to enter her consciousness, find her main soul inside, and bring her out. When Shun Juli held Ning Shuama in his arms, he felt that he had used this method before. However, he couldn't remember when he had used it. The woman in his arms had smooth and soft skin. The touch was extraordinarily good. Shun Juli closed his eyes slightly and tried his best to control his mind. After all, he was anxious to save her, so this kind of test was nothing to him. Chapter 15:15. Shun Juli closed his eyes, trying to control his mind. After all, he was in a hurry to save someone, so this sort of test wasn't much to him. He was also a god, so his ability to control himself wasn't ordinary. Thus, he was able to completely calm down after a moment. He followed Rong Yuishinlin's instructions step by step. The two people's skin were tightly pressed against each other, hugging each other like Siamese fish. They could hear each other's breaths. This was an extremely intimate position that could only be done between husband and wife. Shun Juli was incomparably glad that he knew that the child was his and that she wasn't Shui Ilan's wife. Otherwise, if he knew this method, he would only be able to helplessly watch as Shui Ilan did it for Ning Shuama. He was afraid that he would have the impulse to destroy Carefree Island. His deep blue eyes stared into Ning Shuama's inky black pupils. Then he allowed his soul to slowly enter her spiritual sea. Everyone had 7 emotions and 6 desires. Thus, the spiritual sea was often grotesque and strange. Thoughts came one after another, and each thought could cause a soul to fly out. Thus, Rong Yuishinlin had solemnly told him that the main soul's thoughts should be the most powerful and also the most beautiful. This was because that was what the main soul yearned for. Then, as Shun Juli entered, his heart sank. Her spiritual sea was pitch black, as if it were a dark black hole, without any color at all. As soon as he entered, he stepped into a despairing darkness. He couldn't see the way out, nor could he see the way back. Shuema, Shuema. He walked forwards in her spiritual sea, calling out to her over and over again, but he didn't receive any response. How could this be? Where was her main soul? He searched frantically inside, looking left and right, hoping to find a trace of her. Everything in front of him was pitch black, as if a bottomless abyss would appear at his feet. He didn't care about anything else. He only wanted to find her and bring her back. However, her main soul seemed to have disappeared, and even all of her hopes had disappeared. He stumbled around for a long time, but still couldn't find her shadow. Dizwa, you must remember that you can't stay in her sea of consciousness for more than 4 hours. If you do, your soul will be seriously injured and might even be devoured by her sea of consciousness, never to come out again. This was what Rongyue Tianlan had told him. He had been inside for almost 4 hours, but he still had nothing to show for it. Rongyue Tianlan sat in his own room. He kept staring at the incense stick that represented the time. The incense stick was getting shorter and shorter and was about to burn to the end, but there was still no movement from the ancestor's side. In the end, he couldn't hold himself back any longer. He placed his hand on the incense stick that he had cast a spell on. Through this incense stick, he could interact with the venerable sovereign who had entered his knowledge sea twice. Dizwa, how is it? The time is almost up. If you can't find her main soul, you can come out first. You can use it again after you have some rest. Shenjuli didn't say anything. This method could be used again, but it would have to wait for a month, and he didn't want to wait for another day. He didn't want to give up until the last moment. Suddenly, there was a flicker of white light in front of him. His heart moved, and he couldn't help but rush towards the flickering white light. Then, he found that he had landed on a street full of snow. The snow on the ground was a foot deep, and stepping on it was like stepping into a quagmire. In her sea of consciousness, Shenjuli couldn't use any spells. He couldn't even use his lightness skill, so as to avoid shaking her sea of consciousness and causing it to collapse completely. Therefore, he could only trudge through the snow with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. Chapter 15:16. This street was supposed to be bustling, but in his sea of consciousness, it was terrifyingly quiet. Dense snowflakes danced in the air, and the cold wind blew the snowflakes onto his face. It was as cold as a knife. There was not a single person on the street, and the shops on both sides were in ruins. It was as if this was an ancient city that had been abandoned for a long time. Where is this? Shenjuli couldn't help but look around. He vaguely felt that this was Bulow City. However, Bulow City was as warm as spring all year round, and every shop was as gorgeous as possible. How could it be as silent as this place? Suddenly, a thin figure appeared in front of him. Shenjuli's heart thumped violently. Ning Shuema. She had finally appeared. He had finally found her. He didn't dare to call out to her. The sea of consciousness was constantly changing, and if he alarmed her, she might disappear immediately. He used a little light body technique and quickly ran behind her. He formed a seal with his hand and lifted his hand to grab her shoulder. Shuema. However, he grabbed nothing. His hand passed through her body, and he couldn't grab her at all. Ning Shuema continued to walk forward, and she didn't even turn back to look at him. Shenjuli was stunned on the spot for a moment. His technique had always worked on capturing souls, so why didn't it work this time? He watched as she walked into the distance again, and he hurriedly followed her. He rushed in front of her, and when he finally saw her face, his heart turned cold. Her small face was blank, and there was no expression. She only walked, mechanically walking, and trudged aimlessly on this cold and lonely street. He reached out to hug her, but what he hugged was nothing. He couldn't see any hope in her eyes. Her soul and her body were the same, as if they were just mechanically alive. Shuema. He called out to her again and again, but she didn't respond. Suddenly, a clothing store appeared in front of him, and that clothing store was actually of normal color. It became the only color on the entire street. Shenjuli's vision blurred, and Ning Shuema suddenly disappeared. His heart sank. While he was anxiously looking for her, he discovered that she had appeared in the clothing store. Her attire had also changed. Her head and face were covered in dirt, and she looked a little down and out. However, her eyes were extremely bright, just like her usual appearance. She was talking to the boss of the clothing store. From time to time, she would take a piece of paper and scribble on it. Shun Jili walked over and looked at the paper she had drawn. Then he froze. What was drawn on the paper were sets of children's clothes. There were boys' clothes and girls' clothes. Every set was exquisitely designed and beautiful. It was clear that the designer had put in a lot of effort. The shop owner watched from the side and exclaimed from time to time. In the end, he couldn't help but ask, "Young lady, are you going to order it for a boy or a girl?" Ning Xiuema said without hesitation, "It's still too young. I don't know if it's a boy or a girl. Give me a few sets of each. Even if one of them is not useful now, it will be useful in the future. It's always good to be prepared." The shop owner smiled. "Young lady, you haven't even given birth to this child yet, but you're already preparing for the second one. You and your husband must be very loving." Ning Xiuema's finger that was drawing paused, but then she smiled again. "Of course, we will definitely be very loving. I want to give birth to a bunch of little monkeys for him. He is always like peace and quiet. I'll let these children disturb him to death." When she said this, her eyes curved into crescents, and she was full of smiles. Chapter 15:17. When she said this, her eyes were full of smiles, and there was even a hint of pride at the corner of her lips. Obviously, she was looking forward to the future that she had outlined. She finally finished the drawings and handed them to the shop owner solemnly. She told her to tailor them carefully and that money was not a problem. The shop owner agreed readily. When she sent her out, she added, "Next time, come with your husband to get these little clothes. He'll be very happy when he sees them." Ning Xiuema flipped her long hair and looked back with a free and easy smile. "Of course. I'm going to find him now. He will definitely come with me." Shun Jili watched from the side. His face was pale, and his heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. He finally understood that this should be the first place Ning Xiuema came back from the black hole. At that time, she was still full of hope for him and the future. She still hoped that he would come with her to get those little clothes. And what did he bring to her? It was a complete nightmare. He couldn't help but follow her out. He looked at her hand, caressing her belly and muttering to herself, "Baby, Mommy finally brought you back alive. I was really afraid that I couldn't come back. I was really afraid that I couldn't protect you. I was really afraid that I would never see him again. You must be laughing at Mommy for being so disappointing. You are so useless to miss a man. I don't look like the domineering agent I used to be, right?" She looked up at the sky and sighed softly. "But I just miss him. I only love him in my previous life and in this life. I want to forget him, but I can't." She sighed again. "In my previous life, I was the one who wronged him first. I stabbed him for a friend. At that time, I thought that he was a god, and he wouldn't die even if I took a little blood from his heart. I didn't expect. Fortunately, Mommy was brave enough at that time. In order to revive him, I used the forbidden technique of the demon world and banished myself to the dark place. I made myself a coffin and killed myself. I used the fate of being a jinx in the future in exchange for his rebirth. It's so hateful that he always thought that his revival was only due to Long Chuan. In fact, I also contributed to it. When we meet this time, I will make it clear to him. If he still thinks about this, I won't let my baby call him daddy anymore." Shun Jili, who was listening at the side, was thunderstruck. He staggered. His face was extremely pale. There was actually such a complicated story behind his resurrection. She had actually ended up like this in her previous life. So this was how her fate as a heavenly cursed lone star came about. He followed beside Ning Xiuema and watched as she bought a set of beautiful clothes for herself. After putting it on, she twirled in a circle. "Baby, isn't Mommy very beautiful now? I must amaze him." Shun Jili stared at her blankly. His outstretched arms trembled slightly, and he wanted to hug her tightly. "Xiuema, Xiuema." Just as he stretched out his arm, a violent gust of wind rose in front of him, and turbid water poured down from the sky, instantly drowning the small city that had just recovered its vitality. The world became dark again, and there was no sign of life. "Xiuema." Shun Juli watched as Ning Xiuma, who was still twirling in front of him, was swept away by the turbid water. He pounced forward and grabbed her waving arm. His palm had clearly touched her arm, but it still passed through like before. He couldn't grab her body at all, and could only watch as she was swallowed by the turbid water. She didn't look at him from beginning to end, and she didn't even struggle when she was swallowed by the turbid water, as if she had already accepted her fate. Chapter 15:18. A voice floated in the air. Baby, the road to the Yellow Springs is lonely. Mommy will accompany you. Shun Juli was scared out of his wits. He jumped into the turbid current without caring about anything else. He wanted to get her back and hug her in his arms, but the turbid current seemed to reject him. With this jump, his body actually bounced out. Then a voice suddenly sounded beside his ear. Dizwa, you have to come back. Shun Juli's vision turned black. His consciousness was forced back. He was still sitting on the big bed. Ning Xiuma's body was warm in his arms, and her eyes were still empty. No matter how he called her, she wouldn't answer him. Shun Juli had just retracted his consciousness when he felt a metallic taste in his throat. The blood in his chest was surging, and he almost vomited blood. He stared blankly at Ning Xiuma in his arms. She was clearly in his arms, but he felt like she was thousands of miles away from him. He couldn't touch her anymore. He helped her put on her clothes. She was obedient, raising her hands and moving her feet when he asked her to. He also put on his own clothes. Then he carried her and said gently, Xiuma, I'll accompany you to get your clothes. I'll accompany you. He walked out with big strides while carrying her and bumped into Rendezvous Audiobook, who was rushing over. Rendezvous Audiobook's expression was very bad. He was performing the ritual in the room next door. Shun Juli didn't come out on time, and he was afraid that there would be an accident. Therefore, he forcefully used a forbidden spell to pull the Dizwa out. After using the spell, he seemed to have lost all his strength and almost couldn't move. He wanted to lie down and sleep. However, he was worried about the Dizwa's situation. If he didn't come out on time, the Dizwa's soul would be damaged greatly. If it was an ordinary immortal, his soul would have been swallowed by the other party's sea of consciousness after such a long time, never to come out again. Although the Dizwa was a god and his soul was stronger than any immortal, everyone was equal in the face of such a spell. In the past, a certain immortal from the celestial world had tried to get his wife back by entering her sea of consciousness. However, he was only able to surpass her by a little. When he came out, his power was reduced to 0, and his soul was almost destroyed. He had to reincarnate 7 times before his soul was restored. However, the ancestor had been inside for almost 2 hours. If Rendezvous Audiobook hadn't forcefully used a forbidden technique to pull him out, he might have been able to stay inside until the end of time. Now that he had successfully dragged the old man out, he did not know how badly he was injured. Would he turn to a boy directly? He had forced himself to rush over, but he hadn't expected that the ancestor would actually be carrying Ning Xiuma out. Very good. A god is indeed a god, very good at tormenting. He stretched out his arm to stop Shun Juli and asked with a sour expression, Dizwa, where are you going? Shun Juli pursed his lips. I'll take her to the immortal nation. Rendezvous Audiobook clenched her fists and took a deep breath. I feel that Dizwa should meditate for 2 days to recover. I'm fine. I don't need to rest. Shun Juli walked around him and left. Rendezvous Audiobook pulled on his sleeve and finally lost her temper. Dizwa, are you relying on your status as a god? So what if you're a god? A god can also get injured. You also need to rest. You're as pale as a ghost now. How many days have you not rested? Don't forget that you've just endured a lightning tribulation. Even if you're an immortal god, you shouldn't be tormenting yourself like this. Before he could finish complaining, his hands were empty and his vision blurred. The god who was standing there just a moment ago had disappeared without a trace. Chapter 15:19. Only Shun Juli's words were left in the air. I'll be back soon. Rendezvous Audiobook was speechless. He was so angry that his hands were trembling, and he almost couldn't hold onto his fan anymore. Suddenly, he kicked a mountain rock beside him into the air. He shouted rebelliously, Shun Juli, I've had 8 lifetimes of bad luck to meet you. Just as he finished shouting, A hole suddenly appeared in the barrier on the island, and a big red figure fell out. Red clothes, black hair, and a handsome face. He was an extremely handsome man. The handsome man's expression was both proud and a little angry. This stupid barrier has finally been broken by me. Shun Julie, don't even think about getting rid of me. Rong Yu Tianlan held his fan and looked at him expressionlessly. Shuilan looked Rong Yu Tianlan up and down, then rushed over. He raised his hand and grabbed Rong Yu Tianlan's collar. You're that fairy Dr. Rong Yu Tianlan? How is Shuiman? Is she awake? Rong Yu Tianlan had always paid attention to his image, so how could he allow someone to grab his collar? What's more, he had nowhere to vent his anger. Thus, he took a step back and smiled brightly. You want to know about her situation? Very well. Then you have to break my array first. As he spoke, his figure disappeared at the speed of light, and in the blink of an eye, his shadow disappeared. And Shui Yilan's surroundings completely changed. It was as if he had plunged into a maze. The outside world had already changed, and everything had changed, but the immortal nation was still the same. Time seemed to have stopped here, and the streets were still bustling. Shun Juli carried Ning Shuiman and walked on the crowded streets. He didn't deliberately hide his tracks and appeared with his original appearance. His appearance was still unbelievably beautiful, even in the immortal nation, where the average appearance was high. Moreover, he was carrying a beautiful girl in red clothes in his arms. Naturally, it attracted the attention of many people. Shun Juli ignored all the onlookers. He carried Ning Shuiman and walked into the boutique that he remembered from his memory. The shopkeeper still recognized Ning Shuiman. He let out a long sigh of relief and said, Aya, young master is this lady's husband? This lowly one thought that she wouldn't come again. It's a pity for those little clothes. Guest, you know that our immortal kingdom doesn't have children. No matter how beautiful those little clothes are, they can't be sold. What's wrong with this lady? Are you sick? As she spoke, she had already taken out those little clothes and lined them up on the counter. Dear customer, look, these clothes were all designed by your wife herself. Anyone who sees them will say that they're beautiful. Shun Julie's fingers slowly landed on those little clothes, caressing them one by one. Both the quality and style of the clothes were top-notch. There were 8 sets for both men and women. It could be imagined just how much she longed for these clothes when she designed them. Shuiman, look, the clothes you wanted for your child are all made. Let's take them back together, all right? Shun Juli hugged Ning Shuiman's waist as he warmly discussed with her. Ning Shuiman's eyes were still empty, and it was unknown where her divine sense had fallen. Shun Juli's heart twisted. He placed the smallest set in her hands and said, Shuiman, when our child is born, let him wear this set first. His mother personally designed it, so it will definitely be very comfortable for him to wear. He then put away all of the little girl's clothes and said, This is what our next baby will wear. I'll keep it for you first. Chapter 15:20. He carefully folded the clothes one by one and put them into his storage space. The shop owner next to them couldn't help but look at Ning Shuiman and ask, This little girl was fine when she came here. Is she suffering from soulless syndrome? Aya, it's not easy to recover from this illness. She will recover. Shun Juli interrupted him and added, We will come here to order clothes for our children in the future. Shun Juli didn't ask how much money they still owed. Instead, he threw down a bag of crystals and left with Ning Shuiman. He took her to another ready-made women's clothing store. In Ning Shuiman's mind, he once saw her buy a set of clothes here. After wearing it, she wanted to show it to him so that he could praise her. In the end, he didn't see it. When he saw her again, she was wearing a dancer's dress to present it to him. Then, she smashed her pipa. He couldn't recall the past. Once he did, he felt as if his heart was being clawed by a steel claw. He took a light breath and walked around the store with her in his arms. Finally, he found clothes of the same style that she had bought before. He bought a set and put it in her hands. Shuiman, put on again and show it to me. He suddenly stopped talking and looked at Ning Shuiman's hands. His heart started to beat rapidly. Ever since she became autistic, she had been very obedient and would do whatever she was told to do. However, she could not hold anything tightly in her hands. No matter what was put in her hands, she would be able to take it out with a casual grab. However, she was holding the set of clothes that Shun Julie had put in her hands tightly. Shun Julie tried to pull it out, but he couldn't. Her two small hands were holding the clothes tightly. Her gaze fell on the clothes in her hands. Although she was still in a daze, she was no longer staring blankly at a certain place in the void. She had a reaction. Shun Julie's heart almost jumped out of his chest. Shuema, Shuema. He tried to call her. She was still in a daze, but her gaze never left the small clothes. Shun Julie held her tightly in his arms and whispered in her ear, Shuema, I will call you back. I will find our child. Dizun, you mustn't. This was the first sentence that Rongyu Ishinlin said after hearing Shun Julie's plan. However, Shun Julie had already made up his mind. She's having a slight reaction to this now. If I bring the child back, she might recover immediately. If she wants children, you can have more in the future. She could have as many children as she wanted. We don't have to go back to the original one. Rongyu Tianlan was rarely excited. No, this child is her obsession. Everything will only be possible if we find this child. But no buts. As long as she can come back, even if I suffer a little, it's nothing. Shun Julie looked at Ning Xiuma, who was sitting on the bed next to him. Her eyes never left the clothes in her hands. He took a breath and said, Tianlan, take good care of her. I'll be back soon. He turned to leave, but Rongyu Ishinlin grabbed him. Dizwa, even if you want to go, you should rest first. You don't look well now, and using that method consumes a lot of your mind power. I'm afraid that even if you have the strength to revive the child, you won't be able to bring it back. Shun Julie pulled back his sleeves. It's okay. I can hold on. Take good care of her. Don't let anything happen to her. He turned and disappeared. Chapter 1521. Rongyu Ishinlin was speechless. He sat down on the chair next to him. Dizun, can we stop for a few years and stop tormenting each other? Xiao Xian has been with you for a long time, and my heart has been tormented by both of you. My hair has also turned white. He looked at Ning Xiuma, who was sitting on the bed like a wooden person. He raised his hand and rubbed his eyebrows. Miss Ning, I hope you can live a good life with Dizun after you wake up. He has been tormented by you until he doesn't look like a god anymore. Sigh. I really miss Dizun playing chess with others leisurely. He sighed for a while and looked at Ning Xiuma again. She sat there motionless. Her little clothes were wrinkled by her grip, but she had no intention of letting go. It was as if it was the only thing she could rely on to breathe. Rongyu Ishinlin felt sorry for the once lively girl who had become so dull. He sighed again and shook his head. Looking at you, you must have suffered a big blow. It's quite pitiful to see you like this. Sigh. I really don't know who's the one whose tribulation. A friend's wife should not be teased. Not to mention the supreme god's woman. Therefore, Rongyu Ishinlin still avoided arousing suspicion. Ning Xiuma was like a piece of wood. She would take root wherever she was placed. She would not run away or make a fuss. She was more obedient than a sleeping baby. Rongyu Ishinlin was naturally not afraid of her causing any trouble. He also did not want to stay in a room with her alone. After thinking for a while, he walked out. After walking out, he was still worried. He covered the room with a few layers of enchantments. After confirming that the pangolin could not find a gap, he turned around and left. Dizun must have used up a lot of telekinesis to revive the child this time. He was afraid that he would be so weak that he could not even stand when he returned. He had to prepare some pills to restore his telekinesis. He knocked his head with his fan miserably. Rongyu Ishinlin, how many pills did you put in when you wanted to get him back on the bed? Ancestor, you're lucky to have a friend like me. You must have cultivated your fortune for 8 lifetimes. Dizun was not old or dead. He only slept and did not reincarnate. He only lived this life. Did he have 8 lives? Just as Rong Yuetian was grumbling wildly in her heart, a faint red light flashed in the distance, and the air made an explosive sound. The veins on Rongyu Ishinlin's forehead throbbed. Damn it, that Shuilan is actually an expert in breaking formations. He was about to break out of the formation. It didn't matter. He would set up a few more traps for him so that he wouldn't come out and bother him again. Rongyu Tianlan moved forward with her fan. Shuai simply hated that guy in blue to the bone. He only wanted to know about Momo's recent situation, not to kill or burn. That bastard actually trapped him in a bewitching array without saying anything. Fortunately, his ability to break through arrays had improved over the years. So, after running left and right for 6 to 8 hours, he finally found the core of the array. He sneered and used all his strength to strike at the core of the array. With a loud clap of thunder, the surrounding fog finally dispersed. He finally saw the real trees and houses of Carefree Island. At the same time, he also saw Rendezvous standing not too far away, waving her fan. Shuai threw himself at her. Flirty Lan, before Shuai arrived in front of her, Rendezvous waved her fan again. In front of Shuai, a peach blossom forest suddenly appeared. The peach blossom forest was filled with blooming flowers and butterflies. The scenery was beautiful. Chapter 1522. He abruptly turned his head, and only then did he realize that in front of him, behind him, to his left and to his right, there were also thick peach trees. It was obvious that he had fallen into the peach blossom array. Shuai was furious. Everyone said that Dr. Fairy Rongyu Tianlan's medical skills were brilliant, but he didn't expect his array skills to be so brilliant as well. He didn't know where his lousy fan came from, but he could create an array with just a wave of his fan. Shuai was trapped in the array, and he even had the thought of tearing down the island. Flirtatious Lan, if you have the ability, trap me forever. Otherwise, once I break your array, I will immediately tear down your island and throw you into the sea to feed the turtles. He took a deep breath and began to look for a way to break the array. Outside the array, Rongyu Tianlan stood there for a moment and tapped his palm with his fan. He frowned and thought, Flirtatious Lan? This red-clothed bastard actually gave him such a nickname as soon as they met. Was he flirtatious? He wasn't flirtatious, was he? At most, he was a little unruly. A demon was a demon, so ignorant. He looked at the fan in his hand. This fan was his treasure, called the Heaven and Earth Fan. It could be flirtatious when waving it, and it was an excellent weapon in a fight. When necessary, it could even set up an array in time to trap the ghosts and monsters who came looking for trouble. He looked up at the sky and sighed softly. The D-Zune was probably casting a spell on Tianshu Mountain now, right? Hopefully, he could succeed in one try. Tianshu Mountain's 6th summit, the rocks were still there, and the broken trees were still lying on the ground. However, the branches and leaves were already dry. The ground was covered with grass. If one looked carefully, they could still see the dried blood stains between the branches and leaves. Shunjili stood on the hillside and looked at everything in front of him. His fingertips and his sleeves were cold. Everything that happened that day seemed to be in front of him. Ning Shumao, who had just miscarried, was sent flying by his white light and hit the big tree over there. The tree was still standing there, unshakable. Shunjili walked to the tree and touched it. He looked there, as if he could still see the scene of her lying beside the tree and then struggling to get up. Shuema. He felt as if there was a knife twisting in his heart. He was ruthless to the woman who loved him wholeheartedly and was pregnant with his baby. He saved the woman who killed his baby. If I could turn back time. It was a pity that time could not be reversed no matter what. What happened was what happened, and he could no longer reverse the damage of that day. His fingers were pressed convulsively against the tree, and his face was pale. Returning to this place, it was as if everything had happened yesterday. He saw the big rock that Ning Shuema had sat on. There, she carefully protected her belly, desperately trying to keep the child, until blood flowed out, until she was at her most desperate moment. He slowly walked over. His chest was hurting badly, and his blood was rushing up again. 1,000 regrets couldn't buy a second chance. He took a deep breath and steadied his mind. He was here to give birth to a child, not to regret his actions. He had to bring the child back to life, so that he could make up for the damage he had done to her. He had never known about that child, and by the time he found out, it was already too late. That child was his and Shuema's first child. He had never doted on it, and it was gone just like that. How could he be willing to accept it? He sat on the big rock. Many of the bloodstains on the rock had turned dark brown. That day, he also saw the blood on the rock and thought it was Lu Xin's. He didn't know that it was from Ning Xuema's miscarriage. Chapter 1523. When he saw the blood on it that day, he thought it was Lu Xin's blood. How could he have known that it was from Ning Xuema's miscarriage? Now that he saw it, it was unusually glaring. It made his heart tighten again. He took a light breath again and threw all the distracting thoughts out of his mind. What he had to do next required him to be calm and focused. He couldn't have any distracting thoughts. Only then could he have a chance of success. After all, the child was only 4 months old. It hadn't really taken shape yet, and its soul was incomplete. It didn't even have the ability to become a baby spirit. If this child had a miscarriage, it wouldn't be difficult to summon its soul. Shinjili could do it easily. However, if he wanted to revive the child, it would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. This was because he had to repair its soul. After the repair was complete, he had to reconstruct its flesh and blood. The flesh and blood of a baby came from the blood of its father and mother. According to myths and legends, Neza once used his bones to return his father and flesh to return his mother. If Shun Juli wanted the child to come back intact, he had to make a main bone in his body and let the child attach to it first. Then, he would talk about other things. This kind of technique was the most heaven-defying. It could be said that from ancient times until now, there was almost no one who used this method to revive a fetus before 1 month of age. It was also a real stealing of the good fortune of heaven and earth. It could easily cause the heavens to be jealous and devour the caster. If he didn't do it well, he could even summon the heavenly thunder and destroy the caster's soul. This technique was a big taboo in the immortal cultivation world. There were very few people who committed this taboo. Even if the child of a celestial family was miscarried before 1 month of age, they could have another one after they recovered. There was no need to sacrifice a big one for a small one. This was also the main reason why Rong Yuetian strongly opposed the idea of the Dizun when she heard about it. Shun Jili was a god. There were very few things in this world that could baffle him. There were also very few people or things that he really cared about. In his eyes, there was only whether he wanted to do it or not whether he could do it or not. He closed his eyes slightly, and his fingers continuously formed seals. Countless white lights flowed and danced on his fingertips. Following the movement of his fingers, the dried blood stains under his body actually began to turn bright red again. It slowly began to flow, like a bright red little snake climbing up the hem of his white robe, slowly climbing up the back of his hand, and spreading toward his fingertips. The blood-red snake grew thicker and thicker. It climbed onto his fingertips and began to coil around them. Ka! With a soft sound, a small white bone emerged from Shun Juli's palm. The bone was very thin, even thinner than a baby's finger. It was extremely white and bright, flashing with a faint light. This was not an ordinary bone, but rather a bone that Shun Juli had condensed using his divine blood essence. When it broke out of his body, his face was even paler, and there was almost no trace of blood. Refining this was obviously extremely painful. Although Shun Juli didn't show anything on his face, his white robe was drenched in sweat at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, he only pursed his lips and continued to form seals with his fingers. When the blood saw the small bone, it instantly swam over and circled around the small bone. Layers of red light slowly appeared on the white bone. Under the red light, the flesh on the small bone gradually grew, like a fetus growing rapidly in the womb. Gradually, it grew 4 limbs, a head, and became a small ball of flesh. After 2 hours, the technique to reconstruct the flesh was finally completed. He also finally stopped cultivating. His whole body looked like he had just been fished out of the water. Even his hair was drenched. Chapter 1524. He obviously wasn't used to his own sloppy appearance. He lifted his hand, wanting to use a cleansing technique on himself, but he had exhausted all his strength. Even lifting his little finger was difficult. He could only give up for now. He looked down at the small ball of meat in his palm. The ball of meat was curled up in his palm. Because it didn't have a soul yet, it was motionless. This ball of meat should be exactly the same as the one that Ning Shuima gave birth to. Although he couldn't see the facial features, Shun Julie still thought it was beautiful. In the future, this child's facial features would be like his, and its mouth and nose would be like its mother's. Shun Julie could even imagine what this little ball of meat would look like after it was born. After completing this step, he would have completed half of the resurrection mission. He used his spiritual force to protect the ball of meat. Then, he ate several pills and closed his eyes to rest for a moment. In the end, he was a god. His restorative abilities were amazing. A moment later, his white robes were dry and his long hair fluttered in the wind once more. He stood up and looked towards the direction of Carefree Island. He gently sighed. Shuema, our child will return soon. You should also return. After he protected the ball of meat, he began to cast another spell. This time, it was a soul-summoning technique. Carefree Island Yuishanlin had just finished refining a furnace of pills when he seemed to sense something and suddenly stood up. He hurriedly walked out. Petals fluttered in the air. A crimson figure finally broke through the peach blossom array and rushed out, covered in peach blossoms. Shui Ilan's entire body was suffused with a thick killing intent. His handsome face was like an azurus. Before Rong Yuishanlin could speak, he shot out a red beam of light. Stupid Rong Yuishanlin, go die. When he attacked with anger, his destructive power was naturally astonishing. As he attacked, strong winds whipped up as sharp as knives. Rong Yuishanlin couldn't dodge because behind him was his precious medicine field. If he didn't block this attack, all of the flowers and plants behind him would suffer a calamity. He could only lift his fan and forcefully receive this attack. He swung his fan back. The two ferocious forces collided with each other. It was as if thunder had struck in the air, causing the entire island to tremble. A small pavilion at the side could not withstand such an explosive force and was directly sent flying into the air, turning into a sky full of debris that fell down. Heavens, his tower and pavilion. He had built it purely by hand, brick by brick. His proudest work had actually flown away just like that. It flew away. Rong Yuishanlin was also angry. Shui Ilan, are you looking for death? The fan opened up, and a gust of wind gathered around it. It was about to fan Shui Ilan. He wanted to fan him out of the island. Shui Ilan laughed. Courting death? If you don't hand him over, I'll tear down your broken island. The two of them did not agree with each other and started to fight. Rong Yuishanlin was also annoyed. He wanted to teach Shui Ilan a lesson. Otherwise, this red-clothed evildoer would think that he, the island master, was easy to bully. He was afraid of destroying his flowers and plants, pavilions, terraces, and buildings. He simply activated the array formation in the middle of the fight and lured Shui Ilan into the array formation again. The two of them started to fight in the array formation. For a moment, the sky was dark and the earth was dark. The sun and moon did not shine. There was blood everywhere. There was blood under his feet, on his body, and on the stone road in the distance. Even the sky was bright red with blood. Ning Shuima's body was trembling. She couldn't help but tremble. She was repeating a dream. In the dream, she first happily sensed the existence of her child. Chapter 1525. In the dream, she first happily sensed the existence of her child. Then, she desperately tried to travel back in the dark sky. Then, she came to Bulow City to buy clothes for her child, until she was harmed by Luzine and had a miscarriage. Finally, it ended when she was slapped away. This dream repeated itself. Each time, it was more realistic than the last. Each time, it was more heart-wrenching than the last. It caused her mood to fall from the climax of joy to the abyss of despair. It also caused her to feel more and more hopeless. She only wanted to find a place to hide herself. She wanted to hide and ignore this world. She didn't want to feel this pain anymore. She had suffered a lot in her life. She was even thrown into a copper cauldron to be boiled. She thought that the pain was already the limit of pain. However, she didn't expect that the pain was nothing compared to the pain she was experiencing now. As the dream repeated itself over and over again, her stomach felt like it was being scraped by a knife. It was a pain of despair. It was so painful that she broke out in layers of cold sweat. She wished she could die immediately. She wanted to end her own life. However, she couldn't find her hand in the dream. If it wasn't for the heart-wrenching pain, she wouldn't have been able to feel her own body. She subconsciously wanted to escape, so she started to run. She ran without caring about her life. Running like this, she no longer had the same recurring dream. However, the pain in her body didn't decrease at all. A bloody road opened up in front of her. She ran on this endless bloody road. She wanted to escape from something, but she also seemed to want to pursue something. As she ran like this, she became dizzy from all the running. In the end, her mind was blank. She couldn't think at all. She didn't know why she was running. She also didn't know where she was going. This kind of running was subconscious. It was as if running like this would no longer hurt her body. The faint cry of a child came from the front. That cry was heart-wrenching. It caused her heart to clench. Her entire body froze. Then, she seemed to have remembered something. She trembled and subconsciously touched her lower abdomen. That place was deflated. Other than the overwhelming pain, she couldn't feel anything else. Baby, her heart seemed to be torn apart at that moment. She started to stagger and ran towards the crying sound with all her might. The crying sound seemed to be near yet far. However, it kept echoing in her ears. The intense pain and constant running made her extremely tired, but the child's cries made her unable to stop running. After running for an unknown amount of time, the crying suddenly stopped. The surroundings fell into silence, and not a single sound could be heard. Baby, she looked around in panic, but she could no longer hear the crying. However, a blood-red ball of flesh appeared in front of her, hovering not far in front of her. Ning Xiaoma slowly walked over. She finally saw her child. Just like when she used her inner vision, it had arms, legs, a head, and a tail. It was curled up in a bag of blood. It seemed to be in great pain. It was trembling nonstop, and faint cries could be heard from it. She seemed to hear the child crying, "Mommy, it hurts. Mommy, it hurts. Boo-hoo, Mommy, it hurts. Mommy, just kill me. I don't want to be in so much pain." Over and over again, she cried out in pain, over and over again. At first, the voice was very soft, but then it became louder and louder. His voice pierced Ning Xiaoma's heart like a knife, causing her to curl up subconsciously. Chapter 1526. She reached out her trembling hand. "Baby, bear with it. Mommy will save you, Wano. It hurts, it hurts." The child struggled violently in the blood. Just like what she saw with her inner vision before the miscarriage, it kept twitching. Her child. The child that she was not fated to have. The child that she could not keep even after using all her means, perhaps. This was her fate. What you wanted could never be kept. Love was like this, and so was children. Ning Xiaoma's eyes widened as she looked at the child who was crying and screaming there, and then inevitably melting bit by bit. Her heart was being dismembered inch by inch. She just looked at it like this, staring blankly, and her body kept trembling. Why? If she had done something wrong and loved the wrong person, then God would punish her. Why did he treat her child like this? What was wrong with the child? Just because it was considerate? Just because it was her child? It was unfair. She did not know how long she had been standing there stiffly. She slowly reached out her hand and stroked the meatball with her fingers. She closed her eyes slightly. "Baby, I'm sorry. Mommy will send you on your way. Soon, you won't be in pain anymore." Flames emerged from her fingertips and surrounded the meatball. In the flames, the meatball finally stopped struggling. She watched as the child slowly disappeared. It seemed that her whole heart had disappeared along with it. She fell into hell and could no longer climb up. The flames finally dissipated little by little. All the pain disappeared, and only hatred was left in her heart. Monstrous hatred. She slowly opened her eyes. Rong Yuetianlan and Shui Yingyue were fighting fiercely in the array formation. Rong Yuetianlan had not fought so happily for a long time. He felt very good. It was simply relieving the anger that he had been holding in for the past 2 days. Shui Lan was very angry. He just came to visit Momo and wanted to know her specific condition, but he was blocked by this perverted doctor. In his anger, he also fully activated his mode and used all his skills, trying to defeat Rongyue Tianlan. However, his and Rongyue Tianlan's skills were similar, and neither of them could beat the other for a while. Momo. How was Momo? He was burning with anxiety. The array formation that Rongyue Ishanlin had set up this time was rather strange. They could see the real situation outside, but when they really fought, they couldn't destroy the things in the real world outside. Shuilan was still worried about Ning Xiuma. Even during the fight, he constantly scanned the surroundings, trying to guess where Ning Xiuma might be. This time, after he repelled Rongyue Tianlan's attack once again, he occasionally looked up and suddenly saw wisps of green smoke coming out from a building behind Rongyue Tianlan, as if there was a fire. Who was it that was so nice to burn down this broken island? No, I can't let this flirtatious Lan see this. It would be best if they were burned clean. Shui Lan subconsciously wanted to set up a barrier behind Rongyue Tianlan to prevent Rongyue Tianlan from inadvertently looking there. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. No, Ning Xiuma was still on this island. He didn't know if there was anyone around to take care of her. If there was no one around to take care of her, it didn't matter if this broken island was burned down, but if Ning Xiuma was burned down, it would be worth it. It's on fire. He couldn't help but shout. Rongyue Tianlan initially thought that he was deliberately mystifying and subconsciously replied, "How can it be on fire, my island?" Her gaze couldn't help but follow Shui Yilan's gaze, and her face suddenly changed. Chapter 15:27. The building that seemed to be on fire was the place where Ning Xiuma was now. At this moment, he no longer cared about fighting with Shui Yilan. His figure flashed and rushed towards that direction like a meteor. Shui Yilan saw his face change and knew that it was not good. His heart sank, and he also rushed there. Rongyue Tianlan's speed was not slow. In the blink of an eye, they rushed to the front of the pavilion. The fire came out from the window. The red tongue of fire almost made Rongyue Tianlan's heart sink to the bottom. God, Ning Xiuma was still in the house. She looked so dull that she would not escape at all. If something bad happened to her, Dizun would definitely kill him. Rongyue Tianlan did not care about anything else. He kicked the door open and rushed in. Ning Xiuma, nothing must happen to you. The moment he rushed into the room, he was stunned for a moment, something he rarely did. The house was indeed on fire, but it did not burn the furniture in the house. There were many things in the brazier in the middle of the house that were still smoking and burning, but there was no sign of Ning Xiuma in the house. What happened? Rongyue Tianlan subconsciously checked the things in the brazier. His heart suddenly shrank. Those things that were burned were children's rattles, small toys, special-looking books, and some special-looking papers. Even the little clothes that Ning Xiuma had been holding in her hands were among them. Everything was burned in a mess. If one did not look carefully, they would not be able to distinguish them. Shui Yilan also rushed in. How is Momo? If anything happens to her, I will not let you off. Hey, where is Momo? He looked at the things in the brazier again and was a little suspicious. What happened? Momo is not in the house. Then why are you running like a funeral? What is in the brazier? Why are all the things burned are children's toys? Speaking of this, he suddenly realized something. Could it be that Momo burned it herself? She woke up. Rongyue Tianlan said in a low voice, I'm afraid so. Great. Where is she now? Shui Yilan's eyes lit up. He quickly looked around the room, but he didn't see even a corner of Ning Xiuma's clothes. A bad feeling arose in Rongyue Tianlan's heart. His immortal skills were extremely high, and he was used to seeing through people's invisibility. If Ning Xiuma was in this room, he could find her at a glance. What would she do if she woke up in such a situation and burned everything about the child? He didn't have time to think too much and dashed out. Split up and search. We must find her. At this time, Shui Yilan naturally couldn't pursue the matter any further and also followed them out. Rongyue Tianlan could have opened his heaven's eye to search, but he had used up too much power recently and had just fought with Shui Yilan. His remaining telekinesis was not enough to open his heaven's eye in a short period of time. He could only mobilize all the disciples on the island to search. He didn't dare to use the voice-transmitting charm to inform Shenjuli. First, He knew that Shun Juli was using a forbidden technique to revive the child and couldn't be disturbed. Second, he still had a tiny sliver of hope in his heart. After all, there was an enchantment above the island, and it was sealed off. Ning Xiuma shouldn't be able to run out of the island. She might be hiding in some corner, sad. As long as he could find her, everything would be fine. For a time, Carefree Island was in chaos. Everyone was digging 3 feet into the ground to search for a single person. No. They had searched every inch of the island, but there was no trace of Ning Xiuma. Chapter 1528. Rongyue Tianlan was about to go crazy. Ning Xiuma had just recovered from her injuries. What could she hide? Shuilan was also anxious. Did she leave the island? Rongyue Tianlan, doesn't your broken island have a wizardry barrier? If she left the island, you should be able to sense it, right? Rongyue Tianlan was not in a good mood. If she broke the wizardry barrier, I will naturally feel it. So, she can't leave the island. She must still be on this island. Since she's on your island, why can't I find her? She can't turn into a mouse and crawl out, right? Is there a loophole in your wizardry barrier? How can there be a loophole in my wizardry barrier? No, there really is a loophole. Rongyue Tianlan suddenly thought of something, and her face changed again. Her figure flashed, and she went to a place near the sea. She looked up, and there was a 2-foot square hole on it that was left behind when Shuilan broke in. Rongyue Tianlan was busy fighting with Shuilan at that time, so she forgot to fix it. She only remembered it now. She had most likely escaped from here. The world was so big. Where could she go? Shun Juli stood in the same place, looking at his empty fingertips. Nothing. There was no soul of the child. He couldn't sense a trace of the child's soul. He didn't know how many souls he had summoned in his life, but this was the first time he encountered such a situation. Infant spirits had always been weak, especially those who were only 4 months old. They were even weaker. Generally, after death, their souls would be blown away by the wind, and there was almost no chance for reincarnation. However, with Shun Juli's ability, even if the infant spirit was blown into tens of thousands of pieces by the wind, he could use a special method to summon it back, not a single piece. This situation wouldn't have happened. Moreover, the child was the son of God. Its soul should be stronger than any other child, and it wouldn't be blown away so easily by the wind. Shun Juli used his own blood as a primer. If it was still there, it was impossible for it not to come back. Could it be that not only did Lu Xin kill the child, but she also destroyed the child's soul? But no matter how scattered they were, it was impossible for him to not be able to find a single piece. There were only 2 possibilities for this to happen. First, the child was not dead at all. It was still alive. Secondly, when its soul was drifting, it encountered some spirit beast that fed on souls and was swallowed by them. Shun Juli's hands and feet were cold. He could barely stand still. In Lu Xin's memory, he clearly saw that Ning Xiuma had indeed suffered a miscarriage, so it was impossible that she was still alive. Then, there was only the second possibility left. That child's soul had already been devoured. That kind of spirit beast feeds on souls. Even if he found the spirit beast, he wouldn't be able to find the child's soul. He had spent half of his divine power to resurrect this child. He was clearly just 1 step away, but he did not expect that the final result would be a failure on the verge of success. This was the only way for Ning Xiuma to recover. It was the only way for him to get her back. But now he had failed. It turned out that Shun Juli, also had times when he failed, and there were times when he was powerless. Could it be that even God did not think highly of their fate and wanted to completely separate them? Was this the fate of him and her? Was this the fate that he had never been able to predict? No, he did not believe in fate. He steeled his heart and did not hesitate to use his divine power to summon the soul several times, but it was still to no avail. While he was busy, the voice transmission talisman at his waist suddenly lit up. It was a pale golden light. It was sent by Rongyue Tian. Chapter 1529. His heart sank. He had once told Rongyue Ishanlin not to disturb him unless there was an emergency. But now he picked up the call. What is it? Emperor's throne. Miss Ning should have woken up, but she's gone. Rong Yuishinlin's voice was filled with panic. Rong Yuishinlin was quite amazing. In just a few short sentences, the first was a pleasant surprise, but the second was a bomb. Although Shan Juli was normally calm and collected, he couldn't help but grit his teeth. What do you mean she's gone? The sovereign's voice was so cold that even through the sound transmitting talisman, Rong Yuishinlin seemed to freeze. She didn't dare to be long-winded. She quickly explained the situation at Carefree Island to Shan Juli. Shan Juli clenched his fists in his sleeves. He didn't waste any more words with Rong Yuishinlin. He directly hung up the sound transmitting talisman and closed his eyes to sense where Ning Xiuma was. A moment later, his body stiffened and he opened his eyes. She was at the Sun Moon sect. Ning Xiuma hadn't done many immoral things in her life. As a former Secret Service agent, although she could be ruthless and merciless to her enemies and even use extremely cruel methods to torture them, she still had a bottom line. She paid particular attention to repaying kindness and enmity. If she owed a debt of gratitude, she would remember it in her heart and repay it when the time was right. For her friends, she would risk her life and not hesitate to travel thousands of miles. If she had a grudge against someone, if they didn't do it on purpose or if their actions offended her, she would laugh it off or simply strike back. If you punch me, I'll kick you back. She paid particular attention to being happy and comfortable. After fighting with such a person, they might even become friends. As for those who deliberately schemed against her, then sorry. Her life motto was, if you hurt me, I'll pay you back 10 times. If you stab me, I'll cut you into pieces. Before Lizine had done those things to hurt her, she didn't have any ill feelings towards her. After all, in this relationship, it was Shan Juli who had a change of heart and fell in love with someone else. It was related to this man and had nothing to do with Lizine. Shan Juli and Lizine were engaged. Although Ning Xiuma had lost her wits and suffered a huge blow, she had never had the urge to take revenge on Lizine. At most, he felt a little cold when he heard her call him Brother D at the engagement banquet. There was nothing else. She had her pride. Since her boyfriend had cheated on her and fallen in love with someone else under such circumstances, there was no need for her to make a scene at his engagement banquet and ruin his marriage just because she had a child. She just wanted to leave this place. She just wanted to bring her baby to another continent and live a peaceful life. She wanted to live a wonderful life that belonged only to her. However, what she didn't expect was that she would be secretly hunted down by the other party when she let go so easily. If Lizine had only plotted against her life, she wouldn't have hated her so much. However, this bitch had used a vicious scheme to plot against the baby she cared about the most. When she threatened Lizine to take out the antidote, she wasn't bluffing. She was telling the truth. That was the only chance she had given Lizine, but Lizine had been obsessed with her baby. Therefore, the moment she had a miscarriage, she plotted against Lizine. She wanted Lizine to pay a heavy price for this. She wanted Lizine to pay for her baby's life. No one could protect it. The moment Shan Juli arrived, he indiscriminately gave her a slap and sent her flying into a tree. He didn't know that she had just used a forbidden technique to defeat Lizine. He didn't know that she had just had a miscarriage and was still bleeding nonstop. Chapter 1530. Just because he saw his fiancée being mistreated, he had ruthlessly attacked her without the slightest bit of mercy. In that moment, in her grief, anger, and despair, she finally gave up. She wasn't someone who would easily despair. No matter what desperate situation she was in, she would always try to find a way to survive. But in that moment, she had fallen into an unprecedented despair. She never thought that after risking her life to return to this world, she would encounter such a result. Her lover had betrayed her, her child had been lost, and she could no longer return to her own world. There was nothing that could support her to continue living in this world. She had sought death with all her heart, so even though she knew she was bleeding profusely, she didn't do anything. Since she couldn't take revenge, she would accompany her child. What she didn't think was that there would be a day when she would come back to life. When she woke up on Carefree Island and saw her surroundings, she only wanted to laugh out loud. So she hadn't died. It seemed that Shun Julie had found his conscience and didn't want her to die too quickly. He had saved her and even sent her to Carefree Island to be treated by his friends. She didn't want to think about what Shun Julie's goal was. Whether it was to atone for Lizine's sins, or whether it was because he still cared about her, she didn't want to think about it. A life for a life, a debt must be paid. Since Lizine had killed her baby, she would pay with her life. She would pay with her life for her baby. If a god blocked her way, she would kill a god. If a Buddha blocked her way, she would kill a Buddha. If she had died then, that would have been fine. She would have let that Lizine off. But now she had come back to life. Since the heavens had allowed her to come back to life, she naturally had to take revenge for her baby. Thus, the moment she awoke, she had already decided what she would do in the future. She burned everything related to her baby in a brazier and severed all ties she had to this world. She knew that Lizine was Shun Julie's fiancée now. He would definitely protect her well. Just like how he had protected her before he lost his memories, he might also be inseparable. If she went to assassinate Lizine, there was a high chance she wouldn't succeed. If she angered him, he might even slam her into a wall or kill her. But she no longer cared. Her current life was something she had picked up from the ground. She would use her life to take Lizine's life. Lizine killed. Thus, after she finished burning those things, she immediately left Carefree Island and headed towards the Sun Moon sect. She had to end this quickly so that she could be free as soon as possible. When a person finally makes up her mind to do something, she will not think about anything else. She traveled as fast as lightning and arrived at Buddha Lotus Mountain very quickly. She paused in the air for a moment and lowered her eyes to look at the immortal mountain that she once missed so much. The corners of her lips curled up slightly. Without any hesitation, he pounced forward. She knew that there was a heaven's path that led directly to the heavenly sound peak. She knew that Lizine should be staying in the main hall where Shun Julie was staying. Not bad. Maybe it was because Shun Julie was too careless, or maybe it was because of other reasons, but that road was not closed. She successfully arrived above the heavenly sound peak. However, when she entered the heavenly sound peak, she encountered some obstacles. The enchantment on the heavenly sound peak had been reset. This enchantment was very powerful. Ning Xuan only needed to touch it to know that this enchantment was powerful. It should have been personally set up by Shun Julie. It seemed that Lizine was really here. Shun Julie was afraid that someone would plot against her, so he set up a new enchantment to protect her. Chapter 1531. She had never seen this enchantment before. It should be something that Shun Julie had researched and developed to protect the little fox. She narrowed her eyes and curled her lips. Without saying a word, she began to break the enchantment. Perhaps it was because she was going all out, but the enchantment was very easy for her to break. It was so easy that even she was stunned. She looked at her hands. It seemed like her skills had improved by quite a bit. It was even better if it improved. It would be easier for her to take revenge. She didn't think too much and immediately entered. After she entered, she paused for a moment when she saw the scenery inside. Jubilant. That was the only thing she could think of when she saw the layout of the room. The pavilions here were still the same. The only difference was that they had all changed into bright red new clothes. The most exquisite silk woven by sharkmen fluttered in the wind. The red coral from the deep sea was arranged in a double jubilant word in the large square. Each pavilion's horizontal board was inlaid with the finest red pearls. Each of these red pearls was the size of a pigeon's egg, and they were all priceless treasures. Now, they were inlaid here and there into various shapes of twin lotuses on one stalk, and they shone faintly in the night. Bright red. There were bright red colors everywhere. No matter where one looked, there was a bright red color that blinded one's eyes. Such luxurious and festive decorations actually appeared on the cold and solemn Tianyin Peak. If Ning Xuema didn't see it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed it. The scene of Shui, Emo, and Shun Jiuli's wedding suddenly flashed in her mind. At that time, the bridal chamber was decorated with a few strands of red silk. Shun Jiuli didn't even bother to wear a wedding dress. He only wore a white robe with a plum blossom embroidered on the corner as the only red color. She thought that he was destined to have no fate with bright red, but it turned out that things could change. Her gaze fell on the main hall. Once upon a time, she felt warm in her heart when she saw this. But now, this bright red color made her heart even colder. She just wanted to laugh. He really changed a lot for Lu Ziyin. It seemed like he thought that Lu Ziyin had been wronged, so he wanted to make it up to her with a grand wedding. She knew that she had hurt Lu Ziyin badly, but with Shun Jiuli's superb medical skills, he would definitely be able to help her recover. The image of Lu Ziyin's smug eyes flashed before her eyes. Brother D dotes on me a lot. He can't leave me even for a moment. Ning Xuan lowered her eyes, her lips curling into a smile. She didn't care how Shun Jiuli doted on Lu Ziyin. She also didn't care how Shun Jiuli would treat her as an intruder. She only had one thought, to kill Lu Ziyin and avenge her child. As for the rest, he could only deal with whatever came his way. She charged straight into the main hall. No one was allowed to enter Heavenly Sound Peak except for D Zun's direct disciples. And it was nighttime, so there was no one on Heavenly Sound Peak. Ning Xiuma also knew Shun Jiuli's temper, so she didn't find it strange that there was no one else here. She was very familiar with Shun Jiuli's bedroom, so she didn't make any turns and went straight to the place where Lu Ziyin used to rest. That place was beside Shun Jiuli's bedroom. Lu Ziyin had suffered such a serious injury this time, so she must be resting there. But she didn't expect that the small side hall where Lu Ziyin stayed was gone. Chapter 1532. She couldn't even find a shadow of it. That's weird. Could it be that Shun Jiuli had used some kind of enchantment to hide it? Ning Xiuma circled the area 3 times, but she couldn't find any trace of that small side chamber. She couldn't find any enchantment either. She stood there in a daze, and her gaze landed on Shun Jiuli's bedroom. Could it be that he arranged for Lu Ziyin to be treated in his bedroom for safety reasons? Anyway, they were going to get married soon, right? With Shun Jiuli's character, it wasn't that he wouldn't do such a thing. At this point, Ning Xiuma was too lazy to think. Her mind was filled with the word revenge, and she refused to think about anything else. Since she thought of this, she naturally didn't hesitate to barge into Shun Jiuli's bedroom. The last time she barged in, Shun Jiuli had set up a very powerful enchantment outside his bedroom, and she couldn't barge in at all. This time, however, it was exceptionally smooth. The enchantment he set up outside his bedroom was actually broken by her easily. However, after entering, she was greatly disappointed. The bedroom was cold and empty, and there was no one inside. Of course, there was no Lu Ziyin. Ning Xiuma hadn't been to his bedroom for a long time. Although she only took a glance this time, she knew that the layout inside had changed completely. The once moon-white bed curtains had been replaced with a light blue one, and there was a vivid drawing of a snow-white little fox. That little fox was squatting in a bamboo forest, and a few tails were swaying behind it. Ning Xiuma's eyes narrowed slightly, and she took a step back. She remembered that Lu Ziyin was a white fox, and it seemed like it was drawn on the curtains. Since Lu Ziyin wasn't here, she couldn't be bothered to stay here for another second. She turned around and left. She searched the Heavenly Sound Peak like a whirlwind, but she still couldn't find Lu Ziyin. Where would Shun Jiuli hide her? The Sun Moon sect was so big. Where was she going to find her? She stood there and only felt that her head was buzzing, and she was at a loss. She pondered for a moment before descending the Tianyin Peak. She saw a few disciples of the Sun Moon sect walking towards her. Ning Xiuma recognized 2 of them. They had entered the Sun Moon sect at the same time as her. Each of them had a festive item in their hands. Although they were of different varieties, they were all bright red without exception. These people had excited looks on their faces. They did not see the invisible Ning Xiuma as they walked and talked. I never thought that we would be able to see the ancestor get married in our lifetime. I'm so excited just thinking about it. Yes. Even now, I still don't think it's real. This time, Guildmaster Yi Lu has instructed us to do everything to the best of our ability. He couldn't be careless or leave any flaws behind. He also said that this was the ancestor's personal order. Therefore, You must carefully check the things in your hands and make sure that there is no mistake. I understand. This time, I will choose the red pearls one by one. I heard that Guild Master Yalu went to buy Luo again. He said he was going to find the biggest shun pearl to embed on the big red she character. How generous. It's really generous. Looks like the ancestor is serious this time. I just don't know who the bride is. Do you still need to ask? Of course, it's Miss Lizine. That's true, but I heard that Miss Lu was seriously injured. I haven't seen her come out these few days. And I heard about this too. The ancestor didn't appear either. He probably want to treat her injuries. This grand wedding should be to compensate her. Chapter 1533. Lady Lu is so lucky. The few of them chatted as they walked, unusually cheerful. Ning Shuama hid in the darkness and suddenly wanted to laugh. She also suddenly felt tired. Shinjuli had hidden Luzine very well. She would not be able to find her even if she searched for 3 days and 3 nights in a row. She didn't want to waste any more energy, so she used the most direct method. She lowered her eyes and thought for a moment, then suddenly appeared in front of the few of them. I'm sorry, everyone. The sound transmission bell on the peak of the Sun-Moon Sex Mountain, which represented the occurrence of a major event, suddenly rang. The sound of the bell reverberated throughout the entire Sun-Moon sect, alarming all the Sun-Moon sect disciples. It was chaos on Buddha Lotus Mountain. No one knew what had happened, but when the bell rang, all the disciples had to put aside their most important work and rush to the plaza where they gathered. The plaza could hold thousands of people. It was the place where the Sun-Moon sect disciples gathered when something major happened. And at this moment, there were a few people standing in midair in the plaza. 4 of them were the Sun-Moon sect disciples. They stood in front, their bodies stiff and their expressions a little strange. And behind them, there was a girl in a red dress. She had beautiful eyebrows and beautiful eyes, and her silver hair fluttered in the wind. The moment everyone saw the girl's face, they were all stunned. Ning Shuama, the one who was expelled from the sect by the ancestor 10 years ago, the one who had always been the taboo of the Sun-Moon sect, the one who shocked everyone with her dance a few days ago at the ancestor's engagement banquet. Why did she appear again? What's with her hair? Why is it all white? Also, why did she capture 4 of her fellow disciples? Everyone was confused, and they didn't know how to react to Ning Shuama, who was standing in midair. Yalu Jing wasn't on the mountain, but the other elders of the Sun-Moon sect were. They didn't know what had happened, so they all rushed over on their swords. There were many capable people in the Sun-Moon sect, and there were naturally many who knew how to fly on their swords. So when they arrived, they surrounded Ning Shuama. Ning Shuama, what is the meaning of this? The person who asked the question was the 13th disciple of the ancestor. This person was the coldest and most old-fashioned. He was usually not on the mountain, but this time was a coincidence. Where's Luzine? Ning Shuama didn't stand on ceremony and asked directly. The people below looked at each other with blank faces. Obviously, they didn't know where Luzine was hiding. The 13th disciple frowned. Why are you looking for her? Ning Shuama, you were once a disciple of the Sun-Moon sect. Do you know that kidnapping a disciple of the Sun-Moon sect is a taboo of the Sun-Moon sect? Ning Shuama smiled lightly. How could she not know? Kidnapping a disciple of the Sun-Moon sect? Kill him without mercy. This was the iron law of the Sun-Moon sect. But now, she didn't care at all. For a person who didn't even care about life and death, any discipline was meaningless. Tell me where Luzine is hiding, and I'll let them go. Ning Shuama stated her condition. Dream on. How can a disciple of the Sun-Moon sect be threatened? Ning Shuama, I advise you to quickly let them go and wait for the ancestor to punish you when he comes back. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to bear the consequences this time. Ning Shuama smiled lightly. Her smile was beautiful, but her eyes were cold. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. I only want to find Luzine. I'll give you 7.5 minutes. Either you tell me where she is, or you collect the corpses of these people. Ning Shuama raised her hand, and at the same time, 4 flying daggers flew towards the backs of the 4 captured people. They stopped when they touched their skin. Chapter 1534. She smiled again. My patience is limited. Don't disappoint me. She stood in midair, her silver hair fluttering in the wind. Her eyes were slightly red, and her smile was beautiful and enchanting. The disciples of the Sun Moon sect were speechless. Ning Xiuma understood the disciples of the Sun Moon sect. She knew that they were all stubborn. If she interrogated them like this, there was a high chance that they wouldn't tell her. She didn't expect them to tell her where Lu Xiying was. She was only doing this to force Shun Juli out. Then, she would put an end to it completely. She believed that most of the disciples of the Sun Moon sect didn't know where Lu Xiying was, but there should be some who could contact Shun Juli. He should be with Lu Xiying. If she forced him out, she might be able to force out Lu Xiying's whereabouts. She was very tired, very tired. It was as if there was a flood in her body, constantly attacking her nerves. Her mind would go blank from time to time, and she would be in a daze. Her actions couldn't be judged by common sense. If it was in the past, with her intelligence, she definitely wouldn't use such a stupid method. She would hide in the inner circle of the Sun Moon sect and slowly ask around. Once she found out, she would take action. But now, she didn't have much time left. She raised her head and looked at the sky. There were white clouds piling up like mountains in the sky. Every white cloud had a faint golden rim. At first glance, it looked like rays of light from the sun behind the white clouds. But now it was nighttime. Where would the sun come from? Tonight was the first night of the new year, and there was no moon. There seemed to be thunder rolling in the sky. The sound was very soft and almost couldn't be heard, so no one paid attention to it. Everyone's attention was focused on Ning Xiuma. They were afraid that if she raised her hand, someone would die an unnatural death. Now, Ning Xiuma's martial arts were terrifyingly profound. She could completely subdue someone with a raise of her hand. The elders and protectors of the Sun Moon sect were all experts in martial arts. When Ning Xiuma made her move, they knew that her martial arts were unfathomable. There was probably no one present who could be her opponent. Xiuma, don't do anything stupid. Release our fellow disciples first. Helian Xiao finally arrived. In the eyes of the Sun Moon sect, Ning Xiuma's actions were practically disgraceful. Once she slipped up and was captured, it would be difficult for her to escape the death penalty. Helian Xiao was originally cultivating in seclusion at the back of the mountain, but after he heard about it, he couldn't care about anything else and hurried over. He wanted to persuade Ning Xiuma to rein in the horse at the edge of the cliff, lest she did something irreversible. However, when he saw Ning Xiuma's appearance clearly, he was stunned. Her hair. Why did her hair turn white? He stared blankly for a moment before calling out. Ning Xiuma lowered her eyes and glanced at him, but ignored him completely. She seemed to be calculating something with her fingers. After a moment, she smiled softly and said, "No one said anything?" Her voice was cold and eerie, causing the 4 Sun Moon sect disciples who had been captured to instantly shiver. Originally, they thought that Ning Xiuma might not really hurt them because they were from the same sect. However, they didn't dare to think so now. They could already clearly feel the ice-cold chill when the tip of the knife touched their flesh. The expressions of the people below all changed. The flying knife that Ning Xiuma had released just now had a lustrous green tip, as if it was smeared with poison. They were very clear that Ning Xiuma's poison skills were superb. Ning Xiuma, if you really hurt a few of your fellow disciples, then there's no turning back. Let them go first. 13th Senior Brother's face was as gloomy as water. Mini theater. Little Apple, you seem to be very depressed? Of course. I haven't appeared for a long time, and the girls outside are already missing me. You're too boorish, too careless. Master is PK goddess voting, and he's afraid that your goddess will turn into a tomboy. Nonsense. When have I, Kirin, been boorish? I've always been very gentle. Okay. Speaking of which, what's up with the goddess voting? You don't admit that you're careless. You don't even know such a big thing. Go and look at the pin post in the comment section. There's a reward for voting. Reward. Kirin immediately widened his eyes. What reward? Master said that the goddess PK will start at 3 p.m. today. There's a guarantee of at least 8 chapters, more than 1,000 votes, and an additional chapter. So on and so forth. Wow, that's so good. Also, there's a reward for canvassing for votes. What reward? What reward? Tell me quickly. Canvassing for 10 people, cash red packet for 2 yuan, canvassing for 20 people, cash red packet for 5 yuan, canvassing for 30 people, cash red packet for 10 yuan, or a key ring canvassing for 40 people, autograph book canvassing for 50 people, autograph book plus cash red packet for 10 yuan, canvassing for 80 plus people, mystery gift pack. Hey, little apple, where are you going? I'm not done yet. Stupid Phoenix, I'm not going to chat with you anymore. I'm going to the Kirin clan to recruit people. Chapter 1535. Ning Xiuma sighed softly. Looks like you've all turned a deaf ear to my words. With a flick of her finger, a dagger pierced into the back of one of them. That person's eyes widened, and his body swayed as he fell from midair. 13th Senior Brother's expression changed, and he caught that person with a wave of his sleeve. After taking a closer look, his face turned green. That person's face was green, and green blood was flowing out of his back. There was no sign of life. She was really ruthless. Everyone's expression changed. Yalu Jing and had gone to the J-Drop Sea. That was the blind spot of the voice transmission talisman. So before he left, he handed over all the matters of the Sun Moon sect to the upright 13th Senior Brother and the 8 Guardians on the mountain. This 13th Senior Brother didn't have much of a relationship with Ning Xiuma, but 4 of the 8 Guardians had drunk wine with Ning Xiuma before, and they looked after her quite well. Now that she had suddenly done such a thing, their expressions changed. When Ning Xiuma had entered Shun Jiuli's tutelage, she had spent most of her time traveling with him. Thus, only Yelu Jing and could guess the way she interacted with him and the ambiguous feelings between them. The others weren't too sure, but they knew that the ancestor had looked after this little disciple very well. When Shun Jiuli got engaged, Ning Xiuma's dance gave everyone a new perspective. They could feel that the ancestor and Ning Xiuma did have some feelings, but things had changed with the passage of time. Now, there was Lu Xin by the ancestor's side. Ning Xiuma had thrown her zither and left at that time, and now she suddenly came back to settle the score with Lu Xin. This, no matter how they looked at it, it seemed like she was obsessed with love and couldn't let go, and was looking for trouble with her love rival. No one understood the whole process, so they could only make inferences based on the clues they knew. Most of the people here had thought that Ning Xiuma was a girl who dared to love and hate, and could let go of things easily. Now that they saw her like this, they were all shocked. The rules of the Sun Moon sect were strict, and no one was allowed to violate them. Back then, Yalu Jing had made a small mistake, and had been punished according to the rules. Now that Ning Xiuma had caused such trouble, the people below immediately became noisy. 13th Senior Brother's face was ashen. Among the people present, he had the highest status, and he was also known for being the most impartial and strict. How could he allow Ning Xiuma to be so arrogant? With a wave of his hand, the 8 great protectors and 10 great elders quietly spread out around Ning Xiuma and surrounded her, sealing off all her escape routes. Ning Xiuma was still floating there, as if she didn't see them. Her fingertips curled up again as she chuckled. It's almost time. I'll count to 3. If no one says anything, I'll have one more person to die in vain. 1. Xiuma, you can't do this. They entered the sect at the same time as you. Back then, we played together and fooled around. Everyone really doesn't know where Lu Xin is. You can't continue to make mistakes. Helian Xiao suddenly flew up on his sword. He was probably really anxious as he rashly crashed into the encirclement. 13th Senior Brother never would have thought that he would be so reckless. He was unable to stop him and could only stare blankly as he entered Ning Xiuma's attack range. His heart almost jumped out of his chest. Helian Xiao was the disciple with the highest talent that the Sun Moon sect had accepted in the past few years. He was also the one who had the most hope of breaking through to the heaven stage in the future. He was also Yalu Jing, Anne's proudest disciple, and everyone treated him like a treasure. If anything happened to him... Chapter 1536. The formation that 13th Senior Brother and the others had set up was an extremely powerful formation of the Sun Moon sect. It was called the 18 Devil Capturing Formation. Once this formation was set up, the people who were surrounded wouldn't be able to escape even if they had 3 heads and 6 arms. They would either be captured or killed on the spot. This formation was personally passed down by the Venerable Emperor. It contained the profound principles of heaven and earth and was extremely powerful. Originally, 13 Senior Brother's next hand gesture was to activate the formation. He wanted to capture Ning Xiuma as a warning to others, even if he had to give up the 3 low-level disciples who were captured. However, he didn't expect Helian Shao to be a variable. This brat wasn't helping them to capture people. He was simply adding to the chaos. 13th Senior Brother's hand gesture was halfway through, and he abruptly stopped. Ning Xiuma didn't seem to expect Helian Shao to rush over. This brat's movements were as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of her. He was practically standing side by side with the 3 captives. Xiuma, don't do anything stupid. He actually went past the 3 captives and directly reached out to grab Ning Xiuma's arm. The moment Ning Xiuma raised her arm, he shuddered and stood there like a large shield beside Ning Xiuma's hand. Ning Xiuma, use me as a hostage and break out. Helian Shao transmitted his voice to her. Although he didn't know why Ning Xiuma did such a thing. When he saw Ning Xiuma appear here with a head of white hair, his heart twisted and almost twisted into a fried dough twist. When he saw the guardians and elders getting into formation, the blood in his chest instantly surged up. He didn't care what Ning Xiuma did, but he believed that she must have her own reasons for doing so. He couldn't just watch as she was captured or executed. Therefore, he steeled his heart and seized the opportunity to barge in and become Ning Xiuma's human shield. Ning Xiuma's eyes flickered. She didn't say anything, but suddenly kicked Helian Shao and sent him flying. She only gave him a single word, scram. Helian Shao never thought that Ning Xiuma would do this. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. He somersaulted in the air, and by the time he regained his balance, he was already outside the encirclement. He wanted to charge in again, but was stopped by 2 of his fellow disciples. 13th Senior Brother naturally wouldn't give Helian Shao another chance. With a wave of his hand, the formation was immediately activated. 18 rays of light shot out from these people's hands, flying and intertwining in the air. In the blink of an eye, they formed a net of swords. The tips of the swords were all aimed at Ning Xiuma. Ning Xiuma, I'll give you another chance. Release the 3 of them. Surrender without a fight. Otherwise, I'll scatter your soul here. 13th Senior Brother made a hand seal with his finger. Ning Xiuma stood there. The heavenly wind billowed her clothes and messed up her hair. Her smile was alluring. She didn't say anything, but only gave a response. She flicked her finger, and the 3 flying daggers that were pointed at the backs of the 3 captives instantly pierced their flesh. The 3 of them groaned and fell down from the top one after another. The people below caught them. There were also people who didn't give up and checked the injuries of the 3 captives. They realized that they were the same as the first captive. Their faces were all green, and they were no longer breathing. Ning Xiuma, who was in the clouds, laughed. Suddenly, she raised her hand again, and countless green flying daggers appeared on her fingertips. Every one of them was exactly the same as the one she used to kill the 4 captives. She squinted her eyes, since no one is willing to hand her over. Then let's die together with her. She bent her palm slightly, and those flying daggers were about to shoot towards the Sun Moon sect disciples below. Chapter 1537. She bent her palm slightly, and those daggers were about to shoot towards her fellow disciples from the Sun Moon sect. Her current martial arts could only be described as terrifying. She could kill people with just a wave of her hand. Furthermore, she was so cruel and merciless that she could kill her fellow disciples while laughing. This woman was crazy. It was unforgivable for such a person to not be punished. 13th Senior Brother shouted angrily, Ning Xiuma, you're courting death. You can't blame anyone else. He clenched his fist, and the flying swords in the sky were finally activated. Like a rain of locusts, they all shot towards Ning Shuima. Ning Shuima faintly smiled. Her fingers, which had been forming hand seals, suddenly loosened. The dark green daggers coiled around her fingertips suddenly disappeared without a trace. She didn't dodge or evade the flying swords that filled the sky. Instead, she opened her arms and welcomed the sword lights. The flying swords were swift and fierce, and the strong wind that they brought along caused her long hair and clothes to dance violently. She closed her eyes and welcomed those flying swords with a smile of relief on her lips. Let's end it like this. She couldn't find Lu Ziyin to avenge her child, and she couldn't force Shanjuli to come out. Then, she would die in the hands of his subordinates, which was equivalent to dying in his hands. It was also considered a relief. In it all, she didn't want to live anymore. Towards that person, she still hated him after all. In the end, she couldn't forgive him. Since she couldn't forgive him, then she would never have to forgive him. No matter if it was hate or love, everything would end at this moment. She didn't have to have those recurring nightmares anymore. She didn't have to despair until her hair turned white because she couldn't take revenge. It turned out that she returned to this world for this ending. It didn't matter if he cared or didn't care. She wanted to use this method to end herself. In her previous life, in this life, she had completely repaid everything that she owed him. She didn't want to have another life. She just wanted to end it properly. This demon-subduing array could not only kill a person's physical body, but it could also kill a person's soul. Therefore, she forced them to use this array for this ending stop. An urgent shout came from the horizon. The sound almost shook the sky. A white light flew towards those flying swords like a raging tide. However, it was all too late. Those flying swords had already been launched, and the distance was so close, yet the other party did not do anything to block them. Even if those people sensed that something was wrong and wanted to retreat, they could not do so. By the time the white light collided with the flying swords, more than 10 of them had already pierced into Ning Shuima's body. Blood spurted out from her body. Her body swayed in the air and fell to the ground. Shuima! A shout almost tore through the air. A person flew over, his snow-white robe drawing a cloud-like arc in the air. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Ning Shuima. He raised his hand to catch her falling from the air and held her tightly in his arms. Ning Shuima. His voice was already trembling, his body was trembling, and his face was ghastly pale. He hugged her tightly and wanted to say something, yet his throat seemed to be blocked by a ball of cotton, and he directly choked on his words. Ancestor. Everyone couldn't help but stare blankly. The person who came was Shanjuli. It was also the first time he appeared in front of the disciples without a mask. If it wasn't for his trademark white robe, and if it wasn't for his majestic aura, the disciples wouldn't dare to recognize him. Everyone was stunned and kneeled down again. Ancestor. Master. Chapter 1538. 13th Senior Brother's expression also changed. He had followed his master for so many years, but this was the first time he had seen his master lose his composure like this. Had he committed a grave mistake? He also knelt down, and his nervous heart almost jumped out of his chest. Shanjili did not care about the crowd at all. There was no one else in his eyes. The moment he hugged Ning Shuima in his arms and saw Ning Shuima's appearance, his heart trembled uncontrollably. White hair. Her hair was actually all white. Needless to say, it was caused by her mood fluctuating too much after she woke up. The dress Ning Shuima was wearing was not the dress he gave her at that time. Instead, it was an illusion she created herself. Although this dress was pretty, it did not have any defensive capabilities. The swords that were shot out from the demon-subduing array were all imbued with extremely strong psychokinesis. Not only did it hurt the body, it also hurt the soul. Even if Shui Lan was injured by the demon-subduing array, he might not be able to escape with his life. Not to mention Ning Shuima, who had not recovered from her serious injuries. Her body was hit by 8 flying swords. Those flying swords were not real, but they were more powerful than any real thing. If the real thing was stabbed, as long as it was not pulled out, blood would not gush out. However, those 8 swords were not real, but they could cause the same result as real swords. They were all stabbed at her vital points, and blood was gushing out from her wounds. Her originally black hair turned white and fluttered in the wind. Her originally flower-like dimples turned a bleak white. She fell into his arms covered in blood, and it made him feel like his heart had been stabbed dozens of times. It was so painful that it almost flipped over. He did not care about anything else. His palm continuously touched her body to stop her bleeding and applied the best medicine for her wounds. "Shuma, hang in there. I won't let you die. Hang in there for me." He spoke in a low, trembling voice. His hands did not stop moving as he treated her wounds. Ning Xiuma's eyes were black and did not have any light. Although her eyes were open, there was no light in them. She raised her hand to push him away, but she did not have any strength left. She did not want him to save her. She didn't want to lie in his arms. The way he treated her reminded her of how he treated Lu Ziyi's wounds. Perhaps he had just finished treating Lu Ziyi and rushed over, because he felt that the woman was fine. She had once longed for this embrace. She never knew that she could crazily desire a person. How many nights had she dreamt of meeting him in the middle of the night? In her dream, she threw herself into his arms and hugged his waist tightly. Like a child, she complained about her grievances and cried loudly. The pillow would be soaked when she woke up. For this day, she risked her life to travel through time and space. For this day, she had tried her best to encourage herself when she couldn't find her way in space. Even if she was suffocating to death, she still persisted. Now that she had finally returned to his embrace, she no longer had that kind of desire. He hugged her tightly, very tightly. She didn't feel warm. She only felt disgusted. She didn't want to stay in this embrace any longer. When she thought of how Lu Ziyi was still acting coquettishly in his arms just a moment ago, she had the urge to vomit. She really threw it up. Large mouthfuls of blood spurted out from her mouth and sprayed all over Shun Julie's body. Shun Julie's expression changed. Her heart was already at the critical stage of breaking, but she still wanted to struggle without caring about her life. Chapter 1539. The psychokinesis in her body was surging, but it did not automatically repair her heart meridian. Instead, it was trying to forcibly tear it apart. She was asking for death. She was asking for death. "Shun Julie," she called out his name in front of everyone. Her voice seemed to float from the sky, unbelievably ethereal. "Don't talk. Xiuma, don't talk. There are too many misunderstandings between us. When you get better, I will slowly explain everything to you. Everything is a misunderstanding. Believe me. Come, be good. Don't try to resist me. Let me connect your heart meridian." Shenjili did not care about the blood on his chest. He pressed his palm on her back and poured his psychokinesis into her body. After entering her body, it condensed into a line and quickly flowed along her blood vessels, swimming directly to her heart. He tried his best to calm himself down. Ning Xiuma's life was now in his hands. If he was not careful, her heart meridian would be completely broken. However, when his psychokinesis reached her heart, it encountered resistance. The resistance was not strong, but Shun Juli did not dare to move at all. Her heart meridian could not withstand a little fluctuation, so he could not forcibly enter to repair it. "Xiuma, don't try to stop me from saving you." He quickly said, "I won't give up. I know you hate me. Let's wait until you get better, and then you can settle accounts with me. Okay? I'll let you kill me or cut me, but let me connect your heart meridian first." He tried to move his psychokinesis forward a little, but the resistance was even stronger. "Momo, you're also a cultivator. You should know that even if you die now, I have the means to resurrect you. Don't be angry anymore." There was a threat in his voice. Ning Xiuma turned a deaf ear to his threat. She looked up at the sky. The white clouds in the sky had gathered around them. There was a golden light flashing in the depths of the white clouds, as if there was a golden dragon hiding in them, looking for an opportunity to pounce out and destroy the world. Boom! A sudden clap of thunder finally crossed the sky. Everyone's attention was originally on Di Zun and Ning Xiuma. The sudden clap of thunder startled them, and they looked up. When they saw the strange scene in the sky, they were overwhelmed with horror. This was the tribulation thunder. And it was the highest level of tribulation lightning. Who wanted to transcend the tribulation at such a sensitive time? Shenjuli also abruptly raised his head. The moment he saw it clearly, his body suddenly stiffened. Just as he froze, Ning Xiuma, who was originally powerless in his arms, suddenly struck his chest with her palm. Shenjuli was caught off guard, and his body swayed from the slap. Suddenly, he felt an emptiness in his arms. Ning Xiuma, who was covered in blood, rose directly into the sky. The golden light in the sky instantly enveloped her and enveloped her. Momo. Shenjuli pounced on her, trying to pull her out. But before his hand could even touch the corner of her clothes, it was blocked by the golden light surrounding her body. The moment the golden light enveloped Ning Xiuma, the turbulent white clouds in the sky instantly turned golden. Streaks of golden lightning flashed between the clouds as they prepared to strike. Golden lightning tribulation. Ning Xiuma was actually going to cross her tribulation at this time, and it was a golden lightning tribulation. How could this be? She was only at the 9th level of the Earth realm. Even if she wanted to ascend to the 1st level of the Heaven realm, it should be a purple lightning tribulation or a silver lightning tribulation. How could it be a golden lightning tribulation with the strongest evil aura in the world? This kind of tribulation could only be crossed by extremely high-level immortals or demons. What's more, this golden lightning was faintly shining with an extremely bright purple. Even in Shenjuli's memory, he had never seen this kind of lightning tribulation. Chapter 1540. Even if Ning Xiuma was at her peak, she wouldn't be able to survive such a lightning tribulation, let alone the weak Ning Xiuma now. Momo! Another shout came from afar, and a red figure flew over from the sky. It was Shui Lan, and Rong Yuetian was following behind him. When the two of them saw the scene in front of them, their expressions changed. Shui Lan rushed into the golden light without hesitation. Momo! Bang! He crashed directly into the golden light and was rebounded violently, almost causing him to fall off the cloud. He quickly steadied himself and looked at Ning Xiuma, who was shrouded in the golden light. His eyes were red. He rushed in recklessly. Momo, let me go in and block the lightning for you. When anyone was going through a lightning tribulation, the light would only cover the person going through the tribulation. If others wanted to block the lightning for him or her, they had to get the approval of the person going through the tribulation. In other words, whether it was Shenjuli or Shui Lan, if they wanted to block the lightning for Ning Xiuma, they had to get Ning Xiuma's approval. At this moment, the golden lightning with a hint of red was about to strike. Ning Xiuma's red dress was shrouded in it. She closed her eyes slightly and looked up at the sky, not looking at the people outside at all. Ning Xiuma, let me go in. You can't block this lightning. Shenjuli's palms pressed against the golden light, and he quickly said with a pale face. No matter how calm he was, at this moment, his hands were trembling. He was really scared. He had never been so scared. If he lost her now, it would be an eternal loss. If she couldn't survive the golden lightning tribulation, her soul would really be destroyed. Her soul would really disappear from the world, and no matter what he did, she would never come back. A huge panic engulfed him. If she didn't come back, if she disappeared just like that, then what was the use of him staying in this world? He was a god who thought that he was omnipotent, but now he couldn't even block the lightning tribulation for his woman. Ning Xiuma, you can't be so cruel. I know this is your best revenge, but I don't want this kind of revenge. He recklessly rammed into that damned golden light. Xiuma, listen to me. You've misunderstood me. I'm not engaged to Liziyin. I'm only engaged with her because I owe her a favor. I'm blocking the lightning tribulation. I like you. Let me go in and block it. Xiuma, listen to me, Xiuma. It was the first time in his life. The first time in his life he was pleading with her. Unfortunately, the person in the golden light did not seem to hear his words. She only opened her arms and faced the sky. Her eyes were slightly closed, and her eyelashes were long. The expression on her face was very calm, as if she had finally completely let go, as if she was welcoming a grand destruction. That's it. It's to end. She be to hear B's as she was be to hero. Or maybe she's too lazy to believe him anymore. Ning Shuima, Shun Julie shouted angrily and hit the golden light with both his palms. He was a god. He didn't believe that he couldn't break through the golden light and barge in. After all, Ning Shuima was still enveloped by the golden light. If he forcefully attacked the golden light, it would shatter the golden light and shake Ning Shuima who was inside it. She might even lose her life. Therefore, he didn't want to use this move unless it was an emergency. But now, the golden light was about to hit her. Part 2.